Welcome in. 8 minutes now past the hour. Good Time Gang Live. And I mean everybody, we are here fired up for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Looking forward to a look back at a Rick and Bubba vacation. 4th of July weekend as well. Lot to discuss, which normally means we capture best of moments for future best of shows as we recap, come back, live life, tell about it, and all of that will happen today. Will a meet could spin? That's in play. Short week for most everybody here. And don't forget as well, we've got RBU and other things happening this week too. So, and we just jump right into the Bible study live today, noon Central. So be looking for that. All right, well, everybody is here. All the players are set. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, gentlemen.
Y'all doing well?
Yep.
Pretty good.
Do I have a mark on my forehead?
A little bit. It's
right
a
there?
little red.
I thought I heard somebody hammering
I was wondering where it was, and so now that you've pointed it out, that makes perfect sense.
I pounded my head on. I
thought somebody was nailing a picture up.
I went to pull on something to get it out, a box that was underneath my desk, way up under there, because these desks are real deep. And I went to pull it, and the side of the box tore. And so when I was pulling on it, it tore, so my head went forward. And I hit myself on the side of the desk.
Hurt.
Anyway, y'all don't care about me.
You gonna make it.
No, I thought nothing changed. How you doing, buddy? You doing all right, Dad? Let me get
look who's here.
Let me get you going in there, buddy.
Check. I'm sorry, but it is very easy to see on camera. Like, I didn't have to struggle to try to see it on camera
right there?
at all. Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it easy, very easy.
Yeah, pounded it.
I just
Hit
didn't know
hard.
that's what it was.
Got it good.
Yeah,
Swollen.
yeah.
Swole.
Forehead got a little knot on it, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. I'm gonna keep on moving.
You'll be all right, hammer.
Well, how are y'all? Everybody good?
Yeah, we're good. I got used to sleeping in normal hours, and now that's all messed up again.
Yeah, I know. Back to
besides
reality with
yeah.
that.
You know, it's good living in the real world with people in normal time
Right.
zones when you see people and they hadn't been up.
Yeah,
since
yeah.
2.
Even if you wake up early on an off day, you do have the ability to roll back over if desired. And just that alone is nice.
Of course, it's getting bright early.
It is.
A lot earlier than I wanted to.
I know
But-
you always rise early, Helmsy, even on off days, but were you able to just – no alarm is nice.
I mean, I still get up. I'm an early riser whether we're doing this or not. Now, I'm not a 3:30, 3:45 early riser, but it's more like 5:30.
Oh, no.
It's sometimes 5:15.
No.
If I sleep till 6, I've done something. Like I've pulled off some big feat.
I have to make
really?
if I don't make myself get up, I'd lay there until 11.
Yeah.
Really?
I would. I've always liked
If I
to
sleep past 6, I feel bad. Like I physically feel like something's
I
wrong
feel
with
wonderful.
me. It's weird.
Physically feel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like
No matter
headache,
when you go to sleep?
No matter when I go to sleep.
So
It
you
is
could go
strange.
to – really?
Yes, it's strange.
Now, are y'all
That's quite a
I
burden
think
to carry.
I know what
Yes,
but
Greg.
I know
feel bad for you.
I know what Greg will say. I guess you're a stay up at late and sleep late.
Well, you know what?
Or
I
what
used
do
to
you-
be
yeah.
stay up late, but I even now I get sleepy about 10.
And you still want to sleep till 11.
Yes,
Okay.
if I let myself,
That's okay.
I can sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
To each his own.
Yeah.
Knock
I
it
think
out.
I catch.
Take you
I'm
back to when you were
catching up.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, catch up.
I just can't do it. I've tried. I've attempted
I
to do
can
it.
do it.
I
Yes,
don't like.
sir.
I don't like getting
What
up
if
early.
it's
I
like
just do.
what if it's raining outside? You could probably stand there.
I
a
can't,
long.
Greg.
What?
There's no.
That's ridiculous.
Listen,
How are you missing out on that joy?
As frustrated as you look at me like that,
Golly.
times that by 2, and that's what you get with Amanda.
Man,
She
I
gets
feel sorry
frustrated with
for
it
you.
too. She's like, "What are you doing?"
I hate it for you.
And I'm
I
like,
do.
"Yeah, I know it's tough. Like you said, it's a tough burden to carry."
I
It is.
like to get up about 8.
Okay.
About 8:15. That's my goal.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because at
But I do
my
like
house,
to stay up late if I can.
At
but
my
I
house,
can't.
everybody's on a little bit different schedules.
Yeah.
I mean, we got Terry and I shutting down, 9 o'clock so we can whatever. And then here comes, wide open. And so it's a variety of schedules. But it's amazing how the 18 to 22-year-old, I mean, he could sleep for 20. I mean, he could sleep more than a line
When
sleep.
I was that age, I really slept.
Yeah, I mean, to the point where you open the door and go, "Hey, buddy, you all right?"
When you sleep to noon,
yeah,
that's
right.
bad.
Yeah, and they go hard and they working and all this, so they can sleep late every now and then, and when they do, It's one of those things where you do want to check on them.
Something about that age.
Yeah.
Man, they can sleep.
Boy, they can. But other than that, I know 4th of July weekend, we Helena, Alabama, if we do it big then with our fireworks show. We had a big fireworks show in downtown area, so that was nice. And you can actually see it from the Cove. You can see it from our house, so it's the best. It's the best of both worlds. You can actually see fireworks, but you don't have to get off in it.
Now I will watch those if I can walk out of my house and watch them. But I'm not going anywhere to watch.
No.
And, we've had that discussion.
And you've ruined it for me watching fireworks on TV.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, for some of us, not. It's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you have ruined it for me. So every time I'm watching it on TV with like music time down,
and we
I
have
think,
this
what am I
discussion
doing
every year? But all I'm saying is we haven't come. The fireworks today look like they did when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we haven't came like, ooh, remember how silly they used to look, and look how great they look now. They're the same fireworks. I've been shooting that my whole life, 56 years. I haven't seen any gains. I haven't seen any gains in the firework industry.
Yeah. I do want to tell everybody.
Didn't miss it. To your point,
I do want to tell everybody.
It gets on my nerves when I'm in the house and I can hear them. Because where I live, they're right there. Everybody in the country, they got to shoot them up.
And this is my favorite question: is that fireworks? Like it's something else?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, it could be thunder.
Hey, yeah. Well.
and Mr. Buddy runs and crawls up under Lisa's car, and he barely fits under it, which is funny. I mean, he's squished up under it, and he won't come out.
With his butt hanging out.
He hates when fireworks.
Yeah, I would like to tell our community it's not New Year's Eve. You don't have to wait till midnight.
That's
to fire them off.
The thing.
4th of July is different.
The minute it gets dark, you can shoot them in the forehead.
There was a discussion when I felt like, and for those of you that have served, I'm not trying to make light of this, but I felt like I was in a war zone if I knew what it felt like, because it was like
trying to be a warrior.
Well, no, it's like, you got some pretty big subdivisions around where I live, and so you add all that together, and there's not any downtime. It's like bam, bam, it's like it's nonstop.
If you're not involved in the firework, they're very annoying.
Yeah. What I would like to know what time you feel like is appropriate to stop shooting fireworks. This is what it sounded like.
Just 4th of
10
July.
o'clock.
Yeah. 10. See, that's where we
10
live.
o'clock. Put them up.
No, I'll ask this. I'll go this far with it.
This was like my neighborhood, right?
What day? Because some people are shooting them on
some shot them on the third.
That's what I'm saying. So which day are you talking about? If you're talking about,
I'll give you the 10 on the 4th. You may give them 11.
I was going to say I'll give you midnight on the 3rd.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
really?
But 10 o'clock I'm shutting it off on the 4th.
Really?
Yeah.
Even if okay.
Of course, like you said, New Year's Eve, I get it. You're going to shoot them off.
I'm never going to be up at that time doing that.
Right.
Okay, but I'm giving them a pass.
He's got to get up, sir.
Well, I'm not either. But if you're shooting, if it sounds like this around the house, then you can't go to sleep.
It's
either.
hard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Speedy act like he'd been in battle.
Well, this is what it sounded like. I mean, we actually
Speedy storming the beach in Normandy.
Yeah,
we actually
equal to that.
We walked outside and we were like, "Would you please listen to this?"
Yes.
It literally sounded like this. Y'all think I'm kidding? I know you are, Greg. But I thought 10 o'clock. We landed on 10, and they went to about 10:30. And right before I was that old man that started walking in the neighborhood. Shut it off.
I think 10.
Some of us got to go to sleep.
I think 10.
I think
Fair.
10's too late, but I'll give that to you.
And I get it. It gets dark so late. It doesn't give you a lot.
It doesn't.
Because it gets dark after 8 o'clock.
Right. But I didn't want to be that guy that, hey, 4th of July, and you telling everybody to be quiet. So we just
get out of my yard.
We just got through it. But there was some guy, I don't know how much money he spent, but he took it real serious. Oh. And for a second, I thought he was running some city fireworks show, and he lived about.
Everybody's BOGOing now. You buy one, get one, so you get twice as many as you normally
Good
do.
night. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As the sun.
on an 8-track tape, and I remember hearing the live version, and I still am repulsed by the recorded version. The recorded version of Freebird is nowhere near as good as the live version of Freebird. I mean, the live version, that particular capture, like we went back to this, it all goes back to the capture. That capture is so superior to whatever they tried to throw together in the studio on Freebird. It ain't even close.
No.
I mean, it
that
ain't
organ.
Yes, and I was just like, Glenn, tell me about this song and tell me where it came from.
Yeah, what's the deal?
Yeah, and I just remember just sitting there. We had our sunglasses on. We didn't think anything could get better as we just sang Freebird.
Do you know where that one was done? The one that
live
was,
at the Fox.
Was it the Fox?
Yeah, Atlanta, baby.
1976.
Oh yes.
Live at the Fox.
Yeah, the live version is so much better than the recorded version. It's almost like you got an animal trapped.
Yeah, it comes out of that organ.
Yeah, it sounded good.
I don't acknowledge that version.
I don't either. So, but then it's the opposite. The recorded version of Sweet Home Alabama is superior to any live version I've ever heard.
Yeah,
so, you know,
because,
it's just
because
all,
it turned it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you know, it's all different. And of course, that the capture is what it's all about. How was it recorded?
Listen, this is funny too. I was telling the
What
kids
song
this.
is it you want to hear? I mean, come on.
I told the kids this one time. They didn't believe me. I said, you know, you would start a song, and it didn't matter what it was on. It could have been cassette, 8-track, you know, record, whatever. You turned the volume up till you heard the hiss, and then you knew you had it about right.
That's
You
as
was
far
ready
as-
for the music
That's
to
right.
start.
That's exactly right.
But when the digital stuff came along, and I know with mini discs, they had a warning on it. Do not turn this up waiting on the music to start.
Because there's no hiss.
Because there was no hiss at all. Yeah. And people were turning it wide open, and it would hit and just about, you know,
Blow
take
your
an
speakers.
ear off.
Yeah.
The I remember having the stereo where you listen to the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, everything had been AM radio as I was growing up.
Yeah.
And the first time, and I'll never forget it, the thing where you searched the FM dial had a light on it.
Yeah.
And it would illuminate when you had a good signal.
When the stereo kicked in.
Yeah, when the stereo kicked in, that light would light up on whatever that
stereo
little,
light.
Yeah. And I remember hearing.
And both channels would come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, I'm just so fortunate to live in such a time.
Yeah, there's a little signal in there that the receiver has to hear to flip on the two channels.
But
and,
you know whatever
sub-carrier.
that little thing was that you would go try to find the frequency.
Yeah.
And when it would find stereo, it would illuminate red.
Yeah.
I thought
It's when it would get that signal inside the FM signal,
Yes.
telling it to turn on both channels.
And I remember I thought to myself, well, that right there,
That's dandy.
whoever came up with that light of goodness was a good person. And I thought, so this is.
Did you have the one that you know, we had the big stereo with a knob you turned and it had strings and it pulled basically a line across the dial back and forth?
Yeah. That was, and then it would light up when it got on.
Ours
stereo.
had an independent light over there because not all of them were stereo to begin with.
Well, we had, you know, I guess Daddy had got a raise. The actual stick would light up on the top, you know what I mean? As opposed
Right
to over
after
on
you
the.
got paneling and carpet.
Right, I thought. Well, I guess this is why after that aqua green shag carpet, I guess we rolling now.
Here we go.
Daddy had a good season. That 10-0 was good too.
Hands on. Yes.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Well, the great Chris Wood is standing by, Bubba.
Well, time for the update we've all been waiting on.
You want to know what's going on with the Olympics? Well, then you haven't been updated. So you've heard from the great Chris Wood. He has his finger on the pulse of what's happening in the Winter Olympics. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How you guys this morning?
Well, as you can tell, fired up. We're ready. We're ready to go.
Okay.
All right. What is that, Chris? Chris, what's that noise?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's from my phone. All my alerts just coming in all of a sudden. So.
All your alerts are coming in all of a sudden. Well, how many alerts do you have?
Too many.
What are
that even mean?
What are all these
Somebody
alerts?
texting you?
No, it's all these sports alerts I get. I'm like from ESPN, Yahoo Sports.
Rick, he's there at the sports desk. Keeping up with
you're right.
everything.
He's at the sport. I'll tell you what he is, Bubba. So, look, they're all going back there. Look, it's every.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
All right, rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Good Time Gang is live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central. You can tune in for that. Hopefully that's part of your Wednesday. If not, check that out. It's going to be live on the YouTube channel. Then it will publish shortly after. Normally we hit that on social media too, so that's easy to follow. Bible study live today, noon Central. Wheel of Meat is on the table. Have a lot to discuss. We're looking back over the 4th of July weekend and vacation where we each had a couple of days we could take. The Good Time Gang split up the best of shows to where we could do that, and the guys are coming back. Normally, the staff really, is pretty active on vacations, but I think everybody just kind of put phones down and pushed away, and so I'm actually looking forward to hearing what some of the guys did, because we did not stay in touch that much, which is good. That's part of vacation. You need to do that. So we look forward to that today.
Was I built with the Marco Polos every once in a while?
No, It were things we needed to talk about.
No.
Like
we're
how to
good
get to the bathroom. That was a big one.
Yeah,
it was, by the way. You didn't give us any heads up on that.
Well, that's me.
Listen,
I was first.
How about it changed? Came in the morning, went to the bathroom, come in here, did a couple of segments, and went to the bathroom again. They had changed my direction.
Yeah.
And that quick.
So not only you're going to hear this played out on the show, not only has the bathroom issue been an issue here, and we've played that out for y'all on air, but now construction is taking place, and so it's just for Rick and Bubba, they haven't experienced that at all.
No, you're right.
And Adler, but for us, it started on day one of the best of, and that's when they were framing out everything, and they were real serious about not walking under stuff.
See, I'm still doing that. And because I don't trust that door. Somebody got locked out when I was one of the other employees got locked out. They couldn't figure it out. I'm like, I'm not even doing that.
I just unlock it when I go out, and then I lock it, or I'll leave it unlocked.
Well, Greg,
who cares?
Can't
right?
get?
Well, here's the thing: all you have to do is duck under that scaffold, and go right out the door.
If you want to go against the safety signs,
and I realize that they're probably looking at security cameras and going, well, he just won't get it. But I feel more comfortable doing it.
Can I just unlock the door?
I will do it now,
back when I come in.
When I'm by myself with the best ofs and nobody is in here to back me up, I was afraid I was going to get locked out.
Well, worst case scenario, you just had to run real fast around. the
you're right. No, I'd plan that out.
I wish I could see you digging, trying to.
Yes.
About 30 seconds left. Very embarrassing moment for me when they started putting up that scaffolding, and they were putting all the pieces that they were going to put up for the framing. They had laid them down very neatly in order on the side of the.
You knocked them over?
I kicked one of them as soon as the guy had gotten up to the top of the scaffolding. He was trying to do something. I kicked one, and it made the craziest, loudest sound, and it scared him half to death. He thought something had happened.
See, that's why you can't be in the area.
Yeah, I kicked it all the way to the door.
What,
but
you just
anyway,
dragging your feet around?
Well, no, I didn't even see it. I kicked it like a ball. It slid right to the door.
You know, they came out of the gate like, hey, we're knocking this out. But now it looks like it's kind of on a standstill.
Yeah,
I thought at the rate they were going, they'd have the walls up by now.
Well, maybe they all could enjoy the fourth weekend too. Maybe.
No,
I don't know.
It has not changed one bit since,
Now, you said you had a question for us.
All right,
What's up, little man?
Amanda and I found
you
ourselves.
tie back to top button, I see.
I meant to undo that.
Yeah, okay.
Amanda
No,
gets
that's
mad.
okay.
Amanda gets mad when I do that.
Okay.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Actually,
that's fine.
thank you, because I did this. I was trying to get it closer, and so I buttoned it, and I meant to unbutton it when I got out of the truck, and I completely forgot. So Friday after Best Of, I headed out of here, went and grabbed the family. We went to Gadsden. I left the girls in Gadsden. Braden and I then went to Rome, Georgia. He was playing in a tennis tournament.
Okay.
So
Rome.
we were back and forth to Rome, staying at my parents'. They were living a little lake life, and we were living tennis life. And then we got finished with that Sunday around 10:30, 11 o'clock. And, I mean, I was back from Rome. Like, we got up. Braden played in the tournament. Sunday morning, we came back by lunch. And I told Amanda, I said, hey, I want to get back to Birmingham. We got a bunch of stuff we need to be doing and get caught up on and those type things before I do the Best Of on the 5th. And she was like, that's fine. Well, the girls wanted to stay. They were like, we want to stay for a couple of days. And I'm like, I don't care about it. That's fine. We got to talk to Nana and Pawpaw first. Make sure they're okay with it. Well, Braden's then saying, hey, can I go to Luke's lake house at Logan Martin? And I'm like, we'll run you there on the way home. So get your stuff ready. And so the girls ended up staying. So Amanda and I found ourselves with no kids for like 36 hours.
Oh, wow.
And maybe even 48. We had a bunch of stuff to do. So one of the things that we did was July 4th, we got up, we went and got us some coffee and kind of got us some breakfast and just kind of riding around. We got a big home project coming up in the next we're about to have contractors at houses and doing all kinds of things over the next month or so. And so we're having to pick out some things. So we're riding around in different neighborhoods, looking at different things, and just enjoying the morning over coffee. And we had to get some other things at a big box store. And this is where this is the story I want to get to. So we go in this big box store. How doers get more done. I'll just say that. It was that one.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen as many coworkers being nice to the guest and being so over the top helping. I thought I was in some kind of joke.
When did
I
that
thought I
happen?
was in kind of some kind of
I
dream.
usually can't find anybody in there.
So
really.
when
I'm looking for a vest.
Greg, to your point, we walk in, and so Amanda had to get. I said, "This is what we said. I'm getting a buggy and going to get my stuff. I'm getting a buggy and going to get my stuff. We'll meet at the garage doors because we needed to look at some garage doors and stuff." So we meet up, and I said, "Hey, let me ask you something. Is everybody being overly over the top nice to you in here?" And she goes, "It is amazing. What is going on? I thought I was just making up something here." Then I ran into somebody I knew like 10 minutes later. And I said, "Hey, can I ask you something? This is going to sound weird. Is everybody in here being super nice?" And he goes, "Oh, I didn't even want to say anything because I felt like I was in a joke." You could not walk 20 to 30 feet without somebody stopping you, asking you about your day, and asking you if they could help.
Well, that got on my nerves.
Greg, it was so nice. I mean, you would start laughing. The sixth person asks you in 10 minutes, and you're like,
normally when I go in there, the people aren't rude, but I can't find anybody.
Right.
It was.
You know what that means? New manager.
I will say
somebody got in
this.
trouble.
Hey, I think they think, you know what? The people that come in here on July 4th are serious about whatever they're doing. Let's be nice to them. I don't know. They had some meeting before.
Oh yeah, somebody either they've been slacking somewhere, and everybody had to step it up. They threatened to run
Have
people
never
off.
been. They made Chick-fil-A look mean.
Wow.
Wow. Serious business.
Helmsy.
Serious business.
I've never experienced that in those stores.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody going. Tell you what, we're going to throw those out all day today. All right, so Chris, are you ready?
like it?
Are you ready for your 60-second Winter Olympic update?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
And go.
From the games from Pyeongchang, South Korea, Team USA and their men's hockey team rebounded tremendously from yesterday as they played Slovakia last night, and they won 2-1 as Ryan Donato's 2 goals was the difference. Chris Bork had 2 assists, and Ryan Salapsky, the goaltender, made 21 stops in the game. The next opponent for Team USA is the Olympic athletes from Russia. A couple of programming notes before anybody is wondering. Both curling teams, the men's and women's, are going on today. The men's will take on Denmark, and the women's team will take on the Olympic athletes from Russia. Hopefully we do well in curling. And in the total medals race right now, Norway has retaken the lead from Germany. They have 19 overall total medals. Germany right behind with 15.
10 seconds, Chris. 10 seconds.
Canada has 13. Netherlands has 12. USA still stuck at 5, but Austria has come to tie them at 8 apiece. Team USA will do a good show next week in order to be considered to take over the medals race overall.
Chris, you were 10 seconds over.
Oh.
It's a Friday, Rick.
I noticed you spent 40 seconds on hockey.
Well, he loves hockey,
Boy, he
don't you,
loves
Chris?
him some hockey.
You love
You
hockey.
tell where his heart is.
It is. His heart's right there on that puck.
16-1.
Chris, his heart is the size of a hockey puck.
Yeah, they're still in it, Chris.
Chris, so they still got hope?
Yeah, they got some hope. They'll have to win their next game, though. But I got some hope. I'm not going to give up on them just yet.
So, and who,
You got to have hope.
who do the men's team, who do they play next?
They played the Olympic athletes from Russia.
By the way, can we
call them Team Russia, though?
Am I the only people that's bothered by that?
I am bothered
What does
by
that change? I mean, well, it's so
Nothing.
look. I know that they're the only ones that were left that weren't on drugs, but I mean, they can still be the Russian team, can't they?
Nope. It was an institutional problem, Rick. Russia has been banned.
So these are what they're really saying. These are the clean athletes, but they can't be under the Russian banner because we banned Russia, but we're not going to ban them as individuals.
Yeah.
So
Is that
they're
it?
the athletes from Russia, not the Russian team.
Guys, could anything be more? I mean, if they're the athletes from Russia and they're playing for
Russia. Mother Russia.
Mother Russia. So now, Chris, I know that you really seemed down the other day that the women's hockey team got beat and had such a chance to beat Canada, which would have been a pretty big upset too, right?
Oh, yeah, because that's in the Olympics, that would be the premier matchup. But they could meet again in the medal round if possible, though. But USA would need to win out now.
Oh, they need to win out to get to the medal round?
Yes.
All right, so I noticed that your 60-second update did not include the guy who got hurt.
Yeah, the Australian.
And the Australian who got hurt.
Did you see that?
Do you have an update on that, Chris?
I tried to look for the update on it, but I looked through every Olympic news outlet and I couldn't find it.
And it's Austrian, not Australian.
Time out. Did you hear what he just said?
So, Chris, your phone was buzzing, and not one alert told you that an Austrian athlete had gotten hurt.
No.
Well, if it'd been a hockey player,
I do have the NBC Sports app, but it doesn't give me too many updates like it did.
I thought that was the big story.
That was the big story. Broke his neck, Bubba.
Bro, yeah.
Chris.
Yeah.
I mean, he broke his neck in a huge fall. You not watch snowboarding?
I mean, I like snowboarding to some extent, but you have to understand. I mean, when they're like downhill skiing, I mean, it's tough to follow though.
Yeah, and plus you only had 60 seconds, and Bubba always wants a curling. He wants a curling update, and you want to give a hockey update. That pretty much takes most of the time.
And Greg wants ice skating.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
So when's ice skating start?
The race.
It should be tonight.
Y'all. He doesn't know.
No clue.
He doesn't know, y'all.
Okay, Chris.
I saw speed skating on yesterday.
Sometime this Olympics.
Figure skating has been on since day one.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Chris, I'm just curious, just strictly curious. You had to get 21 alerts when this segment started. What were they about?
Thank you, Bubba.
It was like random. A few of them were email, and some were sports and today's weather.
All right, so Chris.
Thank you for being so real,
Chris,
and today's weather.
Chris, let's
How's
talk.
that looking, Chris?
Let's talk about Chris Wood this weekend. What are the plans?
Well, I got a couple of UAB hockey games I got to do. So there's one like tonight and one tomorrow afternoon.
Now, Chris,
UAB's playing Mississippi State.
If
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you.
All right, we're back. It is around 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Rick and Bubba join us. Everybody's here. They join us right around 30 minutes from now, right after top of the hour break. And we thank all of you for being with us. I know a lot of you were confused. Even though we promoted it, some of you, you coming and going, and y'all didn't know that it was a best of yesterday if you're listening live Tuesday, July 5th. And so y'all were very confused on what was happening. It was kind of funny, but some of the emails I got, hey, are y'all off or whatever? I think it was pretty obvious we were, but some people catch it in the middle of a bit and they get confused. But anyway, today everybody's back. And
a little panic yesterday from the audience.
Yeah,
they thought something was wrong. That's the email I kept getting. Hey,
yeah,
is
it was
something
weird
wrong?
that we were off.
Right.
Did it keep y'all from coming an extra day?
Right, yeah. But everybody back today and look forward to some stories recapping their vacation and 4th of July weekend and stuff. I just understand, Greg, here. I know that you saw Top Gun Maverick.
I finally went to see it with my dad yesterday, which was funny.
And I know you came in kind of with the.
Look, I mean, it's a good movie.
Oh, here we go.
It's a good movie. The first one's a lot better, I think.
Right. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah,
even though this one
we
was
overdo
good.
it a little bit, but that's fine. I bet people that actually do this in the military just really get a chuckle from it. But nah, it was enjoyable. Hard to live up to that hype that we had on it. Just saying.
Did you think things were silly in it or something?
There was a few things I thought were, yeah. But I'm not going to be that. Look, it's my problem.
You are going to be that guy. You might as well do it. If you don't do it now, you're going to do it later. So you might as well get it out of the way.
Again, I don't want to give away plot. Surely everybody's seen it. And I think I'm the last guy left.
I think. Adler, did you ever see it? I don't know. He probably can't hear me. He's got me down in there. I think he was the only other staff member that had not seen it.
Well, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I feel like we've gave enough information as a show that you can openly talk about it. We had a Maverick Monday where we talked about details. You can speak freely.
I'll go in code here. The first part, the Mach 10, and then all of a sudden I'm walking in a restaurant. I mean, I don't know if you can eject out of going Mach 10.2, but I know it's just a movie,
right?
You know
Right.
that.
Do you
was
ever?
kinda corny.
Can
So
you
that
ever?
bothered you as you were watching it? That bothered
Yeah, I
you.
thought,
You couldn't enjoy that.
No. It didn't bother. Well, kind of.
You're bringing it up as a
It kind
negative.
of bothered me.
So it set with you after it happened. You were frustrated.
I'd rather him just landed the plane.
You couldn't just laugh at the fact.
I'd
that
rather
it was
him just
happening.
landed the plane.
Okay, that's.
And of
what you
course, now
wanted.
he obviously has this thing where he just goes and steals planes and does what he wants to, which is also
he's Maverick,
which is ridiculous. But
let me ask you a question. This is a serious question.
I mean,
Can
I'm
you
sitting
ever?
there giving the briefing, when I've moved on, and all of a sudden, wait a minute, who's that on the screen? Uh-oh. Yeah, come on.
So let me ask you this:
think
Can
that was
you
good.
ever go to a movie and go, "I'm just watching a movie"?
Yeah.
No, he can't.
This one,
Can
though,
you- can you though?
now, time
Greg,
out,
you
time
can't.
out.
I don't think you have that ability. You say
Now,
it's a
I
curse.
didn't- listen, I'm
He
not the
says
one.
it's a curse.
A
that he
gift.
has this
I'm not the
ability.
one that
gift.
came up with the hype on it.
Well,
so
he
don't
thinks it's
blame
a
me. I
curse.
went in this one different because of the hype.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. It's a good movie for what it is. But I just think we took some, you're going to exaggerate it, but we took the exaggeration a little far. The first one, the upside down bird to the Russian, was about the only really, really bad one. I don't know, maybe he's putting the brakes on. I don't know if that's possible, but that didn't seem that far-fetched.
So those two moments in the first one, you had problems with?
No. Well, I'm just saying, if you want to say something that was kind of goofy, is the
'Cause those are two of my favorite moments.
The inverted
I
shoe
don't-
bird. I'm just saying, I try to enjoy it, but in my mind, I'm going, no way that could happen. But but this one.
You talking about an inverted
and-
dive with a MiG-28?
Now here, I'll tell you another one. I'll say.
He
we both get shot down, but we find each other. Oh, look under the shed down there. There's a plane like you and my dad flew. Just happens to be one there. Let's fight. First of all, ain't got sign of our helmets anywhere when we're out here talking. Also, look, you're in the plane. You got your helmets back on. Come on.
But you liked it.
I did like it. Just take it for what it's worth. You got to admit they took that part a little
Right.
past what.
Did
I know you don't want just a documentary of flying, although that would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know it's a movie. It's entertaining. I was entertained.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, that's what they're trying to
the
do,
bar
Greg.
scene, the bar scene when they all show up is a little hokey, but that's fine. When they all first get there,
Did you enjoy any of it?
I like the flying stuff. Let's go.
Well, I mean, the fact that it was actual flying. Did
Yeah,
you-
that looked
okay.
good. Of course, they had some CG in there.
Here we go.
That big giant helicopter, but it was good. It didn't. If you said did it live up to the hype? No, it didn't. But that ain't the movie's fault. That's the hype's fault.
If you would have seen it early and not waited so late, do you think you would have liked it more?
No, I still liked it. But if you just asked me some things and I thought that were unnecessary.
Did you talk out loud during it? Like, psh,
No.
Yeah,
Because in the
really?
theater, with the sound and all, it's cool. So
oh, you found each other, huh? Did you
Yeah.
do any of that?
I mean,
Did you talk out loud, Andy? Be honest, uncontrollably.
nah, I didn't.
So
I
you
didn't.
don't believe it lived up to the hype?
I don't know. I think it's a good movie, but I don't think the greatest sequel of all time. Because there's no such thing as a great sequel anyway.
Yeah, you're on
In my
record
world.
about sequels.
Yeah, you got some that are acceptable and pretty good.
Yeah,
But
I played a best of one of my days where you talked about sequels.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
You're not very happy with them.
But I like Top Gun and would watch it again. I would watch it again when it comes on streaming. I'm not
Right.
paying again.
No, you're not going to pay again.
No, but I would watch it again and will. I watch it several times as I have the first one.
Anything else bother you with that? I mean,
I had to rethink a little bit. That character that's always trying to run him off. That John Hamm plays.
John Hamm plays,
Yeah,
yeah.
come on now. We always got to have that.
I didn't like John Hamm in that role, by the way.
but
because I
was
like
tell-
John Hamm.
I was telling Terry,
I think Rick's mentioned that,
John
too.
Hamm to me can pull off that character. I thought he did pretty good.
Yeah,
in
he
it.
did.
Yeah, he did a
Yeah.
great
You
job.
just
I
wanted-
just
you
I
wanted
wanted
to
him
be
to like
somebody you
Maverick.
like.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
You want him to like
I
a
did.
little bit. At
I
the
wanted him to fly with him at the end.
end. And of course at the end.
I'll be your wingman.
Yeah, the
that's what I
first one
wanted.
was the first one's better. There it is.
Well, I don't think any of us ever thought this one was better than the first
You
one.
kind of did.
Reese came in because he's so young, not living in the time frame we have, and seeing it when it came out and all that. He was like, "Dad, I think it might be better than the first one."
Yeah,
but
I think
that's an 18.
I think our kids would say the
They
same
would
thing.
because they
Yeah.
like the things I
Yeah,
pointed out. That's
right.
cool to them.
Yeah.
There's
They haven't
probably
lived
some
long enough
folks.
to realize that's ridiculous.
There's probably some folks in their 30s that probably think the same thing.
Listen, there was a guy in there that you could tell had seen it before, and he'd nudge his buddy and laugh at certain parts. Like that dang Maverick. It's like they were friends. You
Oh,
could tell,
really?
yeah.
And that bothered you too?
No,
It did.
Kinda.
It did bother. Did you look at him a lot
but no, I do think it's a good movie. I enjoyed it.
after Okay, but I mean,
But
you
the
re-
hype was a little much on it.
How about hype? Did
You are the only
Was
person that I have heard say that it didn't live up to the hype. I will say that. You are
It's
you're
not
the
as
one
corn-
person of all the people I've talked to about this movie that says it did not live up to the hype.
Now, when you say hype as far as action and all that, yes, I enjoyed that. But a storyline, no.
was the beginning ruined for you with our discussion here?
Well,
how it
no, that
started?
was fine. I
You
mean, it's
fine
just,
with
they
that?
just show planes flying off an aircraft carrier. That ain't a secret.
Okay.
I like that. I liked it in the first one. I liked it in this one. Same music and everything.
Right.
Well, that's the whole point Speedy's trying to make.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was just wondering because I know we had discussed it
Yeah, I like
here about how it
That was
started.
actually
Would you
the
have
best
liked
part
it
of the
better
movie.
if you didn't know it was coming? Is what Speedy's asking.
Nah, it wouldn't have mattered.
So it didn't
I was
spoil
kind of
it from you.
expecting it.
Do you think it was stupid? How
Well, yeah,
they were
you were
laying it
No,
out?
I was even
Greg, you
before,
were expecting
but
it
even
because we
before I
told you
heard
that's what was
about
going
it,
on.
I wouldn't have been surprised to go, "Oh, they're starting off on the aircraft carrier."
Mm-hmm.
No, you got to set the story up.
Right. Do you
What
think?
What'd you think of Lady Gaga's song?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I missed the football on the beach. I had to pee, so when it came on, I thought this would be a good time to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. You probably would have made fun of that.
Yeah.
I knew
for
that,
sure.
that had so
For
much
sure he
corn. That had so much corn potential. I said,
Well, you
got to
admit
go.
though, the fact that they changed from volleyball to football,
Yeah.
helps.
Is that,
It
yeah.
does.
Help a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look,
Well, I watched.
we
some.
all don't have to like it at the same level.
No, we don't.
No, we don't, Greg. You're right. To each his own.
Do you like how his nemesis came in and helped towards the end? His the guy that was always the jerk that was his.
Oh yeah, yeah. The guy, the cocky guy
Yeah.
that we always got to have. Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Did you
got
like
left
that?
out of the starting
Did you
lineup.
predict
You talking about
that?
the guy got left? Of course, he had to kill, but got left out of the starting lineup.
Yeah. Did you predict that though?
Oh, absolutely. I knew that he was. There's no way that his character going
Right.
to end up sitting on the deck of the aircraft carrier and never taking off and being involved. You knew that.
Right.
I saw that coming a mile off.
Did you say it out loud when you said
I
it?
did,
Yeah.
and he was humbled by it. Blah blah blah.
But you liked it.
I did.
Other than those scenes, which was
Look,
half
and
the
they
movie.
didn't ruin it. It's just
Right.
they were a little bit okay.
Right.
Wait a minute. Who's that on the screen? Who's that flying that plane showing us how to do it? And we've dropped all the other.
But you did like it.
I did. I loved it.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The listeners want to catch the broadcast you have online and hear your commentating of this. Where do they go to?
They go on Facebook.com and go to the UAB hockey page.
Okay, and
which
it'll
is
be
really
right
called
there,
UAB
broadcast
Club
live.
Hockey.
Facebook.com, UAB Hockey, play-by-play action from the great Chris Wood.
That's right.
Two games, one tonight, one tomorrow, both against Mississippi State.
That's right.
How many people do you usually have follow those broadcasts, Chris?
We get about 30, 35, but in the last series when UAB played Auburn, it tripled that.
Oh, really? So we got 90.
We'll have some good numbers tonight. I can assure you. Helms is in.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you, I'm trying to figure out I think I'm in.
My night just changed.
Now, what time does the puck drop?
Tonight it drops at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon about 3 o'clock.
So do I have to have a Facebook page to listen?
Facebook account, yeah.
I
I'm
do?
pretty sure. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
What happened to the old days when you could just go out there and hear things on Facebook without having an account?
You might could tell Alexa to find it for you, and she dig it out somewhere. I don't know.
I don't trust her.
Chris, I hope it's a close one like that other one you called.
Let me tell you,
16-1.
I've heard a lot of great calls, but your call of the 16th goal to put UAB up 16-1 was full of passion.
I think it should show all broadcasters how to stay in the game.
Yeah, because
no matter what the score.
Because a lot of them will fade on the blowout. Chris
Yeah.
Wood doesn't.
No.
You know why he doesn't? Chris, thanks, buddy. I hope you do have a great weekend. So it's pretty much full of hockey?
Just for now, yes.
Okay. All right. Look forward to hearing. We'll hear you bring it. You know what? My feet will be cold because you'll bring me right to the ice.
That's right.
Right. Have a good weekend, guys.
Thank you, Chris. You too, buddy. There you go. All right, we'll be back. And we will get into some other topics today. If you weren't with us the last hour, we were breaking down the latest on the horrific and, again, all too All too occurring school shooting down in Florida. This one has some more information because the person was actually captured alive and now has been interviewed. And there's been a number of questions that have been brought up about why more couldn't have been done with this this person, because they obviously had problems. They were posting things on social media, including, "I want to be a professional school shooter." And then 39 times law enforcement had to be called to the house where he was. From 2010 on. So a lot of people are wondering, what are the limitations and why couldn't something be done to maybe at least play some role in keeping him from fulfilling what he appeared to be telling everyone he was capable of and willing to do? Is that pretty accurate?
Yep.
Well, we have someone who works in law enforcement that says maybe that he can answer some of the questions. So, John, thanks for your patience and welcome to the program. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for calling.
So help us out a little bit here to understand the limitations that are out there. And
well, there's only two things I wanted to say real quick. One was that in law enforcement myself, I have actually arrested somebody for making terrorist threats where it was a juvenile on social media making threats to blow up the school. In that aspect, we actually went out after 9/11. They created something that's called making a terrorist threat.
Mm-hmm.
We actually did go arrest them, and they were prosecuted for it. The second thing I wanted to talk about real quick was that I'm all for arming teachers in schools. The only thing is responding officers need to know that teacher is armed so that they don't perceive that teacher as a problem. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to communicate.
Know who the shooters are.
Yeah,
right.
you have to communicate. Because it seems to me, John, and I think you would agree, because I see how limited you guys are on funding, and I certainly know that none of you are doing what you do to become wealthy. If that's the strategy, it's not a very good one. that you feel like this is your call in life, and every organization has bad apples, and hopefully they're dealt with. But in general, you have to do this. You have to be a teacher, I would think, if it's a call. If that's just what you think is something would be good to do for a living, probably not wise either.
You're bad at math.
These are two places where people have, if people do them well, they do it because they felt called to it. This is my call in life, and I commend you for that. I commend you for that. So in this particular case, then, I guess I would say, when people start talking about security teams, I just don't know that there's funding available to be able to, outfit schools with people who are in law enforcement. There just doesn't seem to be enough of you or enough money for that. So that's the reason why we were thinking maybe the teachers would be a way to help fill in some of these gaps. But then again, to your point,
and I agree with you 100%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber.
Let's see here. We got 9 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. This portion of the show brought to you by LearBubba.com. If you didn't see the news last week, the S&P 500 experienced its worst first half of the year since like 1970. So going backwards, folks. That's why they suggest LearBubba.com. It's pretty easy too. Smart investors are buying gold and precious metals now for two reasons. One, gold can be a great hedge during a recession. Two, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So join us and don't let your retirement take a hit like it happened back in 2008, I should say. So check it out right now. Washington doesn't have the answers, so talk with our team about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And make the extra important steps right now. You'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. You can find all of this out at LearBubba.com, Lear, L-E-A-R, Bubba.com for more information. Or you can call them at 1-800-707-4575. That's 800-707-4575. Or go to LearBubba.com. Take those steps today. Don't wait any longer. Or you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's always an option for you. All right, so during the break, I know that we all had some downtime, family time, hey, wake up without an alarm time. And that also meant, hey, we got a second, what you want to watch. And I have two ways I can go. There's things that I know Terry's not going to like, and then I know there's certain series, shows that hey, we'll watch these together. It's always a struggle when I watch things with her though, because you don't want to go off and leave her, and get episodes ahead, because then I get in trouble. So trying to figure out when we can sit down and watch something is always a struggle, but we'll do that in spurts. Sometimes if an episode's pretty long, we'll watch 30 minutes of it or 25 and then stop it and go for a walk or something, come back, watch it a little bit more.
Yeah, because you get locked in them.
Yeah, I had been waiting for this Chris Pratt movie on Amazon Prime, and so we're off in that right now.
Yeah, we are too. See, here's the thing with Lisa. You got to trick her. Anything military and a lot of times sports themed, she is not interested in. But if she gets caught up in the story, and I knew, I told her, let's just watch one episode of this, and I thought maybe that she'll get caught up in the story.
Yeah,
because I was wanting to watch it.
Yeah,
and she got caught up in the story.
Okay,
so
that's kind of very Terry-like.
Yeah.
But I thought it was. So far it's pretty good.
The terminal
like I said.
list is I think excellent, but I will say this, and y'all laugh at me for this. And I don't want to give too much away because it just came out. At the end of the first episode, I had to turn it off. I thought I can't work through this.
Tough.
I can't work through this. This
You're
is
right.
tough. And so I don't know. It was weird because that was like 2 days ago, and I was like, okay. See if you can go back and watch it because you love Chris Pratt and you love this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So let's just see. And I was able to get back into it. Now I think I'm towards the end of episode 2.
Yeah.
I don't think I've started episode 3.
Starting 7, and there's only 8.
Oh, wow.
But I'm going to tell you, episode 1 rattled me.
A lot of twists.
Rattled me.
Hey, a lot of
hard.
twists and turns in this.
Okay.
And you told me in the break, and I think Speedy heard you, that there's something that's going to happen that's going to bother us.
Well, no, it's not bad. It's one of these moments.
There's a lot that's already bothered
me too.
It's not. I'm not talking about that. Not that kind of bother. To be honest with you, that y'all are not even going to notice it.
Okay.
But I'll bring it up.
Okay.
It's under the category of the things I was talking about Top Gun.
Well, there's things too that I watched, Greg, and I hate that you won't give Apple TV anything at all.
I think I tried
Apple
to get it.
Plus.
Remember, it tried to tell me I had to have it on some device or something.
Calm down.
Speedy let me know a couple weeks ago that For All Mankind season 4 was coming out.
I would like that.
And so I watched. You would love that.
But what I'm saying, I tried to watch it, and they were like that I had to have it let me watch like 2 episodes of a series. Then it said I had to have an Apple, I guess, TV or whatever.
Just had to have a subscription, but
gracious.
No, I had a subscription,
but
and it would only let me limit and watch it till I put it on one of their stupid things.
So Speedy, I am caught up on that.
Okay,
I think there's 4 episodes available now, and I've watched all those.
Okay.
I found, and Greg, you've seen I added Hulu too because there was something.
Oh yeah, I got Hulu
together.
I'm all about it.
Man, we've been thinking about that.
Well, and so
Hulu's good.
Amanda was all into. Hey, I never went back and watched. And this is old. This is like 2 years old.
One.
Little Fires Everywhere. With Reese Witherspoon, whatever. Amanda wanted to watch
sounds
that.
like Lisa would love
Some
it.
book she had read, and that's based on that. And so it was one of those things. To your point, Speedy, is I jumped in with her because it was something we could watch, and I'm actually enjoying it.
Okay.
I got another one.
The Elizabeth Holmes thing that's on Hulu.
So
too.
Hulu
I started
that.
watching that. And
Y'all saying Hulu's worth it?
Oh yeah, because
It's
if
got
you miss
several.
something on TV you want to watch, you can watch it.
But there's a bunch of original content
They got
you hadn't
original.
seen that's good. You
But
can
what
always cancel Speedy once you get through with
But
it.
what I'm watching now is it's an FX show, and it's
Old
Jeff
Dad?
Bridges,
Yes.
Old Man.
By the Old Man.
Yes.
Old Man?
Yeah. Now
What's that
language
about?
is rough, but
Oh, is it?
he's
By
a
the way,
CIA. It's good.
Heard a podcast with
course, he
him
talks weird.
being interviewed. Was listening to it this
pretty
morning,
good.
by the way. He's 72 now, so he is an old man.
Yeah.
But his energy and just excitement for life at 72 reminded me of your dad, Speedy.
It's a good
He's
show.
fired up.
Now again,
I love
it's a little
Jeff
rough.
Bridges.
Oh, I do too.
Love
I
Jeff
love
Bridges.
everything he's in, and this is good. It's the CIA.
I enjoyed on Netflix. I enjoyed Adam Sandler's Hustle.
That's a good
See, I
movie.
haven't
That's
seen
a
that
good
yet.
movie.
Lisa, like I said, sports. She don't want nothing to do with it.
Language can be
No,
rough.
but she would like this.
You ready
That's
for
what I
that?
thought. I gotta get her to watch
Yeah,
it.
there's not a ton of that though, but
I
there is
thought-
some.
yeah, there's a little- yeah,
but I mean,
some
just
more.
as far as content,
I
goes,
thought it
that's
was an
pretty
excellent
good.
movie. I really did.
We finished up Lincoln Lawyer.
That's good.
On
That is
that's
good.
too.
What about Lincoln Logs? I just threw that in there.
Saw something.
Just wanted to say it. Didn't you?
If you love the business, I think both of you would enjoy this. There is a show on Apple TV called We Crashed.
Okay.
It's about it's a original that they did, and it's about it's a true story based on actual events. Greg, I know you salute when it's based on actual events.
We go.
Yeah.
But it's about this workplace community business owner. He's an entrepreneur, starts this business, and what they go through, and it's amazing. I got caught up in it, finished it.
Okay.
It was good.
Wow.
So watched a lot of. If Wimbledon was not on and I had access to watch TV, I jumped in and caught up on shows.
Okay.
But I watched a lot of Wimbledon too.
Did you go?
Now, Bubba watched Wimbledon.
Yeah, he
right.
did.
Yes, he does. Do you go off and watch things on your own, or do you have to wait back?
Depends
for
on what it
Amanda?
is. Terminal List, I'm watching by myself. No way Amanda would have got through that first episode, especially what happens at the end.
Tough.
She's intrigued with the Elizabeth Holmes thing on
that's pretty
Hulu,
good.
so we'll watch that together. Little Fires Everywhere, that was her. She cared nothing about We Crashed. She likes For All Mankind, but she doesn't want me to wait around for her on that.
Okay.
Like if I'm watching it, she'll come in and ask me, "Hey, what's going on here?
Right.
Why is he doing that now?" You know that kind
Right.
of, which gets on my nerves. By the way, we could just watch it together.
Yeah.
She don't watch a whole lot of TV. She's not a big TV fan. You'll catch her reading more than you will watching TV, and I'm right the opposite. I want to watch. I don't want to read.
You don't read.
Yeah. We have a lot to do. We have been looking at this Hulu thing, and we see some.
I use Hulu a lot.
Yeah. What's this Steve Martin Hulu deal?
Oh, I
that
hadn't
he's
watched
on?
that.
Is that
Something
any good?
weird. I hadn't watched that. I know what you're talking
I don't
about. Something about
I see-
a hotel or something weird.
Yeah, I see something about that, and there's a lot of commercials you see. I have not jumped into it, but it seems like
There's a lot of
ton of original.
There's
stuff
a lot
on
of
it.
original content that you could get a month or two, and then if you decide, then you. But there's some good shows out there that you would like.
Okay.
That you and Terry both would like.
All right. Wow. All right. So we have a lot to discuss. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We've got a great show planned for you. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Funding is a huge problem. Like in our school district, we have one school resource officer for 6-7 schools.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a tough situation. And I'm all for arming the teachers. It's just like I said, if there is a shooting, we just have to know that teacher is involved, and so they don't become a problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm quite to the point of arming all the teachers. I'm more into allow the teachers who have already been trained and legally own firearms to have them at the school with them.
Yeah, we don't want to force a teacher that is uncomfortable with that, would not be good at that, to have to do that. But those that are and want to, allow that.
Like the assistant coach that it was also security at this school that was killed.
Yeah, he didn't have any weapons.
Right.
He was trained, and I don't know whether he was someone who knew how to handle a weapon. I like for if he's going to be on security team, maybe he should be trained in that, and allowed to have him, and then also be able to communicate with local law enforcement. Or here are the people at the school that are armed and they're licensed.
Correct.
And so that would be helpful, and I think that's a good point. All right, to the other thing, based on what you said, do you think? And I know we're from the outside looking in, and you don't want to put anybody in a position without you knowing all the information. Based on what you have access to, if it's all accurate, do you think this kid had done enough that he could have been dealt with the laws available to us prior to the shooting?
Well, I can tell you guys 39 times is a lot. It's a lot of times for somebody to be called out to the house.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And some sort of flag should have been raised by somebody. That's all. I mean,
I know. I'm putting you in a bad place. I don't want to put you in a bad place because your brothers and sisters in law enforcement. I always give them the benefit of the doubt. I do. But what I'm saying is, all right. So we know that he posted on somebody's video. I want to be a professional school shooter, and the person who made the video and saw his comment turned that in to the FBI. Is that not a terrorist threat?
Yes.
Now
I don't know if Florida has that law. I would imagine they would, but in Alabama there is that law.
Yeah, and the YouTuber was based out of Mississippi, and the FBI in Mississippi interviewed the YouTuber that turned Nicholas in. But is it true that the FBI is now saying that they could not confirm who exactly it was that made that post or something? They couldn't.
From what I read, they had his name, but they couldn't find where he was making this threat from.
Okay,
didn't know what state he was in or anything like that.
So until after the shooting, did they not put the two together?
Correct.
Okay,
that's from what I understand.
Okay. Well, look, you guys, and again, I still go back to this, and I know you've seen it firsthand. You've looked it in the face. until we're ready to deal what is causing this behavior and creating these kinds of human beings, we're kind of marching uphill. Because there's only so much you can do with evil people. What we need to realize is, why are they so evil? And start dealing.
I think a lot of that comes from a home family. You know, your family base.
Or the lack of it.
Core.
Yep.
Well, I think one of the things. I'm sorry, John. One of the things I've noticed, just in general, is it appears to me, because of all the things that we think are so wonderful, and they can be. But I remember in the culture I grew up in, I wasn't given the amount of privacy that kids are given now, where they get to get off by themselves and get in their own little worlds. And I mean, my parents, said that I was in a room that they were paying for, and I wasn't able to lock my door or close myself off, and they could come into my room and turn it upside down anytime they wanted to, and that I was told, get out from in front of the TV. If they'd been video games, they would have said, put the video game down and you'll play it when I tell you can. Mm-hmm. Hey, no, I don't like this game. Throw it out. I don't want you watching this. This is ridiculous. What is this? You know what I mean? Go outside. Don't come back till I tell you. Who's this person you're hanging with? I don't want you around that person again. I don't see that kind of parenting in general. Now, there's exceptions. Praise the Lord for that. But in general, it was a time that everybody was kind of on the same page on these kind of issues. And now it's almost like you have a generation of parents that like the idea of having children, but they don't really like the effort it takes to actually do it. And so if their kid can entertain themselves and they kind of get out of their hair, they're like, okay, good, more me time.
Right, and I agree with you. It starts at home, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
hey, John, let me ask you.
I appreciate y'all's time. I got to run.
Okay,
so,
John. Thank you, buddy.
I just got a call. But
okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks for what you do. Be careful out there.
Another thing too.
Well, it sounds like to me if they could have found out where he was actually from, they could have arrested him for making that threat.
I can't believe that they could not do that.
In the case of Nicholas that we're talking about, his mother's sister said that he was heavily medicated to try to control, I guess, his emotional problems and all the connections to psychiatric meds and the side effects of, is something else we need to talk about. Because,
no doubt, yeah.
The
pharmaceutical
suicidal, homicidal type thoughts and. All of the side effects that come with that. I'm not blaming the drugs on this by all means. I'm not doing that. But
no,
the way we treat.
To your point, I don't think somebody on the things I've seen with something like Ambien should have a weapon.
No.
Anything that causes you to hallucinate, you're not in your right mind.
Right. No.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. I can't believe what I just saw happen in here.
You could put off weather for a little while.
He was.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour, has begun. We thank you for being with us. As another day, another hour, and back from vacation, our first live show all together in a while. We'll start it just like we always have. We start with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all back where they belong. I hope you enjoyed the best of shows if you were able to catch those. And also a replay on Independence Day. So the gang all back together. First live show in a while, first one of July, as we move forward. And we are excited about talking to you. We haven't talked in a while. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, vacation recaps, and we break down the stories of the day. Wednesday Bible study returns, Genesis chapter 25 today. Live on the YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after and available for your consumption on your own time if you so desire. I was listening a lot to uncover today. Mourning. Greg has seen Maverick, so we got that coming off vacation. Bubba and I saw the Elvis movie on vacation, so we got that. A lot of stories. We know about the chicken guy. We got that today as well. But let's get him in here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Only possible in a country like the United States. Sent to the world.
That's why to come out gay strong.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Little
now.
Rusty. Let's go. Shake it off.
I like that one.
It sounded good.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right now.
Somebody say it. And I know, you know, everybody know where the lights go. I made enough to make a young gun proud. Money and fame bring a man shame. There ain't no doubt about it. Yeah. I say on the bottom from the top somehow.
Money and fame.
Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it, Bubba.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Welcome back.
Glad to be back. Thank you, guys. You did a great job covering last week. Always do a great job, but I like to thank you anyway. And, boy, started it off with a good one, Rick. I was visiting down in lovely Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Fort Morgan, Alabama.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And I was out driving about sunup because, of course, I couldn't sleep.
Right.
And I had to get out of the condo or I would wake everybody up. And Speedy was playing the flashback of us talking to the space station live on the NASA channel.
Oh, that's good.
And to be going down toward Pensacola with the sun coming up, hearing that, man, that was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And knowing that I was going to go down to the Naval Air Station and
That's
turn around and
good
come
stuff.
back.
Well, I'll tell you, when you checked in with me, and I knew you were listening, I said, you know what? It wasn't on my schedule, but I'm like, you know what? This time's down, and I think he might enjoy this.
That's right. I did. That was good.
That was a great call. So we'll look back. Like I say, I don't know what all you did, Bubba. I don't know what anybody else did. Like I heard Speedy say in the kickoff hour, we shut her down. I mean, we cut the switch off, and we don't keep in touch a whole lot.
I put the phone down. I got off everything.
Yeah,
I just hung it up.
Yeah, it was.
I hadn't been posting stuff.
Yeah, it was.
Worried about how many likes you got? Who cares?
None of that stuff. No, where there's nothing to promote.
I tried to actually invest in people. That's important to me.
Yeah, yeah. Like I say, it's use it for promotion, but there was nothing to promote. So there was nothing really to talk about. So anyway, we are back, and we'll unpack the stories. A lot happened while we were gone. And like I said, we got a couple of movie reviews today, and then we'll work through a story too. Talk to you guys. We haven't talked to y'all in a while. See what's on your mind. See what all you guys have talked about.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I've got some questions that I need some answers from the public on, because anytime I'm confused and I hear, conflicting reports, if we go to our audience, they always know.
Yeah, they
do.
always
have the word.
They do. Yeah. They do. So and I know, Greg, you're celebrating another big win by Joey Chestnut and the fact that he's safe.
Wow.
And took down a protester all at the same time.
That cost him at least 3 dogs.
Yeah, there was so many things in that video that we'll have to break down today.
That is hilarious.
It really is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're eating hot dogs, and all of a sudden you get a guy in a headlock and sling him, and then you start eating hot dogs again.
Anybody that pushes their way up on that stage, they deserve a headlock.
They do.
Yeah.
Hey, good security there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, another crazy shooter while we were gone. Somebody shot him.
Hey, he's good until you seen him.
Well, I love when everybody.
Who'd have thought this guy was trouble?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I love how everybody is the thing to do now is for people to claim that they didn't see any problems with the person. You're supposed to say that the first time, and then do you think everybody's not going to look and go, well, you say this person's. Oh yeah, he seemed perfectly normal to me.
Rick, I know
not so much. I mean, there's no way you could say that and know anything about it.
No, I know that I shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. And I know it goes against our Constitution and due process.
Yeah, right.
You can show me 100 pictures of somebody.
Right.
I can pick out 25 of them. It's going to be a problem.
You're right.
I can tell you just by looking at it.
I know what you're saying.
I'm not trying to read the future.
This guy here would have fell right in it.
Yeah, this is not Vanilla Sky or whatever that movie was.
Vanilla Sky.
It was the other one. What was
right.
it? Where they did the future.
Right.
And it, to heck with due process. But I'm telling you, some of these people are easy to pick out. We got to do a better system of this.
Well, it is what it is. So we'll unpack those things today. We'll chat with you. Wheel of Meat is back in play, so that'll be today, tomorrow, Friday.
And Rick, you'll be proud because I like fishing. I like to talk about fishing. I like to look at fishing stuff, but I just don't fish as much as I would like to. And I get out and fish. So.
I saw that. Saw those pictures that you did share with us, and
that's
that
probably the only thing I sent out.
And that looked like that was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, you had to tell us about that.
It's a big one.
Man, you got to tell us about that. You can't go strike fishing and leave that out. Did you ever have to speak any?
I couldn't get him on a bun though, man. It was hard to hold in there.
15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll jump right into it when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, moved around the plaza, around behind Bubba, around behind Greg, over in his little hole over there.
Yeah, I'm scared.
And he landed right back here, kind of catty corner to me to the left. And I heard him say something saying, hey, I've got the trigger shakes, is what you said?
Yeah,
and,
or something.
And you said, I can't even type because my hands are.
He's doing this.
Well, I've got dead forearms because I was on a weed eater and for probably 3, 4, 5 hours yesterday. It lasted forever. I don't know. It was like from 2 to 6 or 7. I don't know.
Yep.
My gosh, what all did we eat yesterday?
And
golf course?
and I was then it was the blower, then the trimmer and stuff where you just always having to hold something down and the vibration of it. So I don't know if you ever had like your kind of your fingers kind of vibrate or
not a day later.
You feel it. And so today it's more the fact
minutes.
you just have dead forearms and so you can't get your fingers to work. And then as soon as I say that, I drop my coffee.
Look, he was over telling Greg, and he's like,
no, he dropped it.
No,
I'm going
to get the lines in order.
He said, it's not like I don't think I'm getting Parkinson's or anything. And all of a sudden he just
throws coffee all over Greg's papers.
No, Mr. Considerate over there and loving Greg goes, what, you got Parkinson's?
No,
and
I'm just saying, it looked like I said this thing from
Speedy says, no, I don't have it.
Greg says,
dumps coffee.
Greg says,
it was right.
Hey, no big deal. Hey, just important tax stuff. No big deal.
I'm sorry.
What was funny is him saying that it wasn't any big deal right when the shaking hand poured coffee right over there. Rick, it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
And I mean all over the place.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Did y'all enjoy that?
Yeah. By the way,
Rick, no, I'm good.
Listen,
don't worry, I can handle the ball.
I just hope Ryan Greenwood is not driving or eating right now.
Oh, he would have loved it. If he could have seen it.
Oh, he'd be in the floor
timing,
wheezing.
Oh,
the timing of it, how you spilled coffee right when you had assured him it was nothing to worry about.
It was like nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
God,
I'll be fine. I'm good. It's coming back.
I have to ask you this, though.
Mm-hmm.
We've been through one of the coldest winters for long periods of time of any in our state in a long time. I'm talking about where it just stayed cold for long periods of time. What is you weed eating?
You didn't know I
What-
started my own
what-
landscaping
But I'm
business?
talking about what's alive?
No, I'm kidding.
What is even alive?
Yeah, what's growing right now that needs knocking down?
My yard looks like it never had grass.
Right.
I mean,
it wasn't my yard. All right, dadgummit. And you hate them. Y'all all do. Y'all have been there. These work days that you have for your kids' athletics. Okay.
Well, what's growing there?
And for baseball tomorrow, if you're listening live, it's Friday, and I've got a conflict tomorrow when it is the official high school work day for JC's
Well, do
baseball
like everybody
team.
else and just skip.
Well, I didn't want to be everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I always did.
And I've got a conflict because Tyler's got a game, and so I won't be there. So they sent out a punch list of stuff, and so I was just going early to knock out my portion of it, and it just took forever.
But what?
And I'm not complaining. I just the fence line and the surrounding areas and stuff. It's just
So it was dead grass.
Yeah, well, yeah, but now a lot of
I mean,
it's
that's-
not dead. A lot of it, the weeds still are coming up. I mean, you got
Or they're
I mean,
left over.
Yeah, it's
Right.
just, but they're green. I mean, they were green weeds, but
Wow.
it wasn't like it was just all over the place. But you weed eat the trim
5
line.
hours worth.
I'm shocked.
Well, don't
yeah,
they let people
yeah.
with the shakes do other things?
do weed? The weed kill and all that. It just took a while. Took a while.
Like a drunk needs a drink.
But I just got the.
Do you think maybe you?
So y'all have never ran any kind of equipment in your
Yeah,
farms or dad
oh,
the next
yeah.
day?
The
Not
next
not
day,
the
they're not
next
doing
day.
this.
Not the next
Never.
day. To
Well, I
our
don't think
time.
I'm
Maybe
doing that.
after that.
You worked just
Tell
then.
Greg's tax papers you're not doing that.
Just then, I looked down. I thought
Greg
brought
thought
it-
we was having a small earthquake.
Listen, he brought it up earlier, and I thought I have had my hand tingled, almost like Phantom, like you feel like it's still.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I looked, his was physically going.
Sweetie, I'm serious. I've never had
Buddy,
that.
You were.
Did you spill coffee on Greg's papers because your hands were shaking?
Rick, he was physically, because I
Yes
thought
or
he just
no?
meant that, but I
Not
looked,
my
he was
hands,
going.
my forearms.
So-
No,
my hands are
Your
shaking.
hands
My
are
hands aren't
shaking
doing this,
because
but they're
of your
doing that.
forearm.
I see them shaking.
Yeah.
Rick, it's like,
What if his tax papers could talk?
Well,
said tell him
yeah, I said ask Greg's tax papers if your hands are about messed up. As they got burned with hot coffee.
doused them.
That'd be good.
Greg,
That's fine.
and you know how he is on paperwork. He just about had it like you wanted.
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
It's a struggle to get like he likes it.
oh yeah.
he's the kind of person that tells you not to worry about it, and then he's talking under his breath.
Oh yeah.
No, don't worry about it.
I know. He. By the way, I saw his face. I've seen that face
I know.
for 50 years.
I'm a little concerned because just during this, unless he's nervous, he's talking about his handshaking. He's also doing a little, he's slurring a little.
Yeah.
Have you know? It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody back together today, coming back off vacation, and I did hear the kickoff hour. Now it's like it's been so long since we have done radio shows that didn't involve some kind of construction. Back at the old place, it seemed that never-ending construction for 14 years, and so we moved to a new studio, and now
Here it comes.
And now there's framing and more construction. I heard the guys talking about when they had their time doing best of shows that the framing has begun, and just when Bubba got here today, I said just when you thought the trip to and back from the bathroom couldn't get any more complicated.
Here you go. One more curve.
One more curve. And Greg, I went back and checked what you were talking about. The thing that threw me on getting locked out, which Helm says terrified him during best ofs, which I totally agree. I mean, it just happened to me. I got locked out the very first time I did it. And because you have to, when you're talking about a deadbolt, to me, it's weird. Usually the deadbolt's up here, and then you have a little thing on the back that does the handle. Well, this deadbolt, it's a handle, which is weird to me. You have to unlock the deadbolt, and then the handle turns.
And you don't see the bar
And
going in and out.
You don't see it going in and out. So, I mean, you can't tell whether it's locked or not locked till you grab it. And so the first time I went out, because it looked like a deadbolt to me, I thought, well, the turn must be unlocked.
Yeah.
I mean, so I locked myself out the very first time. And, of course, I went through, just went back the way I normally go and came through the framing. I thought to myself, because I've been all over the world with Sherry Burgess, the rule breaker. And over this break, there were a couple times I said, you're just a rule breaker. When people, if you've got a sign up if you think Sherry Burgess is going to pay attention to that sign that says "Do not come this way," and she won't even have to duck to go through the framing, so it's real easy for her.
She'll right through.
But I thought, well, this must be what it feels like to be Sherry, to ignore all signs and go to the bathroom and come back.
Just do what you got to do.
Yeah. So anyway, so a little curve there for us to learn a new system of now going to the bathroom to add another something else to it.
My first day here on the Best Of, when I got here, it had me routed one way. And then by the next break, when I went back, it had me routed the other way.
Yeah.
And they cut me off there, and now they were sending me out the other door.
Yeah, they had me routed all over the place, and they started it on the first day I was here, and I went through the area you're really not supposed to, and then I hit something, and it just made a big old loud sound, about knocked the guy down off the ladder. He was scared to death because it was so loud. Felt like a good one.
Yeah,
I tried to avoid the area altogether.
I feel bad for him and whoever's going to be working, how much of a pain in the rear end we're going to be.
Yeah.
And then another thing that I've noticed, too, that things don't change no matter where we go. I tell Bubba, there must be a generation of I'm talking about adults out there, I guess, that, they'd have to be younger than us, because if you're our age or older, you were taught this. Or maybe it's just, maybe my parents were unique, that have never been taught to clean up after yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, Taco Tuesday, I've noticed, they have that here. They just leave a man. Does no one know how to clean up after themselves?
I don't think so.
It's like a bunch of kids around here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, but I've noticed that.
I said this morning with Greg.
Well, so your mic didn't have a lot of volume.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you gotta, when you come back from a week, who knows?
Wow, that sounds
Is it even on?
Yeah.
Is it even on?
Are we hearing you through Greg?
You may be being picked up
may be.
on our mics. I don't know.
That sounds like it's on.
I can't hear. I can't even hear myself, and I turned the microphone on.
Oh, okay.
I've got
not
your,
that thing.
I've got
again.
your mic as loud as it could possibly go.
Okay,
and you're talking right into
Speedy's trying to change something over there.
Sounds like you're talking on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, it does. Well, is it turned the wrong way or something? No. Okay.
Is somebody pulling a good one?
Well, look, welcome.
You got to see that red triangle.
Hello.
Welcome back. But anyway, I don't understand the feeling of I've made a mess with my food, and I just get up and leave. I mean, does no one know how to throw it all in the garbage, clean off the table? I mean, that's what I was taught, or you heard about it. But I've noticed that there seems to be a whole group of human beings that don't know how to clean up after themselves.
Well, and it really struggle to know there's a garbage can, a big one, 6 feet from the mess.
6 feet, yeah, and 6 feet may be.
That's true. It's not very far.
Right.
The cleanup back there would be so simple. I mean, it's about as easy a cleanup setup as you could possibly.
Take 12 seconds, Rick.
Right. So anyway, I thought, well, it's good to be back. And I have to admit, somebody said, what was one of your favorite things about vacation? I said, well, there's two: sleeping late and having a bathroom near me.
Listen, you won't believe this, but I'm notorious. I can't sleep late, even when we're off till about Thursday. We've been off a week.
Yeah.
And I actually one morning slept to 9:30.
Wow, that's
Can you
great.
believe that?
No, I can't.
I felt weird the whole day.
Yeah.
It messed me up. It really did.
Yeah, Sherry she said, so this is what it would be like to have a husband that sleeps 9 hours. And I said, yeah.
Yeah.
She said, I noticed a lot of energy, and it was
no nap required.
It was a very, very, very good break. But yeah, I do the same thing. I start out, and I'm just not designed. Now that as I get older, it may change because I already get up a little bit earlier just on my age than I did when I was younger. But I'm not designed to get up at 4:30. It just doesn't happen. Yeah. So, but what does happen is my version of what you're talking about. Like when I first go on vacation, I still fall asleep, somewhere around 10, and then I wake. When I sleep late, I get up about 7:30. Yeah, but then as the week goes on, I turn into who I really am, and that is I stay up to 11:30, closer 12. To midnight, and sleep to 8:30, and then about the time I get like that, it's time to go back to work.
Yeah.
And you saw my text yesterday. Everybody's got big eye tonight.
The NFL channel was showing a lot of the documentaries about the championship teams. And I loved it. Went through the 70s to the 80s. Yeah. So I'd stay up watching those.
Oh, I love those. Yeah, I can. Greg, once those start, I can go on and on with that.
They do every Super Bowl in an order.
They were just doing like they would feature the teams that would end up normally winning the Super Bowl, and the ones that were featured, of course, They showed the Vikings getting beat in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you got to see them in a lot.
Yeah. Greg, how about this?
Getting beat by every dynasty.
Greg, if I get to going when they run, like I think it's over the weekend on the NFL channel, they'll run a football story just one after another.
Mm-hmm.
All these different famous people of football.
Football Life.
Oh, my God, Football Life.
Yeah, that's a good one.
My goodness, I can watch those forever.
Yeah.
So, and we can. We can talk about some of the things that we did see while we were gone on vacation too.
Well, speaking of football, I did see the USFL championship game.
Yeah, I did a little of that.
It looked like it was a really. I didn't watch the game, but I read about it. It was a really good game.
Yeah, I saw
Exciting.
the second half of it between Birmingham and Philadelphia.
The Stallions took it.
I saw the end, and I noticed the starting quarterback was out, and the other guy was back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw that it looked like, and I don't know what if they sold tickets, gave them away, or whatever, but they had a really good crowd. Now I did see in the semifinals. I told Bubba I haven't seen the numbers on the championship game, but the semifinals they said their viewership had dropped under 1 million people as far as people watching it. But the actual championship game, and I only saw the second half, like y'all talking about. But they looked like they had a great crowd, and the Birmingham Stallions won.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It sounded like it was a really
Gallop
good game.
on Stallions.
Yeah. So what'd you say?
Gallop on.
And they did announce that they will have another season. All the games are not going to be in Birmingham, but they are going to have another season.
So they're not going to all be in Birmingham next time. Where were they?
I don't think they're going to everybody be at their home, but I think they're going to have a different, maybe two locations.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking on the Rick and Bubba University. They were saying 2 locations next year.
Yeah.
Not home and home.
But
and
they
all
have
that.
said they will be back.
Yeah, they were already playing the next season. So, but I wonder, the attendance looked great for the championship game, but I wonder what the viewership was like.
I don't know.
I haven't seen those.
See, I
numbers.
just missed it. I just forgot it was on.
Yeah.
That's on me.
I got lucky.
And when I read and heard how good a game it was, I was kind of mad.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you notice it?
Yeah.
Now y'all got me
I think
slurring.
something's happened.
Hey, the last few days, Speedy.
Did you notice him?
What is wrong with
He
y'all?
started talking about
Huh?
it. Well, I went over there, and it was the hand was shaking.
For all of you
Y'all
that stutter,
notice it?
I'm sorry. Greg's
Speedy-
making I
Speedy-
know.
No, I'm not. That's not stuttering.
Look,
That's
I know you're going to call. I know you're going to call Burgess double team
These
here.
are symptoms of something greater.
Yeah,
That's
I,
my point.
I know you're going to call Burgess double team here,
Buddy,
but
run with your
Did
daddy.
you pick up on it?
But I have been noticing over the last few days we all stumble words, but you've been doing it at an alarming rate. You put that with some handshakes in here.
Bubba, thank you for being my friend.
Rick, his hand.
He's
right
just texting right now. He'd be in here.
I'm making sure Greenwood's okay. That's what I'm
You know why he's not
real concerned.
You know why he's not participating, Bubba? Because sometimes you just get to sit and enjoy something.
You know?
Look, I'm having.
I can't make this any better.
I'm having a little fun.
Okay.
I may be exaggerating a little on the speech thing, but your hand was shaking violently over here.
Oh, now it's violent.
It was.
No, hey, can you do? Hey,
Speedy, I swear, that's not normal
don't
for
do
running a
that.
weed.
You
He
ain't
acts
gotta
like, well,
swear.
everybody does it if they run a weed eater.
Speedy, it was bad. You know it was
it's
bad.
bad.
I can see a little bit of fear behind your eyes.
How'd you
Here
even
it is,
sleep
here it is.
last night?
You know what I did?
Let me see if I can hold a
Rick,
piece of paper.
you got to sling a coffee cup pretty
Look
well
at his
to throw
hand.
it all the way
Guys,
out.
look at his hand.
Y'all. Hey, can you do me a favor?
Are we having a tremor
Somebody
here?
call somebody.
Can you do me a favor in the break?
I just got dead arms.
We're out of spoons. Could you just hold my coffee and let the cream mix in?
Everybody do that. Do that. Let me see if y'all shake, Kenny. Do that. Everybody do it. Oh, good gosh, Rick. Yours is going crazy.
Well, because of what you did.
Oh, yours is shaking too.
Speedy, I
Let me
saw
see
the whole
yours.
thing.
Speedy, yours is doing this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can explain why mine shakes. Hey.
I'm just kidding. I was just injured. Oh, I know.
I'm just telling you.
Well, I'm sorry. I really, truly am sorry, Greg.
It's all right. Well, look, it's fine.
I
I'm sorry
apologize.
for you.
Speedy,
You're
Let me
the
tell
one
you what Greg
over
has
there.
to do.
Speedy,
which is-
I was a bit during the break.
Take a segment off. Catch your breath.
Rick. And I loved he was so adamant making his point while slinging coffee all over everybody. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not to be concerned about.
Yeah.
You know, I've come a long way. I normally cuss when I do that.
I cussed.
Well, if you could speak plain, you would have.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
You just couldn't get it out.
Bubba, I thought you were my friend.
He went.
Bubba.
Well, I'll be. Well,
I hope everybody
Speedy,
here has diarrhea today.
Take a segment off. Catch your breath.
will you hold this? I need this mixed up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bruce Springsteen. And
I can play the drums.
somebody wanted me to play Eddie Money Shaking, but I wouldn't do it. Eddie Van Adler's giving him a tambourine.
Thanks, Ad. So now you're in on it.
Natural.
I thought you were my workplace best friend.
Natural tambourine player. So there you go. We do have callers coming in. Dale in Georgia. Dale, go right ahead, buddy. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, guys, I know y'all are on top of the news, but didn't know if y'all heard about the tsunami warning for the Gulf of Mexico.
You're terrible.
I didn't hear it.
So they thought it was an earthquake right off the coast of Alabama, but turns out it was just speedy shaking.
That's bad.
Well, y'all promote it.
I know. I thought Greg's showing an incredible amount of
I'm
restraint.
over here trying to save all my paperwork.
Right.
Oh, man.
Hope you don't mind cutting copy that's slightly wet and crinkled and dark.
Right. I'm just glad it wasn't on your phone or your laptop.
You ought to get a taste of the smoothie he blended me in the break.
Emails.
He turned that kale to liquid.
So here we go. It says email here today. Home Depot needs Speedy in the paint department.
Okay, stop it.
That's a shaker.
That's terrible.
Y'all are only promoting them.
That's terrible. I got to tell you what, they're a problem right now because I'm going to play to them.
I know. I know. They're a lively bunch.
Good, man. All right, so we Eddie Van Adler, just we had Valentine's that just passed, and we got the good, the bad, the ugly from people calling on their Valentines, and we never did ask him how his Valentine went, but a lot of people on social media think that he hit really a home run here as far as Mr. Romance. Yeah, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Good to be back from vacation. And we got some rest and got to hang out. And Relief Factor, still part of the daily routine. And we love this product, and it's so good to hear from those of you out there that love it as well. It is an all-natural product. Now, I just saw, too, where they're going forward with us again for another year because the response from all of you has been fantastic. There's a reason Relief Factor would not. If some of you out there that are still kicking the tires on this, I want you to just use the superpower of common sense. Do you think that Relief Factor would continue to be part of this program and continue to invest in this program if the product was not being used and people were not enjoying it? Probably if you might come out of the gate and say, I got a little something, and I want everybody to try it, then everybody tries it, and it's not very good, they don't respond, then people cancel and they go away because that means it didn't work. But in this case, you have not only responded, but you have responded, and it has been life-changing for so many of us. And I hope that it might be for you, tire kicker, who needs to go ahead and order the Quick Start Pack and to find that for yourself. These things, if you're managing pain with the over-the-counter stuff, that's not what those things are designed for. They're not supposed to be taken every day, and there can be side effects with that. We know the opioids, and if you're in some kind of prescription pain med, you know how dangerous those can be. And again, the overuse of those are harmful. So this is all natural. It's 4 botanicals. They fight the body's inflammatory response. These were doctors that were researching our aging process to try to help us to, like you and I say, Bubba, it feels like I need to be oiled.
Yep.
It was
Grease
really,
me up.
Yeah, it was really designed for that. But boy, they found out it actually works with any age. So get yours now by going to relieffactor.com. $19.95. You'll get a 3-week supply. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Joey Chestnut, I find professional eating to be one of the most disgusting things that anyone could ever watch. I can't watch it. It makes me physically sick.
It makes me want to throw up.
You don't like when they wipe their face on their sleeve between each bite?
I hate competitive eating. Only our country could produce something like this.
Yeah.
I can't even watch what we're about to watch if he's eating.
To me, it's like painting the Sistine Chapel with a spray can.
Yes,
you know what I mean.
gosh, that's
It's kind of
good.
got that feel to it.
Well, because you and I know that eating is not a competition; it's an art.
It is.
Right to your analogy there. But
what's some characters
the
there?
reason why Joey Chestnut usually gets on this show is because Greg follows competitive eating.
Well,
he's the champ.
Bubba's obsessed with Kobayashi being removed.
Bubba, you're going to have to move. He's
Greg
done.
is the one
He's
that
been
got
done.
me on that.
Right.
And Joey Chestnut was beating him before he left.
Okay, but the fact that
He used to be
that
the
his
man.
main competitor was banned.
Oh, nobody's been near him
don't,
since.
You tell me this though. If you tell me, and I don't watch it when it's on, Rick, because it's gross and I don't want to throw
It's
up.
disgusting.
But I do want to see Joey Chestnut beat up a protester.
Now that's why.
So you throw a protester in there and you
focus on that.
But Rick, this is the thing. If
I have
heard,
to watch him dip weenies in water before I see him wrestle this guy's
it's about
down?
10 seconds.
I will
If
say
I
this.
heard Kobayashi is back
Kobayashi.
in, yeah, him too.
Right, yeah.
If I heard he's back in and he's taking on
Rematch.
Joey Chestnut, I tune in.
I can't.
Because they're the legend.
Let me tell you what I have a problem with, though. They should have to eat them as hot dogs.
Thank you.
Not the wieners and then the buns separate.
I
You should
totally
be
agree.
a hot dog. Now the numbers going to come way down. I get it. But to me, that's a true hot dog
Because they're
eating
really-
contest. They're just eating wieners and then shoving bread in their mouth.
I hate to say this. It's like the day
And they're
that-
wetting it. Now, that should be a foul, too, because nothing more gross than wet bread.
It can't be a hot dog eating contest if they're not eating a hot dog. It's a weenie eating
It's a
contest.
weenie and bread eating contest
Right.
is what it is.
And that's what it goes back to. Remember Brad Stein? And I understand that the comedian that we love that gets
He is
frustrated.
so funny.
The one that said he didn't realize that COVID could have been defeated by just remaining seated.
Yeah.
But he said if you just all of us got in wheelchairs, we'd have never caught it apparently. but anyway, but he couldn't get past that the naked cowboy is misnamed.
Well, he's right.
He's like he is not naked,
Right.
and I'm
He's not.
thankful he's not.
No,
yeah, he's close.
He's the underwear cowboy.
He's the underwear cowboy, and this, I can't have this be called a hot dog eating contest because it's not.
It's really not.
They're not eating hot dogs.
They're eating Franks
Right.
and buns
and
separately.
and it is one of the most disgusting things on the planet.
So disgusting.
It is, but I can't
What
help
is
but
the
watch
proper name for that meat? Is it wiener or Frank?
Either one
Was
works.
it my one?
I'd like to go with Frank.
Yeah.
If I could, just right now.
Let's stay away from wiener.
Yeah,
Well, there's a song. I wish I was an Oscar Mayer wiener.
yeah, right. You're right. That is what I'd really like
And it's
to be.
on their packs. Oscar Mayer has wiener on it.
Yeah, I remember being a little boy, and we developed a hand motion to go with it.
Sure we did.
But anyway,
This is Nathan's eating contest.
This is Nathan's Franks or
Whatever.
wieners.
We're
or
only
whatever.
watching this.
See,
because-
ballpark's Franks.
Yeah, we're only watching this because
Somebody help us.
because a protester storms the stage.
Oh, this is the best thing that
Animal
ever could
rights
have happened.
activist storms the stage. I
So
think Chestnut's number 17.
Okay.
And
There he
the
is.
protester is going to come in and try to put a sign in front of him, and he doesn't like it.
Can I point this out? And I want to say this because before I start getting email about it. We have a right to redress the government. You have a right to protest, but it has to be done in the right place at the right time. You do not have a right in this country just to run up anytime you want to and shove a sign in front of somebody. okay?
Especially when people are eating hot dogs. Like
And when
that.
you do that, you risk getting beat up.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I really wish Joey Chestnut had dotted this guy's eye a
do
little bit
too.
Well, he
better.
throws him down pretty good.
Yeah, but I
He
wish
does.
he'd have dotted his. You know what? I wish he'd have took 2 wieners and stuck it up his nose,
Yeah, right.
and then held him up in front of the camera.
'Cause
So you want on camera? There
this,
you go.
this cost Joey at least 3 wieners.
It
Yeah.
might possibly, but there's so many people to look at here because there's one guy that sees what's going on. He keeps eating. One guy's oblivious. Beside him, he's tearing it up. Now the people that are holding the signs behind him, they're aware of what's happening. But here it is. It's hilarious though.
You know,
Good
it's not
night.
really-
It's funny.
Is there audio with
No,
this?
Hey, look. And look, the Carnival Barker's with him, too.
Yeah, he's.
Attaboy,
got
Joey.
So
Who was that? Colonel Tom
So
Parker?
he had just eaten the 17th one. Is that right? Right there. He turned it pretty good.
The guy in the hat's the guy that introduces everybody.
Yeah. Can I go back to this again? And we've said this before. There's so many things wrong with this protester, Bubba. You've pointed out one of the problems is you don't run up and just put a sign in front of anybody without being slammed. But you know what the other thing? If you're going to stand up for animals, going to a place where people are eating weenies is not the place to do it. There's so little animal involved in what they're eating. I mean, especially at Nathan's. I mean, I'm not even sure how much meat is even in this. I mean, you could probably put these hot dogs in front of animals and they wouldn't be offended.
Right. Can I show something here? This guy right here. I think he's
look, there's somebody else with one over there.
Oh, there's another one.
I didn't even notice that.
He's got a stormtrooper mask on.
This guy's supposed to be security here, I think. This guy right here.
Oh, well, he's doing a good job.
So when
the carnival barker had to get in there.
That guy's about 6'9", didn't take that other guy and throw him down.
Guys, there's another protest.
Wow, he's a big. Look at that guy there. He is huge.
See, he pushed Joey. And when he did that, it was on.
There's two more.
There's a third one. I didn't see that.
And they're
one
just
in there.
in the back. They ain't doing nothing.
I think they see what happens.
Greg, who is the guy right here to the right from Joey?
I'm
this
not
guy,
the big tall
old
guy. I'm not sure. But he don't look like he's really.
Do we
much of
have
a
any
competitor.
security up there whatsoever?
Well, like
Evidently
I'm
not,
saying,
right?
there's a guy behind him there. You can see he's got some type of badge type deal.
Look, what
is
I see, look, that cost Joey a few dogs.
Yeah, he threw him off a little bit, bumped him. He bumped him out of the way.
Yeah, I'm going to use what Speedy.
I wish he'd took a hot dog and just crammed it in.
There's nothing better than grabbing somebody around the neck while you're eating hot dogs.
Yeah, but that's why he's a champion, Greg. But watch this guy. What good is he? How in the
Yeah, he is security.
Yeah,
He's got on an official hat, Rick.
Yeah.
Rick, you've seen those.
I want you to watch him.
You've seen those security.
Yes, I have. That's the point I'm making.
He got into watching eating. That's what he did.
The Carney Barker.
He still ain't moved.
Yeah, the Carney Barker did more than he did.
Yeah, the Carney Barker got serious about it. Look at him. Here he comes. He wants to protect the champion.
All right, we've got a security guy back
mess
there.
with the champ.
And protesters run on the stage from his right, one of them, the one Joey slams, and he don't even move.
I want to see Joey's blood work. I want to know what.
I do not physically see how they can intake that much.
Thank you.
I just don't see it. Do y'all?
No, I don't.
Well,
no.
it's all been the prep.
Apparently, you got to have
There was an article
to
about
get
the
in
other day how he preps and make sure his
Have you
stomach's
noticed
empty.
Joey looks a lot like Chuck Sykes, just a little bit? I mean, do you notice that kind
I
of
have not.
resemble?
I have not. No, I did not.
Joey reminded me of Chuck.
The article
there
I
somewhere.
read, he said afterwards he normally has to sleep. He's real sleepy afterwards when he eats that many hot dogs.
But
It
this
happens to me too.
But I don't want to get gross with this. I don't want to get
please
gross
don't.
with it.
Oh,
But
can you imagine?
but there is a simple intake.
Well, he even addressed that. He goes, yeah, pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't.
He did. He did say that.
Yeah, I don't know if that were his exact words, but he said it's part of the process. He just kind of said that.
Can you imagine going to your doctor and like y'all said, Bubba, that you do the blood work and he says, "Now, Joe, I got to ask you,
What in the world?
What in the world?
you cannot eat 60 hot dogs in one sitting."
Yeah, the red dye number 2
listen.
level in your blood.
But he's
is
not
way
eating
off
hot
the
dogs.
scale.
Don't forget, he'll go eat a hot wing contest too. Now
Yeah.
he's won a few of them.
Now, how long do you have to hold it down?
I don't know. You
can't.
can't throw up. Yeah,
No.
I think.
I mean, 'cause I'm sure there's a period of time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm not sure what it is.
Whew. Good night.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show continuing when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go, Rhett Walker Band. Bubba, welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend, buddy.
Well, Rick had a great weekend. It was Hunter's birthday, and
Yep,
we had
yep,
several events with that, and all that went well. And here we are again.
Yeah,
It went by quick. Went by, kind of quick.
Well, when you
I looked up, hey, it was Sunday night.
When you think about, I was telling you that with all these
Boom.
different
Sunday night.
kids and their ages, and you start going, man, Hunter turning 20, that was so fast. And then it dawned on me, 20 more, we may not even see.
Thanks,
Rick. Thanks for that happy thought.
Happy President's Day.
Well, if we go 20
I'm-
more, Bubba and I going to make it to 74 and 73? I don't think so.
Rick, I'm shooting for 6 p.m. today.
Right. So anyway, but that's great, and proud of the man he's becoming, and it's weird that they're all getting
$100.
Yeah, I got to meet a lot of
married,
his friends
buddy.
from church down there, and so we had a good get together.
That's awesome.
They were funny.
Yeah. So fun and games. I was thinking, Speedy. I know I heard you talking about your weekend. There may have been a moment. I don't know what the times were. There may have been a moment when you and I we were not far from each other.
Really?
Yeah. As Greg and I have said on the show, and we talked about it 1,000 times, somebody is missing a reality show opportunity about my mom and dad.
Oh, Rick.
And met them right there at the old junction. About to go. We went over to Atlanta.
We were all in the same area.
Yeah, to go over to Atlanta, and I saw some of your pictures, and I thought, you know what? I don't think we're that far from each other. Of course, trying to figure out where we're gonna meet, load mom and dad up. That's quite a little, and that's always an interesting trip. But it was.
Dad tried to tell you how to get there.
Well, yeah, it was all good. Yeah. And
even though he's never been.
Well,
there?
no. Here's the problem you deal with mom and dad. I don't know what it is. I guess we'll be the same way if we make it. They're 77 and 76. So we'd have to go plus 20 to get to them. And
well, there may be some good news on that front today. I'll share with you a little later. Got a new study out.
We have my oldest son lives in Atlanta, so he's an actor, and he was in a play, and we were going over to see it.
Oh,
and so all the years of travel ball in Atlanta, Blake living there, being in various productions of various kinds in various situations. Atlanta is a very big place.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just communities and parts of it. Greg's son living over there, where and I don't know what it is. It's this thing of, have we been to this place before? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, Dad, I don't know. I don't know. We were going to Dunwoody, Georgia, north of Atlanta. No, I think we've been here before. And I was like, well, I don't know. Because there's multiple theaters and there's multiple
everything, all over the place.
Yeah, but like this, and now this is that place that and so I was like,
I've been here.
Yeah, it's almost like we spin the wheel of Atlanta metro communities. I don't know. That all I can really land on is Buckhead. If I get outside of Buckhead, I mean, all of them are up for debate. I don't know about Buford and Dunwoody and Roswell.
I know where Gwinnett County is.
You're right.
I guess there. That's about it.
We've been to them all, Dad. We've hit them all. I'm sure we have. Yeah, we've been here before. Yeah,
We've been here before.
I don't think we have, Dad, but maybe we have. No, I see that right there. At restaurants, a lot of places. You know what I mean? So, but I will tell you this: we had one of the best meals. That I will put it in the meals I've had. I will put it in my top 10 meals I've ever had.
Wow!
And it was just
a top 10er.
Let me tell you something. It's rare that you enjoy a meal.
Careful now. Are you serious?
It's rare that you enjoy a meal from the beginning to the end.
Did you accidentally fall into this?
Yes.
Or?
Okay. All I did was try to find a place for us to eat somewhere near where the show
you didn't
was.
know.
Oh wow!
And I looked at the reviews on it, and I thought, well, this looks pretty good. And it was, it was something that I knew that we would like. Anything that has that, kind of. I think you were at a place similar on Friday. You were telling me about it. Any time there's a place that their main feature is steak and it has a lot of mahogany wood in it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Okay.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody back. Just a heads up on things that are going on quickly. Michael Helms. Michael Helms will be headed out July the 10th. Let's see, today is what? What is today? Today is the 5th? 6th? Is today the 6th?
It is, yes.
All right, so buy that mic. Wow, that mic.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
Hey, good mic.
That's a good mic. Let's see. Good to hear the popping made it through the holidays. But anyway,
it took off for the 4th.
Right. July the 10th. This will be a church actually kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com at Friendship Church in Athens, Alabama. So July the 10th, make plans, men, to be there if you're in and around the Athens area and being there with Helmsy. And then on the 14th, we got guys going everywhere. So on the 14th, Helmsy will be going over to Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. They're in year 2 of the discipleship strategy. This is their next man church. Helmsy will be speaking there. On the 14th as well, I'll be in Jasper at a man church. They are rolling through the first year of the strategy. I'll be speaking there at Northside Baptist Church, and then we send everybody's favorite Cajun Greek, Andrew Varvutis from Team Man Church. He'll be speaking over in Mississippi. They're gathering together. I forgot how you say that county. I went over and did this last year when they bring the whole association together. Bubba, do you know how to say the county over in Mississippi? Neshoba? Is it Neshoba?
Ooh, you got me there. I don't know.
Neshoba?
Try it, Bubba.
Yeah, but anyway, they've got the Baptist Center there in Philadelphia, Mississippi, and they're getting ready for year 2, and Varvutis will be there speaking to them. All those details can be found at rickandbubba.com. If Helmsy or any guys on the show, if we're involved, if it's just people from Team Man Church, find them all at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So July dates are there, and any date we have secure is there as well. So, Bubba, I know that you went to the beach a little bit, went to the lake a little bit.
Oh, it's great.
But I think we both had similar experiences this time. I didn't have any. You had a beach trip, but I didn't have any kind of trip really planned, so I really enjoyed. I know some people call it a staycation. I enjoy. It's hard for me to say that, but I get that where you just operate from home. You get up, you go see some family. You get up, you go. Maybe today let's go do this.
I need a week to clean out my garage.
Really? Yeah. Well, this is.
You don't want to do nothing like that on vacation.
No, you really can't.
I know, it's almost a foul.
And Sherry and I, with all of us, with our empty nesters, we really didn't have any kids that were home. None of them got home for Independence Day. So we got to see her parents, my parents. I got to spend some time with my sister on 4th of July, and then, went down to the farm a little bit. And then, we were like, hey, we'd have days where we'd go, hey, you want to go see a movie? And, just that kind I really enjoy that. If, from a selfish standpoint, these are my preferred vacations, because sometimes, you can have all these plans and you go, I can't wait to get back to work where I can get some rest. So it definitely wasn't one of those, but you saw it too. You and I both went to see the Elvis movie, and Greg finally saw Maverick.
Yeah.
I don't know which one we need to tackle first. Do we want Maverick first?
Greg,
Old business.
Remember,
Can
Greg.
I just say this? I would like to hear about Elvis first, because this one's going to destroy the segment about Maverick.
Yeah, because he in the kickoff hour,
I enjoyed the movie.
He gave his Maverick.
Yeah,
update.
he did. Well, remember,
But y'all.
I know.
See, I want to hear about Elvis.
Right.
Guys.
By the way, you know what
See,
it sounds.
see,
You know what it sounds like. I know you're tired of me talking about your mic, but I'm very sensitive to these kind of
I
things.
just text him.
Yeah,
I will not talk until it's fixed.
What I'm talking about, you know what it sounds like? You're sticking your head in the door and trying to join
Maybe
it.
that's what it is. It may be coming off Greg's.
Yeah, right.
No, I think it is working a little. I may be wrong. I hear some kind
And Greg, your spit protector looks fantastic.
How you like it?
But anyway, you can tell those mics have been on the break because everybody's been over here. But anyway, what I was going to say is, Greg, first of all, go ahead and say, Rick, 100% right. One of the reasons why we loved it is because we were hungry. We're starving.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know how you
So
get
are
a
we
meal.
doing that one?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yes.
You're 1,000% right on that.
but-
Did I like it? Yes. Did it live up to the hype? No. But
Yeah.
I knew it wouldn't. No, nothing could live up to that hype.
Right. So we can just leave it there if you want to, Bob. He didn't have to say anything else. Really, there's
Now,
nothing.
all fair, I'll tell you the parts I didn't like.
No, we'll get to that. But I'm talking about we can do that if you want to after the Elvis, because Helmsy says he wants to.
Why do we got to overdo this?
We'll do Elvis first. I didn't. I was not the one in our family pushing to go to the Elvis movie, because I felt like, I lived Elvis. I remember.
And most of the movies are pretty good about it.
Yeah, I remember when he did Live from Hawaii. I remember as a little kid, and I had my cassette recorder. I was trying to record it in front of the TV, and of course, my mom and dad kept talking and messing it up. And
wasn't that one of the first satellite?
Yeah,
ever?
it was the first live broadcast via satellite,
and it kept going out. I remember us watching as a
glitched
family,
a couple
and it would
of
go
times.
out, and we were like, "Dang!" and it would come back.
So I remember that. I don't remember the NBC special he did, the comeback. That was
a little early.
before.
That's 68.
Yeah, I remember seeing the playback of it.
I was 2 years
live.
old.
And of course, I remember when he died. I remember I was riding with my dad, and it came on the radio, and you thought, wow, Elvis died 42.
Yeah.
And, of course, we all know the stereotypes of Elvis, and, we sing the songs and all that. But it was good to go back and kind of look at that. And the movie has been fact-checked. It's not exactly like the movie. They took some creative leeway with some of it.
You don't have that.
But it made me. It was so good that I've started listening to some Elvis songs while I'm riding around, and that I went and read some of the history even before that movie about the recording studio there at Sun, and I toured the Sun studio. I want to say was in Nashville. I thought maybe it was Memphis.
Memphis.
It was a long time ago, but it was. I thought it was a very interesting movie, and a lot of it was factually correct. In general, if not exactly, but you got the concept. But I really was not aware, I guess, that Colonel Tom Parker was such a shyster in all this.
I didn't know it to the level,
right?
But now I knew he had some shady stuff, and that I knew that he was to blame for the movies, that he took him out of the music, and a lot of the things Elvis did that he didn't want to do was because of Parker.
Playing in other countries.
Right.
Yeah, couldn't go overseas.
We found out why and all that in the movie. I won't get into all that. But I didn't know that part, and I like that the movie didn't take me to places that have been covered 1,000 times.
Right.
I mean, because I did know all that. I knew about Sam Phillips. I knew about all that. And I was glad that this said, well, we're going to give you probably an angle on this that you probably have not seen. And we're going to talk about his business relationship with this character, Colonel Tom Parker.
A 50-50 partners.
Yeah,
What a deal.
Played by what shocked me that Tom Hanks was in that fat suit, and everything. But it was good, and we did the same thing. Sherry and I went home and started listening to Elvis music, and it was. I mean, it's a sad story, but it's a story as old as time. But the Elvises of the world, and you've heard modern day entertainers say that it was what those people went through, where all of us started realizing we better understand the business and we better know what's going on.
Yeah,
and
you can't be too wise.
Right, and he helped people in the future.
Yeah,
but when you think about arguably the most well-known entertainer of all time, never did an international tour.
And we saw why in the movie.
Yeah, we did. And the fact that he only got to go to 3 cities in Canada, which they don't cover that in the movie. I just found that out after. And the reason why that was allowed. But he never had a world tour and kept wanting to have one.
How about that money laying out there?
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we even on the weekend this past one, I was actually talking with some people. You know what they were talking about? Got to sell their home, and they're thinking about it, and they're like, all the hassles that come with that. If you have anxiety right now about buying and or selling your home, I think we can help you. Go to realestateagentsitrust.com, and a lot of you have done this. And Bubba, I love getting feedback. Somebody saying, I could not believe, I just got an email when we were on vacation. They said, I can't believe that I went to this website. I thought, well, there's no way that they have somebody where I watch the show. And we did. We had somebody already vetted out, ready to go. So, when you're going to be in a market maybe you're not familiar with, or even, you never sold a home, and you have no idea where to start, you certainly don't want to start Googling real estate agents. That's not the way to go. When you go to realestateagentsitrust.com, you'll find only full-time real estate agents. They have great reviews. They've been in the business for a while. So you'll look at, these are track records that the team has vetted out for you. So then all you do is just take this great agent and you go to work, you get the most for your home, and you get the best deal on the home you're buying. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com, give us some basic info, and then our team will contact you, make an introduction with our preferred agent in your town. I'm always feeling pretty good about that from the beginning.
You know what I do too, Rick?
If you've got mahogany everywhere, and it's like a throwback, you could picture a lot of guys in suits smoking cigars in there.
Oh, yeah.
You think, okay, we're off to a pretty good start.
I always look at the knives they have.
Yeah.
And if they're like big old knives, I go, well, they got big old steaks.
Yeah, it was.
That's what you look at.
Boy,
you can tell a lot by the knife they get.
Boy, we dove in, and we dove in hard too, and it was so it was good. So we had a great time, and so we'll talk about that a little bit today. We'll look at the weekends. The boys are trying to pepper me with all the headlines over the weekend. We got that going. And like you're saying, the voice will get better as the show goes on. I developed some sort of, I don't know, do they call it post-nasal drip? I've always heard that term thrown around. Is that when your nose isn't stopped up at all and you can't figure out what's going on, but every day you get up, you know you've had some sort of drainage on your vocal cords, but you didn't get stopped up. It seems to be past that.
It drains down the back of your throat to the front of your nose.
Yeah. So, and I don't know where that's
going back in there.
Yeah, I don't know where that's
it's
come
all
from.
connected together.
So every day I've had to get up, drink hot coffee, try to knock all that off, and take various cough drops. I don't feel bad. I don't have any issues.
Right.
But I got something going on that I don't know what it's related to or where it came from.
So you're sick?
Nah, it's just I'm just
sick.
I'm just thankful. And then I had some sort of tickling thing, and then I had a sore throat, but now I don't. I don't know what I got going on. It's one of those things. I'm not sick. I just don't feel good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you get back from a weekend, you've had all this stuff going on. You're trying to figure out it's President's Day. That throws everything out of whack a little bit for some people. But it was, I don't know what all's going on because, stories start colliding. Did Fergie sing the national anthem at the Winter Olympics or at Daytona?
It was
where was she?
NBA All-Star.
My gosh, I didn't even know. So we had the NBA All-Star game, Daytona, and the Olympics all this weekend. Which one did she sing at?
All right, so she's at the NBA All-Star game.
Oh, okay.
And she performs the national anthem, but did some smooth jazz version.
Now,
and in the middle, she gets to go and the players and some of the celebrities there couldn't even keep a straight face. Matter of fact, was it Green for
Draymond Green?
Draymond Green, he just started openly laughing.
Well, here's the thing, Rick. Let me give you the category. It's not the Carl Lewis I can't sing category. It's the Aretha Franklin with the piano category.
Okay,
yeah.
It's that.
Bad arrangement.
I started seeing the comments and all about it, saying it was the worst national anthem ever.
Well, now we're just talking
two categories.
We're just talking crazy.
And I thought, wow, because everything's compared to Roseanne Barr.
No. Roseanne Barr was a goof. Carl Lewis was trying to sing.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Roseanne knew she couldn't sing.
Right.
But I've heard it, and the arrangement is very bizarre.
Yeah. You can come in and out of it however you want. It's rolling now, but it's just weird. I got secondhand embarrassment.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
It really gets weird at one point.
O'er the
Was it LeBron trying not to laugh?
rivers we watched.
It's bizarre, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Well, wait, you hadn't heard.
You hadn't heard it.
I had a veteran say at one point he kneeled.
Here it is.
Rockets red glare.
We're okay here.
The bombs bursting in air gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does
Here it
that
comes.
star spangled banner yet wave?
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here and back from vacation. Hope some of you had a great vacation, or if you're on the vacation now, I hope you enjoy it. You can do it before the 4th or after the 4th. It goes either way. Somebody say it. Oh, we're suspicious, man. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for tuning in. Almost 29 years now. We're headed to 29 pretty quick.
Yeah, that's right. We're over halfway now.
Thank you. Thank you very
caught
much.
in the trap.
Thank you. Thank you,
So Bubba and I saw the Elvis movie over the break, and Greg finally saw Maverick, and just said it was impossible for it to live up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, there were some things I should have left out, but that's fine.
So, Rick, we can talk about this because it happened prior to the Elvis movie where it starts, because you see, really the first scene is the Louisiana hayride, right? And that's where Colonel Tom and all that comes in.
Pretty much.
But I got to reading about it when Sun Studios there, Sam Phillips was looking for an act that he felt like was marketable but had a little more rhythm to him than a lot of the singers at that time, and they had a thing where you could go in and pay some money and get like a couple of songs put down on acetate. In other words, you remember the little thin plastic things we used to get in the books that you could play? I mean, it wasn't a real record, but
and didn't they have little booths like at
dime
stores? And you could record.
But,
I remember that.
Elvis did not want to go to the dime store to do it. He wanted to go to Sun Studio, hoping to be discovered, which is nothing wrong with that. Everybody does that sings, So he went and did that, and of course he caught their eye because he was kind of a good-looking guy, and he had a little groove to him. And they say, according to Wikipedia, that Sam Phillips brought him back on a Friday night with some very good studio musicians and wanted to see if he could, work something out. Well, he was running tape, and they ran through a bunch of songs, and nothing was really happening, And then he told Elvis to sing some of his favorite songs, and nothing really happened. So they were about to quit the recording process, and Sam Phillips had already taken the tape off the machine. And Elvis started goofing around and really turning it up and juking and jiving and dancing with his guitar. And he said, wait a minute, what are you doing? What is that song? And he told him, and he said, wait a minute, I want y'all to, and some of the other musicians had joined in too, kind of turned it up a notch. So he said he put the tape back on and told them to take it from the top. And they recorded that, and he said, that's the song I want. So they almost didn't get there. He may have had Elvis back again to try, but he literally had taken the tape off the machine because they wasn't doing anything that he felt like really, was making it happen. And the song he did was That's All Right.
That's all right.
And so when he got to dancing around with that, and he said that everybody knew that they had something.
Which he'd heard from the old blues guys from where he lived.
Right. Yeah. And he recorded that, and he gave it to a DJ there in Memphis who played it on the air, and it became so popular he played it like for 2 hours straight. And then he had him on the air to do an interview with him. And that's when it just took off. And Colonel Tom got involved and all that after the Louisiana hayride. And he got the Sun record people to sell Elvis's contract to RCA. And I've looked at, there's different numbers. One says 35,000, one says 40, but that was unheard of.
Right.
You sold a contract for $40,000 to a guy who hadn't even had a charted song yet. So he really went from nothing to a whole bunch really, really quick.
Well, and you also have to remember, anytime you're doing historic things, and you just made a point, you have to get real versed on the money of that day,
right? Yeah.
Because even in the movie, you'll see the deal that he makes with Vegas, and it was this gigantic deal. But honestly, when you see it now, you're like, well, that ain't a lot of money, for somebody like Elvis Presley, But anyway, but then it was a huge deal, and but
when you see athletes today signing $100 million deals, you think, well, that's a lot of money. And then you see that Elvis was making $1 million a year.
And half of that was going to Colonel Tom Parker.
But when you're making $1 million a year and it's the early, 70s?
Big difference.
It's a big difference.
Yeah. Well, the Joe Namath contract I always talk about. People are like, I can't believe that he's making that playing football.
Yeah. What was it, $1 million?
No, that was a couple $100,000.
Yeah, it was a couple $100,000. You're right. Yeah. So, but I would say it's one of those things that, number one, this is rare, Speedy, and it's rare, and I think, Bubba, you'll agree with me. If not, that's fine. But I think in a very rare situation, a movie is actually better than the preview. Because when I saw the preview, I was like, I don't think I can buy this guy's Elvis.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Initially, everybody said that.
That's one reason I wasn't fired up to go see it.
I wasn't fired up about it either. And so when I saw him throughout the movie, I thought, wait a minute, he actually did an outstanding job.
Yeah.
Right. And so in the previews, he doesn't come across like he's believable as Elvis. But
have you seen what he looks like normally?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, that's really stunning.
And he did the singing too, right? He actually sang.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, and did a good job of that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, but
thank you. So.
Yeah, Lisa went with Mom and Chandler yesterday to see it, and they just loved it. They said it was Elvis.
Yeah,
well, and they were the same way earlier. They're like, I don't know about this guy's Elvis.
Yeah, But I think don't let that bother you because that bothered Bubba and me both, and he's much better in the movie than he is in the preview.
Yeah, he really is.
But so you agree with that too?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
So I will say this that when you see the movie, like I knew about Elvis in Leather was him coming back as a huge music star after being in the military. I didn't know the background of what was supposed to happen there. And I'll leave it at that.
Right. I didn't either.
Yeah. I didn't know the background of how that happened.
There's some scenes in the movie, and I don't ruin it for everybody, that are not factually correct.
Right.
But
well, of course.
And we can talk about it at the break.
Sorry,
but there's a question I have about Elvis going in the military. Can I ask that question?
Sure.
In the movie, they say that was done to keep him from going to jail, because of the show in Memphis that got out of hand.
Right.
But I don't think in real life that was the deal. I think he just got drafted like everybody else did.
Yeah, and he could have got out of it, but the kind of person how he'd been raised,
right.
He thought he should go do his time.
Right.
And that actually endeared him to people.
Yes.
Yeah. As opposed to like Ali, who, wouldn't do it, and others who wanted to. He could have probably found a way around it. I did see something that is not in the movie that I did not know. So, the 2 years he's in the military, he goes in as still a big star.
Right.
That there was a guy that had a hotel, because the question was, did he ever perform while in the military? And the answer is no, except for this.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy knew he was a star, and I think it was in New Haven, Connecticut. I think. I may be wrong on that, or where it was. But he said, hey, he appreciated that Elvis was doing it. He took him there, gave him a weekend when he had the weekend off, fed him anything he wanted, really pampered him and took care of him. And in return for that, Elvis did a 2-hour concert for the people at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And so imagine if you're at that hotel.
Wow. And
somebody says, by the way, Elvis is got leave this weekend, and he's here, and he's going to perform for us down here in wherever they had for him. And he actually got up there and got the guitar out and played a 2-hour show for him.
I know he was.
And they said that's the only time he performed while he was in the military.
He was stationed in Germany.
Yeah.
It was during the Korean War, right? Korea?
Yeah.
That would have been right.
Yeah, so it was actually in Germany. Yeah, the guy, it was I forgot where the hotel was.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, because I can't imagine Elvis being, because most people who sing want to sing,
right?
No matter, they're most of the time you have to tell them leave your guitar at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'll sing. But I just can't imagine him being deployed for 2 years and being at the, whatever bar they went to or what they did when their time, that he didn't jump on stage and start singing something.
Yeah, they were saying, and it was in Germany, you're right. They were saying this hotel guy was the only one they could document, and he didn't, but again, you don't know. There might have been times he played that somebody said, hey, keep it down home.
Right.
Or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm with you. That seems hard to believe. But I think that
the historical footage of him getting his hair cut, when he was going in basic training, that's all. I always remember seeing that.
Yeah. So anyway, it's worth a watch, and
it is. I thought it was a good movie.
Yeah, I did too.
Pleasantly surprised.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My goodness. Look at his face.
Camo, they're not gonna cry.
I think she's owning it.
Trying to make up for it.
Does. They always try to make up for it.
Okay, there she goes.
Again, the singing was good. It's just that the arrangement was weird, and she thought
strange.
She overthink that.
It was a
little bit.
cross between a big band sound and Marilyn Monroe singing "Happy Birthday."
People are comparing it to that.
It was it just wasn't a good decision. I mean, but the way I'd heard it, I have to say, again, there's different categories. Roseanne Barr was being disrespectful because she tried to turn into a comedy bit.
Yeah.
Carl Lewis thought he could sing, which is to me the worst category.
And got caught in a note,
right,
and stopped and had to try it again.
To me, that is the worst category.
His is my favorite of all time.
Yeah, nothing touches.
Nobody's
Carl Lewis.
near. Yeah.
No, nothing touches Carl Lewis.
Nothing.
Can we
Not
hear
on
it
National
again?
Anthem.
Can we
I
hear
knew
it
you were
just
gonna
as a
do this.
comparison?
I knew it.
Let's just hear it as a comparison.
Right. Because Carl Lewis lands in the most dangerous zone. I think I can do it, and I can't.
Which falls under I sing bad. This doesn't fall under I sing bad. Like I said, this is like Aretha with that fur coat on with the piano on Thanksgiving that I thought would never end.
Well, you're right. This goes over in that category of bad arrangements.
Yeah.
You know, it
sings
just
really well.
Well, and I asked the question in the kickoff hour because I don't sing. But do you ever, as a singer, kind of get caught up in it and you try something that you didn't even try at rehearsal, and before you know it, you're off in it and you can't even.
First
recover?
of all,
No, I'll tell you what she did here. She said, "I'm going to do this the way nobody's ever done it."
Rick, please.
Oh, this is my favorite.
no, he started like that.
Neither.
I don't think we've heard this version.
Oh, say, can you see?
He's in trouble already.
And the rockets, red flag.
No.
Uh-oh. I'll make up for it now.
No.
Look.
He's trying to leave.
That was a quick search that gave us what we wanted.
The worst thing
ever.
Guys,
I believe I'd take Fergie's 3 times over.
Well,
that.
absolutely.
1,000
Absolutely.
times. So do we now say there is a Carl Lewis category that's just him?
Oh, there he is.
Because that is I couldn't sing it. Yeah. I'm stuck out here. I can't get it finished.
I stop and tell you I'm going to try to end better.
Yeah, I got to apologize.
Oh, say, can
I didn't realize how bad it started.
I didn't know who did
and the rockets, red
Do we have one with the whole thing? Because it's.
I'll make up for it now. For the land of
That's
the
my
free.
favorite.
He's just trying to hold it together.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my goodness.
That's about as
Fergie's
bad
was
as
just bizarre. It wasn't bad singing. It was just bizarre.
Fergie's arrangement got out ahead of her fineness, I think, on that one.
It's just bizarre.
And,
well, here's what you do. You walk out there. If you want to be a person who goes down in national anthem history as being applauded by everyone, you just go out there and sing it straight.
Yeah.
And if you can't hit the note at the end, which would put you in most category of everybody, just simply find a way to round it off.
Yeah.
And just sing it straight.
And there's and you heard her voice. She could have sang it straight, and it would probably be one of the best ones.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
because
she sounded, good. But
here's just
sometimes the most unique thing you can do is to not be an idiot.
Right.
Like I thought, what's her name? Pink sang good one at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I thought that was
here's just, and it's only 20-something seconds. Here's just Fergie again where she got a little crazy. Oh boy, didn't play. I needed that to play really bad.
I can't even.
Yeah. I'm trying to do it till she gets.
Yeah.
I was still there. Oh, say, does that star spangled banner yet wave?
Yeah, they don't need to go down that street.
Sometimes
You know what I mean?
sometimes less is more.
Oh, Greg, just you can carry a tune, so get out there and just sing the national anthem straight. Everybody wants to try to make history, but you can make it for all the wrong reasons.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So here we go. First phone troll of the day. First time we had a chance to talk to all of you in 10 days. So let's chat. 866 We Be Big is our number for you to dial up and be with us. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but make a comment, ask a question, bring that information to the table. There's the buzzer. That means your time on the program will come to a close unless you get one of the timeouts that Helmsy. Well, Helmsy, let me get a mic check from you, baby.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. How we sound in check 1 2?
No, I did not.
Better, but not
better.
perfect.
It is better though. I still not as much volume as I need.
I'll be honest. I don't like being a bip on day 1 back.
But that's not that bad.
Slide
That's
over
workable.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay.
You're gonna have to get right in front of it.
Yeah, hang out until it's fixed. And hey, if I need to do a timeout race, this right here.
Okay.
I don't have to say anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with Steven. Steven joins us out of the great state of Alabama, and if you dial it right now, you can join us too, and you'll probably get in. Steven, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. Hey, I was just letting y'all know. Back when Elvis was in the military, he was actually the driver for my granddad when my granddad was in the military.
Well, who was your granddad?
It was William James. He was a major back in Germany, and Elvis was his driver.
He was at Carpool, huh?
That's it. I bet he's got some great stories, doesn't he? From
well, you know,
From what Bubba was talking about at the break, from what I can gather, he obviously had the drug problems and all the issue that eventually ended his life at 42. Wow.
And he looked so bad, to be 42.
Well, when you're taking drugs to wake up and taking drugs to go to bed, and that's when it all
Rick,
gets real bad.
don't you find it strange that people don't learn from that though? I mean, you see the Michael Jacksons, you see the Princes, you see, and long list of Hollywood overdoses.
Right.
That eventually one of them would go, nobody's ever beat this. They all die young, and I don't want to be one of them.
Well, and we go back to this again. I think. It's just something in our fallen flesh that we aspire to be important, because I think we're designed to worship, and ultimately, and we did a podcast about this a few weeks ago. The new religion now that is most popular is worship of self,
right?
And it's always been a problem with human beings, but you got to look at all these stories. And when you all you really ever see is what they got, but it's just important to see what they lost. It cost them, and it cost them dearly, and in many cases, eventually cost them their life. It cost them their family. A lot of times, it cost them their children. It cost them their health. It cost them so many things, and so it's because they don't have the peace that comes with getting right with their Creator. And if you build from there, and there's still going to be problems as long as you're in that flesh.
Yeah.
But they don't have that. They're searching, and they can't figure out. That adoration only goes so far, and then like we find in his case, and a lot of people's case, then the hangers-on come around, and they don't love you. All they like is what the lifestyle that you're affording them.
Yeah.
So they want to keep it going, no matter what your health is or what you're losing, because they're benefiting from it, and then it just gets real bad.
I thought in the movie that Elvis's dad, Vernon, didn't look that well because he was in charge of the business aspect, and he should have stepped in and cut off some of this.
Again,
but again, like that money coming in.
But that goes back to that good old boy attitude of Elvis, which I think is what he seemed to be, a very kind person.
Yeah.
But what cost him is he was ragingly naive.
Right.
You don't put your daddy in charge of your worldwide empire. I mean, what are you talking about? Yeah. So it just, I hate to say it, it's kind of the way we've done things, but there's not as much at stake here. Is hey, you want to do this? Yeah, okay, sounds good. But you don't do that when you're Elvis Presley. That's you probably need pros in every position.
I would think.
JD in New Jersey. JD, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, how you doing? Thank you very much. John Hinckley was released, and he shot Thomas Delahunty, Tim McCarthy, Secret Service agent. He shot James Brady. He eventually, when he died, they ruled that as a homicide, and of course he shot President Reagan. He's released. There's no way he should be released, in my opinion. I don't care if he's mentally or whatever, and that's my opinion. And I just wanted to let you guys know, what you guys think about that. It's just,
well, we've ranted on that for a long time.
Sound like you gave the same monologue that Bubba gave.
Yeah. I mean, he got less sentence than Pete Rose got.
Yeah,
100%
agree with you. Huntsville, 100
I say we let Joey Chestnut get a hold of it.
Michael in Huntsville, listen to the river. Go ahead.
guys. How you doing?
Good. Great. Real good.
Question for you. Have you seen Walk the Line?
Yes.
I have not.
Okay, well, in Walk the Line, Elvis toured with Johnny Cash. Was that part of the new movie at all? Did they show?
They did not show any of that.
No, none of that's in the movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he the first off, he is touring with Hank Snow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it?
That's for country guy.
Yeah. And there was such a transition because Hank Snow was one of the, have on the nice jacket and stand behind the microphone and play, and then you had Elvis coming out there jumping all over the stage.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it was a big transition.
That didn't last long.
No.
And I will say, Walk the Line is an outstanding movie.
Yeah, I've heard it's real good.
Outstanding. Let's go to Mark and Hoover. ZZK, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, love you guys since the beginning. But I had an important announcement about 2,000 Mules. You had Greg Phillips on, very interesting. I was on at 10 o'clock when the tickets went on sale, and it said sold out. And I called in and reported it to them, and they said it was a glitch, supposedly, which I don't believe. I think a lot of people probably gave up. Well, I didn't. I kept on. I finally found out, and they got it straightened out. Now the tickets are on sale. You can get them, but
yeah, I'm. The acquaintance of mine that's involved in this sent me something while we were on vacation. I didn't know that's what happened, but you're right. That is actually this weekend. That showing in Birmingham at the Pelham Civic Center. That we had Greg Phillips on. He'll be there. He's going to be speaking after they show the movie. So Ticketmaster has those tickets. Doors open at 3, and then they'll have the showing, and that's coming up on the 9th of July, which is this weekend. So, yeah, those tickets are still available. You're absolutely right. I didn't know that they declared it as sold out when it went on sale. I did not know that, so I'm glad you told me. So if you got that was incorrect, and you still want to go meet Greg Phillips and see it, those tickets are still available, and it is this weekend. Let's go to Brian in Asheville. Brian, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, all right, so I'm not a big Elvis fan. Daddy certainly isn't, but Elvis called my mom one time, and the story was hilarious to hear from my aunt. The story was that her best friend, father, was the manager of a hotel in Atlanta, and the girl's little brother slid Mama's phone number underneath the door.
That was at 30 seconds there. And at a bad time.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean,
I don't know if I put that in the category of the worst ever.
No, it's not the worst ever because we've heard so many bad ones. And every time you go out there, it's kind of like thinking you're going to carry the flag around. Everybody has got their critical hat on when you hit note 1.
Yeah.
Because they want to be the person that calls everybody at work and say, did y'all hear so-and-so? You want to be the first one to report a bad national anthem.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we all were heading a bunch of different directions. Bubba's son had a birthday over the weekend. Greg went to help his daughter get ready for her marriage coming up in May by going to fix up the house where they're going to be living. So I went over to Atlanta to see one of my kids, which I'll tell you about that coming up in a little bit too. And then, Speedy, you had one playing baseball this weekend, but you were telling me something that happened that was good but also funny.
Yeah, Tyler, he pitches for Jacksonville State University, and he's a reliever. He plays different roles. It can be first one out of the bullpen after the starter, middle reliever, closer. It's just, he's a lefty, so it's just kind of situational stuff.
Right.
So Saturday is upon us, and JC's got something with Helena High School, so Terry's staying back with him, and I'm going there. And my sister and brother-in-law made it over as well to Tyler's game. And I really didn't think he was going to pitch because he threw Friday night in a 3-game series. They were hosting Southern Illinois. All these northern teams try to come down and get out of the cold.
Yeah.
And so I didn't think he was going to throw, but I was going anyway to support him. And he's there hanging out. He's got his shades on in the dugout, just kind of hanging out, kind of looking like, hey, I'm kind of off today.
Yeah.
And we were getting beat like 7-2, and we put 5 on the board late in the game, I think in the 6th or 7th, and tied it up, and you could tell things started changing. The bullpen came alive. He got tapped on the shoulder. Hey, get ready. So everybody's down in the bullpen throwing and stuff, and it gets to the ninth inning, and we're up by 1. It's 10-9. There's been so many home runs hit in the game. I can't remember. I don't want to exaggerate, but I want to say there were 5 or 6. Wind was blowing. Y'all remember where we live on Saturday? The wind, the flag never laid down.
Right.
It was so, and that's a nightmare for pitchers. Pop-ups to the outfield were continuing on into the parking lot. There were home runs all over the place. Well, so it gets to be ninth inning, 2 outs, and they call Tyler out of the bullpen to come try to save the game and close it out and win 10-9. And this team that we were playing, Southern Illinois, the lefty that was hitting, it was just he's really, really good. He's had 5 hits in 2 games, a couple home runs, and so it was a pretty nerve-wracking moment, especially as a parent. You're sitting there going, "Oh boy, this is not good. Please come through." And it gets to be a 3-2 count, and the place is going crazy because everybody's like, "Okay, let's finish it out." Well, Tyler ends up making a good pitch and strikes the guy out. Well, the place goes nuts, and I noticed that Tyler comes off the mound and kind of looks back at the scoreboard, kind of just nonchalant, just had to look back at the scoreboard, and he's kind of walking towards the dugout. And I went, what's he doing? And the catcher runs out, Nick Gaddis, he runs out to, shake his hand, and then here comes the dugout. The guys are jumping over the rail, and they're running out to him, and then he's kind of looking around a little bit. And I'm like, well, that was kind of weird, but he kind of played it off. He shook the catcher's hand.
You thought, man, look how he's handling this.
Yeah, it's so much like, hey, I do this
collected.
every day, you know. And so he's shaking hands or stuff, and then the game's over, of course, and the parents go to where they kind of hang out, where the players come out and see them, and we're all just kind of talking. And a couple of the dads even asked me, so like, why was Tyler looking back at the scoreboard? And I was like, I don't know. That's kind of weird, wasn't it? And so he comes out, and I noticed the players are kind of raising on him a little bit.
Right.
He thought it was the 8th inning.
No wonder he had the pressure so well.
The whole time he thought it was the 8th
He
inning.
thought they had another chance to get some runs on the board.
Yeah,
I'm like,
if I give it up, we're good.
So we got to get some runs right here, guys.
Hey, did my job.
Yeah.
I said, son,
You thought, man, what a cool customer.
it was 2 outs, bottom of the 9th inning. You're up against their best hitter, and no wonder.
He thought he had another inning.
He thought he had another inning.
Hey, if I give it up, we can still come back.
That's funny.
And I
bet he
like,
was thought.
All closers should pitch like it's the 8th inning.
Yeah.
Do you think he was thinking to himself, this is a bit of an overreaction, man? We got another.
What's
We
everybody,
got 3 more to go here.
why is everybody running at me like this?
Let's get some runs, guys.
Yeah. And so he'll kill me for even talking about this. But the boys, his teammates were raising on him a little bit. And a couple of the other dads were like, well, hey, man, it might be a good thing he thought it was the 8th inning.
Yeah, that's true.
But it was a pretty funny moment. But at one point it was, I'm just in a stress knot sitting there as a parent going, please come through.
Yeah.
And then then to see his reaction, I'm like, well, that was just like whatever, you know?
Yeah. So that's why.
Thought it was the
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Carshield.com/Bubba. This makes sense. My goodness, why in the world? If you're driving an automobile that no longer has warranty and something happens on that vehicle, you're going to have to pay for it. Unless it's covered under a carshield.com/Bubba protection plan. You can, they're about $100 a month, and these protection plans cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to do the work, and their administrators handle the rest. Also included in your protection plan, are you ready? Coast to coast, roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. And how about this? You lock in your price on your protection plan, and it won't ever go up on you. Okay, it won't ever go up. Ivory's out of South Carolina. Hello, Ivory. Thanks for listening. She said, my car is a few years old, so the manufacturer's warranty is over. Unexpectedly, my transmission went, and I had to have it rebuilt. CarShield was a lifesaver. They took care of everything, got me a rental car while mine was being repaired,
and paid the bill without any issue. She uses the term, Bubba, that we all love, easy peasy.
I like that one.
So go now to get yours at carshield.com/Bubba. Get 10% off if you use that URL. We also have that link to rickandbubba.com under sponsors button. All right. So more phone calls coming in. I hated that the 30-second point hit when a guy said what he said.
I was hoping we could hold him during the break. I wanted to hear the rest of that.
He did not get a timeout, so his time was over. But boy, it ended at a really bad comment. Bobby in Arizona. Bobby says spent a lot of time in the music industry, Bubba, and he's worked with them all.
Oh.
Bobby, go ahead.
Bobby.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good, man.
Good, Bobby. Hope you're okay.
Hey, the thing with Colonel Tom and Elvis, they never had a signed contract between them. It was all done on a verbal agreement and a handshake. Elvis could have walked away from him at any time, and there would have been no legal repercussions for Colonel Tom. Colonel Tom would go in, and he'd get 25% off of parking, ticket sales, and concession sales ahead of time. And then he got 50% of Elvis's money.
He called himself the Snowman because he was king of the snow jobs. But didn't Elvis catch on to that when he kept bragging about it all the time, that maybe he's snowing him too?
That was the takeaway that Sherry had from the movie. She goes, when a guy tells you that his whole life has been a snowman, and he keeps telling you we're snowing everybody, and we've snowed them here and we've snowed them there, I likened it to the person that was sadly, these relationships that form out of adultery.
Right.
And then the person that they left their spouse with cheats on them again.
Right.
You kind of go, well, they'd already established they were an adulterer. Right. Are you shocked when they did it again? Where was the moment when Snowman, when he went, maybe you're snowing me?
Hey, yeah. Bobby, let me ask you this, because you may know, and I don't want to get too far into the movie, but do we know where he came from? I mean, the movie hinted that he was a man without an identity. Did he bail out of Germany or something? What was his deal? Because he had an accent.
He did, but there was something. If he went to Europe, the United States wasn't going to allow him to come back. Something with immigration back then. So he was in the U.S., but he could never leave and go to Europe. He never went to Germany when Elvis was in the military. He stayed in the U.S. Now, what Elvis did, they rented a house off base. He never stayed on base with any of the other troops, and so he had a cush job in the military over there. He rented a house. He flew the Memphis Mafia and the band over there, and it became a band house, and they practiced all the time. So it wasn't like he just totally quit cold turkey and didn't do anything. They was over there playing every night when he wasn't working for the Army. In the rented house. So the band and the Mafia went with him and stayed over there the whole 2 years. But that was the thing. I mean, Elvis could have walked away at any time, and it was all done on a verbal agreement and a handshake. And
well, Greg, was it?
But he did when he tried to fire Colonel Tom, and that is accurate. He did at one point. It wasn't publicly, but it was privately. And Colonel Tom did hand him a bill for $8 million off things out of pocket. But Elvis should have fought that. He could have won that.
Yeah. And Colonel Tom lived in Madison, Tennessee, there outside of Nashville, and they just tore his house down about a year and a half ago. But when Elvis would come to town, that's where he would stay. And stuff. So, it's something else. I could tell you stuff and straighten your hair out, and you'd be going, oh, Lord, that happened too?
Yeah.
So it was something else over the years, but no, that was the thing, is that Colonel Tom would go into each venue ahead of time, and he'd work another deal that Elvis didn't even know about. He never knew he got 25% of ticket sales and parking and concessions and all that ahead of time. He never knew it.
He was a snowman.
Yeah, he was. He really was. We continue.
And the Korean War was not going on when he was in Germany. It was that's why the time there wasn't an active war going on, but we still had the draft.
Right. 866 We Be Big. So, Brian, is this you that unfortunately on the troll, the 30-second call ended with, they slid my mama's phone number under Elvis's hotel door? Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to announce that you were one of the many illegitimate children of Elvis. Right. No, go ahead.
No, that's why me and Daddy don't particularly care for him. But so Mama gets home from the concert. That had happened. He calls the house, and Mama answers the phone, and it's quiet. Well, Granddaddy gets up, walks in there, grabs the phone out of Mama's hand, and he says, who is this? He said, well, I'm Elvis Presley. He said, I don't give a dang who you are. You don't call my daughter after 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
And it was just, to hear my aunt tell a story was just funny.
That is funny.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Look, you get a call from me. I mean,
well, your mom went out to see his train go by, right?
Yeah, we talked about that over the vacation. She says, they would tell you, probably Colonel Tom Parker, that Elvis was coming through on the train, and every place that had a train station, they would all gather, and he walked out on the back, that part where you stand on the back of the car, and she said, I still remember him waving at us when he went through Birmingham.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was really him?
Really him.
Wasn't a look-alike stand-in waver?
Who knows? I mean, they might have got snowed. Let's go to Wayne in the great state of Alabama. Wayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Rick, I've been waiting on you to get back from vacation so I can ask you about the Babylon Bee press conference with the devil.
Oh, my goodness.
The overturn of Roe v. Wade.
Oh, my goodness. I watched that. I laughed and laughed. And, Bubba, it is your kind of humor. Because let me tell you something. You remember the movie that you reference all the time?
Men at Work?
No, about when Elizabeth, what's her name? The actress that said she played supposed to be a demon and was.
Oh, yeah.
And that old.
Wait a minute.
Young actor,
Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah.
Was it Bedazzled or something?
Yeah,
Bedazzled.
That was
yes.
it. And you remember and you know how they tie in all the different things that would be part of hell?
Yes.
Well, he does a whole litany of those that you would love. Yeah, you were right, Wayne. I laughed myself silly when he's talking about Roe v. Wade is a loss.
Right.
And he's like a coach.
Right.
And he goes, now look, and this is really bad. It's a very serious topic. But when he says, we got to realize, 60 million people that we killed. that's still good.
Yeah.
And he talks about all the people he still got working with him. So, and when he starts referencing all that, he goes, he said, we still got Democrats. And he goes, and of course he goes, we're really excited about the new progressive Christians. They're going to do good for us.
Oh.
And it's funny. And then he singles out Nancy Pelosi.
Oh,
you still got Nancy Pelosi, and but he's talking about a coach that's had this dynasty, and they finally lost.
Took a loss,
and you look at all the wins we got though. We got to reflect on that, and it's a very serious topic, but the way they use comedy to talk about very serious things, it's funny, especially when he opens up and asks if they want him to turn the air conditioner on.
Did he really?
Yeah. Now I know it's hot here. They've got it for the press conference. Let's go to JP in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. JP, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to clear up a couple of things that Bubba had asked and that guy said. Colonel Parker was from the Netherlands. He jumped a ship bound for America. Jumped the ship when he got here. Joined the military, and that was, part of his plan to keep from getting busted by the immigration. He didn't really speak with an accent in real life. That's part of the reason nobody called it. And Elvis didn't have a cushy job in the military. He was in a tank unit up on the border, while he was serving, so it wasn't very cushy. But the bill that Colonel Parker gave Elvis when he fired him, that part was true. The amount was actually around $2.5 million. And I wish they had put this in the movie. Vernon was the one who balked at it. He always worried about money and got scared by that bill. But Elvis's response to it was ask him if he wants it in one lump sum or installments. He wanted to end it then. But Vernon didn't, and there's stuff to back this up. But I just wanted to answer a few questions there that Bubba had asked.
Okay, all right. Wow. Not sure how JP knows all that, but it's
done his research.
A lot of legends around OE, but it's a good movie. It can be very sad, but better than I thought it was going to be. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Inning the whole time. And for those of you that do not know, we play 9 innings.
Right, there you go. Yeah, so which is a little more pressure packed if you're trying to make the last out and win the game.
Yeah. Don't forget who was hitting too.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know. This guy's like,
well, if I just hold him to something mild here, we got another inning.
If I give up a hit, no big deal.
Yeah, and this guy,
the guys will come through.
Yeah, they'll come through. Yeah, we all had these weird things. So I was going over to Atlanta.
First career save, by the way.
Oh, that's good. Congratulations, Tyler.
Yeah.
Somebody
tell him that. Yeah.
So anyway, I've learned over the years having, anytime you have kids in the entertainment business, I've learned, especially when they're out there, trying to make it happen and all this kind of stuff. I've learned over the years, especially if we're all coming to see my son in something, give me a heads up about this thing. Like when he was in, Ozark. Dad, Ozark, you don't want to watch the series. Horrible language, whatever. I'm in episode 9. Fast forward to this scene.
Right.
I'm in this scene.
Yeah.
So I always go, give me a heads up what we're coming to see. Okay?
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, hey, great. It's from the 1950s, 1956. There was a movie about it. My mom remembered the movie when she was young. He goes, it's very, very wholesome, very whatever. I thought it's good. And all of a sudden at the end, the text, he said, I do want to tell you one thing. And I was like, here we go.
Here's the other shoe.
He goes, I will be shirtless at one point. and I'm like, shirtless? And he said, Dad, there's a scene that I'm like working in the yard, and he goes, and I'm gonna be. He goes, now the good news is we're wearing 50s jeans, so they're very high.
Yeah.
And he goes, this is from the 50s, but I will be shirtless. And I'm like, I got to know how long you're gonna be shirtless. And he sends back longer than you're gonna want me to be shirtless.
so long you don't think I have shirts.
Right. So I thought to myself, and we were watching the play, and so it's funny, we got Mom and Dad, and we're all in the car, driving to Atlanta, and Mom, I'm really looking forward to this. I remember this. They did a movie about this play when I was young in the 50s. It's called Picnic or whatever. And she said, oh, it's great, and I remember this movie, and I loved the movie. And I said, do you recall a guy being shirtless? and she goes,
so you had to break it.
And she goes, oh wait, there's the guy that is there doing work. Yes, that's. She goes, now there's another guy that's like. He's kind of. I said, no, let's get back over that guy. Let's go back to shirtless guy.
Yeah.
I said, because that's your grandson. Grandson's gonna be the shirtless guy. And she goes, and she starts laughing. And I said, it's probably just a. I didn't know it'd be the entire first act. That I'm talking about. Like, picture you go into a play and it's half. There's 2 halves.
Yeah. Right.
The entire first half is shirtless. I mean, I'm talking about, and we. This is one of those things where you wish you didn't have as good a seats as you had.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, wow, we're really close.
Well, this is really in HD here.
And then there's that
4K, Bubba.
Then there's that terrible thing. Yeah, then there's that terrible thing where, all of a sudden he comes out, whatever, and you hear behind you, woo, like that. And I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
It's strange. Shirtless goes, I wish he would put his shirt on. And I'm like, yeah, we all do. We all wish his shirt
Well,
on.
at least he was in shape enough to have his shirt off and it be okay.
Well,
it could have been us up there with our shirt.
Right.
Yes,
I thought about that. It could have been much worse. It could have been one of us. But he and he said after it was over, I said, wow, shirtless a lot. And he started laughing. He goes, yeah. And he said, I haven't had a cheeseburger in 2018. He said, now that will change tonight because we're wrapping up. I can't wait to have my first cheeseburger of 2018. But anyway, it was good, and it was interesting, and get the whole lineup of what's going on. People were asking me too about this Penn State movie that he's in with Al Pacino, and he says that's supposed to be coming out here for too long.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's an HBO thing, so I don't know anything about it other than
we're all nervously awaiting.
Yes. Well, I asked him when he got a role in that. I said, first of all, let's ask the obvious question: did you get to meet Al Pacino? And he goes, yeah, but very briefly, but I did.
Yeah.
And I said, I need to know if you're playing a player when all this happened, or a player dealing with it after it came out.
Rick, I would ask him if he was shirtless again.
Yeah, I said,
Bubba.
And this one, you're not shirtless again.
And did they make him dye his hair red?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah.
You're redhead.
Yeah, there's 2 roles I hope you don't have in this movie. And from what I think I gathered is he's simply a player that is dealing with modern day when it all came out.
Well, we saw Zaxby's commercial this past weekend.
Start screaming the hand.
And I screamed, that's Blake's hand!
There's Blake's hand.
And it confused Terry because she didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
She's like, that's his voice? I said, no, that's his hand.
Right.
I had to rewind.
Yeah, we're very proud.
He was getting a fry.
We're very proud of Blake's hand reaching for a French fry in the Big Zaxby commercial. That's so funny.
He took good care of his nails, Rick.
That's Blake's hand.
Yeah, but then we talked. I said, "What you got coming out?" I've got this over here. Then of course I'll be grabbing some fries. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thanks for being back. Wednesday Bible study today. Back at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Took a week off last week, but we're back. We'll have that again today for you to enjoy if you normally do during live or when it's archived soon after, and we make that available to you. All right, so this is the story that people keep. I mean, I literally got a text about it again in the break. Chicken guy. All right, here we go. Look around the wacky world. Ooh, baby, it's making me crazy. I feel good. Bubba, they started over the week. I mean, just in the last couple of days. Chicken Man. Please tell me y'all seen Chicken Man. We've got, video and audio to go with Chicken Man. Really, if you just want to do the news package that Adler has for us, you will understand all you need to know about Chicken Man. So here it is, courtesy of Fox 30. Everything you need to know about the story that the entire audience has been screaming. Tell me y'all are going to talk about Chicken Man. So here we go.
Yeah, the two neighbors say they will not come to an agreement, but no matter what, it ended with one of them spending 30 hours inside the jail on an animal cruelty charge he says he disagrees with.
I didn't know to give it a 21-gun salute, CPR, mouth to mouth, or call the chicken ambulance.
Big Roo was Jason DeFelice's pet rooster. That is until James Nix hit it with a stick.
So I'm defending myself. I was feared for my safety, and the chicken, died.
Nick says the rooster attacked people.
I have not heard that, because I know the neighbor here. I know him. Like, we're friends. He never said anything to me about it.
I did tell him, after the chicken hit my dad, I said, hey, man, the chicken attacked my dad. Oh, it's just a chicken. What's he gonna do? Okay, well, look.
The neighbors even disagree on how others saw Big Roo.
The kids that used to live over there, they were throwing rocks and sticks at this chicken to keep it away.
I know the kids down here, they played with the rooster a little bit, like would throw rocks at it and chase it.
So one day when Nick says the rooster followed him and attacked him,
his neck flares up and he's doing his thing and he's trying to jump up at me.
He was trying to get the animal away.
And I try to hit it, but the chicken's jumping up at me and I accidentally knocked it in the head. Call it a lucky shot, whatever.
But when DeFelice came home, all he saw was his rooster dead in a ditch.
I said, I'm calling JSO. I called JSO. JSO didn't do nothing. Then a couple days later, I realized I could call animal control.
And in late June, James Nix went to jail for animal cruelty.
No. Next thing you know, he calls the chicken police on me.
While the neighbors continue the fight, Nick says he never should have been arrested.
Chickens are dying every day, people, at churches, Popeyes, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Really.
You think he'd take a bump?
I love it.
Really?
So we got neighbors. One had a pet rooster.
Big Roo.
And his neighbor said the rooster went after him. He got a stick out to get him off of him, and called it a lucky shot.
Hey.
I hit him in the head. He calls the chicken police on me.
I'm sure he's a pleasure to be a neighbor with.
Oh yeah.
But I have to tell you, if a chicken is flying up at me and attacking me, I'm gonna have to defend myself. I'm with him on that one.
You got to keep it off.
Well, and that may have happened to some of us in the past. Who knows?
Well, roosters will attack.
They will.
They will.
Yeah, they will.
They may be flogged by a rooster. Yeah.
But
come at you.
What was interesting, he had pictures of his daddy's leg.
Yeah, evidently.
And I wish they would show him because it looked like the rooster got his daddy's leg pretty good.
Packed a hole in it.
Hey, went after my daddy.
Oh, the lucky shot.
Flared his neck up at me. He started doing his thing.
You know who you're reminding me of? That comedian that played the sports guy on
Yeah,
Anchorman.
Yeah. The guy that had the DUI. Though.
Yeah, that's exactly who
he looked a lot like.
He does look a lot like
Adler, what's that?
Are we
actor's
sure
name?
it wasn't him?
What's that actor's name that just got the DUI?
He also was in. What's that other?
He's
show?
in every.
Oh, he's in a lot. Of
Yeah,
stuff.
he's Cowboy Hat.
He was on The Office.
Cowboy Hat
Yes.
and Anchorman.
Yes.
He was.
Yeah.
He was the disgusting sales guy.
His name is David, and I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Koechnner.
Yeah, that's him. Who reminds you?
Koechner or something?
Yeah, that's
Koechner.
That's who reminds you.
They are very similar. They favor each other a ton.
Well, the way he talks, he sounds like one of his characters.
He does.
Blammy, the chicken got me.
Blammy. So, who do you think's telling the truth in this? Chicken owner or chicken killer? I think the chicken killer's
I
telling
think
the
he
truth.
is too. I think that he got tired of that chicken, and it took him on, and he
Understood.
called a lucky shot. Rick,
did.
but he got him.
And I did a stick to get him off of it, called it a lucky shot. Hey, people, chickens die every day.
They called the chicken police.
They called the chicken police.
I love how he gives examples and he goes, "Really?
Churches?
Kentucky Fried Chicken, Bojangles, Popeyes.
It would be hard to get real emotionally attached to a chicken.
I don't know how anybody gets attached to a chicken. A chicken, I've said it, Bubba, remember years ago on the show, a chicken is so obvious God intended it for a food item. Yeah. I mean, it's like a vegetable with a chance.
Yeah, it's vegetable legs.
Yeah, it's
That's
got
about
legs on it, but it's so here to provide food. It's so obvious to me.
It does nothing.
Adler, didn't you go through a run of wanting some chickens?
I kind of still do, yeah. For the eggs, though. For the eggs, yeah.
They got them at the store.
You know, there's in neighborhood. I don't know what this thing is. People wanting chickens in neighborhoods. You know,
yeah, big thing.
And you know, I know several of those that have chickens, and I know some people that have chickens next door to them. And if you say you have a chain link fence in your backyard, and chickens come through it, it's not good because your dog will catch the chicken.
Dogs and chickens usually.
Well,
don't.
they're not. They don't get along.
You remember my story? I mean, my dog
your dog
dog
down
weighs
there.
anywhere from 7 to 10 pounds based on how he's eating, and he shut down an attempt for a neighbor to have chickens behind me. Completely destroyed it.
Well, I had
What
one
can you
guy
do?
say when his pet dog came up to him and he had two legs sticking out of his mouth.
Yep.
He said, "I know we had a problem."
Chickens and dogs,
Not good.
Chickens and dogs. If dogs are not accustomed to being around chickens,
No.
an instinct. You know, all my dog thought this is even much easier than chasing blue jays every day.
Well, they die every day,
I can't
Rick.
believe Buddy because he's so little and he's just so built to be petted.
Oh, yeah.
And him being out there getting after him.
I mean, it's a chicken, people.
The chicken police.
Call it a lucky shot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I will tell you one thing that I did on vacation is I ordered a little more shampoo, the little shampoo conditioner that they have at Manscaped, because I love these products. Also, some of their other products, they got some hygiene products. Their deodorants are fantastic. These are products that are designed for men, Bubba. I mean, we're sitting here and we're saying, look, a lot of products out there are designed for women. There's very few products out there when it comes to hygiene that are designed for men. These projects that are put together by the Manscaped gang, they're putting projects together. They're putting products together. I like the way, I mean, even the metal containers that the shampoo and the body wash and all that comes in. I just reordered, and I used our code to get 20% off. It was kind of cool to watch. I think you ordered some too, Bubba, just about 2 weeks ago. Is when you put the price up there and you put in our code and you just watch that price.
Oh, I
drop.
know. And you're ready to check out. You put the code and it just backs up. You
Yeah.
go, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so use our code RICK20. That's RICK20 to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. That's manscaped.com. Also, if you go, they have a one that they put together called the Performance Package. You'll get 2 free gifts with that. They'll give you a travel bag to go with that, and also they'll give you some of their Manscaped boxers that are designed once again for men to reduce if you get chafing these will stop that. We got big thighs, and that happens. So in the grooming package also has the 4.0 lawnmower, which is the electric trimmer, and I'm talking about it's the best trimmer that I've ever used. You will love it. It's got an LED light that lets you go. That you kind of see where you're going if you're having to get into tight spots. And also, if you need something to feel fresh and smell fresh from head to toe, they've got everything that we need, guys. You are going to love these products. Let's get 20% off and let's get free shipping for you by going to manscaped.com. Use our code RICK20, RICK20 at manscaped.com. And how about this? Before you even say thank you, I want to go ahead and say on behalf of Rick and Bubba, you're welcome. Rick and Bubba Winter Olympics correspondents, Chris Wood. Hello, Chris.
Hey.
Did you have a good weekend, buddy?
Oh, it was a very good weekend. Very good one.
Very good. Well, I know that you have an update for us, and I know some of it you're kind of excited about. So, Chris, give us our 60-second time capsule on the Winter Olympics, and then we'll do follow-up questions after, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Team USA Women's Hockey was very victorious in their game against Finland as they beat them 5-0, and they get a spot in the gold medal game later this week. They'll take out either Canada or the Olympic athletes of Russia to be their next opponent. Unfortunately for the men's hockey team, however, they got shellacked against the Olympic athletes of Russia. They lose 4-0, and they're pretty much done for the Olympics in this round. A couple of programming notes. Both the men's and women's curling will go at it today. The men's team take on Canada, and the women's curling team will take on China. Somebody break up the country of Norway. They have 26 total medals so far. The next closest will be Germany at 18, and Team USA has dropped from 5th place to 6th place in the total medal standings. They only have 10. They'll have to get it going all this week, as they only have 6 days left of competition play.
Wow.
All right, there you go, Chris. There's a 60-second. Chris, I don't know a lot about the Winter Olympics, so I don't know how to even feel. But watching some people over the weekend or seeing them or listening to them that seem to care about this, they said that the U.S. isn't doing very well overall. Do you agree with that?
I definitely agree. This is projected to be the worst showing since the '98 games in Nagano, Japan.
Oh, well,
so Chris,
that's what I heard.
Chris, what happened with Lindsey Vonn? I kept seeing things that she stumbled or fell and whatever she was doing. Did she slide? But she didn't win though. Something they thought she was going to win.
Yeah.
Well, Lindsey Vonn was projected to do really well, but she has struggled mightily out there. So
she came in 6th, right?
We're
familiar with that.
Have not been rooting for her, so that's also a factor. But Lindsey Vonn, usually a very good down skier, just doesn't happen in this Olympics.
Yeah, I saw that weird, because this new thing now with, girl power and all that, we don't know where to stop with all of it by just simply enjoying that men and women are equal, but they're not same. I watched this weird thing. I think I was at the movie, and they showed it before the movie or something, where she's supposed to be inspiring other little girls to aspire to greatness like her, which is wonderful, athletically and all that. But then they go into the thing where she writes this little thing on everything she signs must be faster than the boys. And then there's at some point like they're trying to achieve to be faster than the boys. But the only thing I found flawed about that is she doesn't race against boys. You race against other women. And I was like, well, that doesn't even make sense.
Well,
because Six minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big. The gang all back from vacation. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows. Some great comments about those out there while we were all away. Taking some time off. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubsy, how are you today?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Unfortunately, we had some more mass shootings. The one on around July the 4th and the Highland Park shooting, they're now calling it now. We do have the suspect in custody. They said that, you know, the weird part, I said it early in the program, was the first time that I don't know, can we go ahead when we start interviewing people? You know, there were people in the beginning kind of saying, well, you know, he seemed okay with us. We didn't see anything, wrong with him, or he didn't seem odd. And I'm like, are you doing the family PR?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We all see that this guy is.
Maybe they saw a different picture than I do.
Right. I'm just like,
especially when he was dressed in pigtails.
Yeah, and rapping and all the different videos he put together, and But
he's the one. The police took a bunch of knives and a sword from him, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I see where his dad bought the weapon for him?
Helped him. Yes.
Yeah, that goes back to that. It said the police had flagged him as clear and present danger in 2019. He later cleared 4 background checks, but it's Robert Bobby. Is it Cremo? How you say his last name? We don't really know, but
last one.
Yeah, and he and like I said, we see here's the arrest video that I think Adler has. He does get out of his vehicle with his hands up. You see, they found him within 8 hours of it actually happening. I think
that's pretty quick.
Yeah,
considering
that's him in an intersection there, and they arrest him, and he gets out with his hands up. Gets on the ground, and of course they cuff him. And then we have a video from our Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, I bet that's riveting.
Great,
where she had been at the scene.
Who, the great communicator?
Yeah, and what she says is it's not. There's nothing riveting about it, but it's. There's almost an insinuation that she thinks we don't take these things serious, but they do, or something. So here she is speaking at the location.
We got to take this stuff seriously as you are, because you have been forced to have to take it seriously. The whole nation should understand and have a level of empathy to understand that this can happen anywhere, in any peace-loving community, and we should stand together and speak out about why it's got to stop.
Madam Vice President?
That's all she said.
Yeah, we have to take this.
Take this stuff seriously as you are, because you have been forced to take this seriously.
Got it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm sure everybody went to bed at peace after that riveting speech. When the first time that I saw this, because this is near Chicago, right?
Yes.
And so the first time that I saw this, I thought, well, if there's any city that's accustomed to shootings, it's Chicago. But he obviously has some issues, and trying to figure out, like I say, who got him the gun, if it was his gun. They're doing some real investigation. Once again, when people do these kind of things, I want you to hear me loud and clear. Ultimately, the person who does these things is the person who should be held responsible for it. Okay, but some of the things that I have to ask is, when you look at some of the things that were going on, some of the things he clearly had out on all of his social media, and some of the rapping stuff that he was doing, was there no concern? Did the parents ever say, hey, these pictures our kid is drawing, and some of the things that he's doing, like when he had a stick figure wearing tactical gear, carrying an attack, with a rifle. He had news clippings of Lee Harvey Oswald
in his room. I just, one of the neighbors says, in my opinion, the signs were there for a long time.
Right.
Yeah. Police cars were always at their house. The parents were arguing, fighting all the time. I mean, there does seem to be just maybe a better job that somebody maybe could have done. That we're seeing the fact the guy is acting wicked. And I know you can't do anything until somebody breaks the law, but still, there just seems to be.
Well, this is another one. I mean, it's from from these reports, it looks like that it was pretty clear that this guy was on a collision course for trouble. I mean, they already had to take a bunch of stuff away from him.
Right. Yeah.
The fact he dramatized school shootings in his music videos should be a flag too.
And I haven't read the article, but you look at this headline: Father of the shooter helped his son buy a firearm just months after cops took away his collection of knives when he threatened to kill everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
look, I'm no psychiatrist, but I think I could have thought this guy's got potential.
I don't understand.
Could be a problem.
If I am in an authoritative position with a kid like this, okay. When they're out on their own, they're paying their own bills. I understand there's only so much you can do as a parent. They make their own decisions. But if I'm still kind of the wall between him and a gun,
right?
What did this kid have to do for you to think maybe you helping him get a gun was not a good idea?
Yeah, that may be the last thing. You're talking about because the cops had confiscated his knife collection because they threatened to kill everybody?
Yeah, things like that.
That fact alone.
Drawings of stick figures, and he's a very skinny person. Him wearing pink pigtails and doing weird videos about strange things. And I saw the one they kept showing where one time he has actual tactical gear on, it looks like. And I mean, does any of that, and you may just say, look, my kid's got trouble. I got you. Okay, got it. But if this is true that you, though, helped him get a gun with all that you're seeing and the things that have already happened to him, that just I just don't understand that. That's hard for me to.
Yeah.
It's
I had to look it up, but his mom is an alternative healer.
Okay. Whatever that means.
This is not going to look good on her resume.
No. Owned 2 businesses. The family ran for mayor. The dad got beat by the current mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that.
I can't believe anyone.
So,
and
but
apparently he dressed like a girl to get away. He dressed like a female to.
He did. Yeah,
to get away, or at least get away from the scene.
Right.
Terrible.
Right. So, said Greg, here it is. Says the subject was under 21, and the application was sponsored by his father. And it says that at the time there was insufficient basis to establish a clear and present danger, or denied the application with his dad as the sponsor on it.
Well, let me ask you this: if the police have had to come and take away other weapons,
right?
How is that?
How's that even?
How does that not trigger that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Is it a paperwork issue? Or
it goes back.
Are we hung up in the due process here? What's the deal?
Well, we need to get, like you said. I know we're all wanting to come up with more stuff. Maybe if we just did a better job
of what's there
of enforcing what we already have. How does this bizarro person, unstable, clearly, clear background checks? How's that even possible? With the stuff that we're now coming out.
Not very good background check.
Yeah, they must not be very good. It's I
need to do that better.
So anyway, here's another story. And you keep looking at was there opportunities there to keep this person from being in the position to do it? 15 minutes past 8:66. We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, that'll change.
But I mean, Lindsey Vaughn's not going to beat the fastest male skier. She's going to beat some slow male skiers, but the fastest male skier would knock it off. I mean, they would.
They're buzzing like a dozen.
Why, it doesn't make sense. Why doesn't the commercial say, aspire to be great and maximize your ability
and be the next great female skier.
I think
Isn't that
it's
enough?
I think it's just a little saying for young girls because they compete with the boys just in athletics, especially when they're younger. And she's just saying, rise above it, trying to inspire them. Girl power, hey, all that.
But I don't understand why it has to be. See, that once again is giving you that.
I think it's just a cutesy little thing.
How does her time
I thought it was
stack
stupid.
up against the men?
Probably not very good.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, there's nothing wrong with
It
that.
doesn't sound like it's stacked up against the women.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't.
It
doesn't. But I mean, how close is that?
Yeah, why not just try to inspire young women to be fantastic in their field? What's wrong with that? You're not going to race against boys past when you're 5. So anyway, so she didn't do very well, and overall, that you don't think the team's done very well by America's standards, even in Winter Olympics. Chris,
did Chris go back to?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So
overall, it's just been a disappointing performance for the Americans.
It has. In all sports, they really have not done too well. So they dropped from 5th to 6th in the total medals, and even the Olympic athletes of Russia has surpassed them in the standings. They got 11 right now.
They don't even have a team.
Somebody,
wait a minute.
Somebody needs to check their urine.
Well, no, Greg, let's go back to this. I think what Chris is saying, we can't even beat the clean Russians.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one thing to try to beat the drugged Russians. I mean, you can't even beat the clean.
And Rick, there's a lot of people.
It's not even the best Russians.
There's a lot of people who are very patriotic and would cheer for the U.S., and this has been a very politicized Olympic team. I mean, we've had these guys that come out and said they didn't like Pence being there. They didn't want to shake his hand. And one guy broke his hand, said, good, I won't have to shake Pence's hand. Lindsey Vonn had said some things about the president. She was not there for the president. She's, blah, blah, blah. And some people are kind of like, well, good.
Well, I have good news for Lindsey Vonn. She will not have to struggle with whether she's going to meet the president or not.
Right.
And so that won't be a problem.
I really, the whole spirit of the Olympics is to get over the politics of it and go and show off on the field of competition. And, you've seen there be political moments in it, and some of them positive and some of them negative with the Olympics. But, I always thought that Jesse Owens handled it right when he went and just put a whooping on everybody, to the point that the Fuhrer did not want to meet him and headed out a little early so he wouldn't have to watch all that. To me, that was a good moment in politics in the Olympics.
Chris, I know you've updated us on curling, and we thank you for that. Does curling ever end? It seems like curling was there before the Olympic walkout.
Yeah.
And does curling ever end? Does curling go on the entire time?
It seems that way. There's been a lot of curling events more in this Olympics than the last 3 combined. So.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. They
fairly
have
popular in Canada.
Well, you have some of the ice sports, and they have their non-ice counterparts like field hockey and all that. What is the non-ice version of curling?
Bowling?
I don't know.
Shuffleboard.
So. Shuffleboard uses like a wooden lane. I mean, bowling is really a summer sport. So
aren't you trying to knock
horseshoes would almost fall into that?
Aren't you trying to knock other people's thing off?
Is that shuffleboard? Is that
Wouldn't
what
that be
they
like
do?
shuffleboard? Not that I know anything about shuffleboard.
I'm very good if you remember it shuffleboard.
Yes, you are.
But,
you have a unique uniform you wear, too.
I do. Yeah. I'm pretty good at it. But anyway, so there we go. And also, Chris, one little glimmer of a little diamond for you, though, is that you do have a hockey team that's doing pretty well. The women's U.S. team is doing well.
Yes, they have. They really rebounded, and they really needed a game like this against Finland to show that they would be a factor. Now, if they do get a rematch with Canada, everybody will probably end up tuning in because that's the premier rivalry in the Olympic sports.
Yeah, and Canada only beat us, 2-1 last time?
That's right. It was a close game.
Well, I knew that because I listened to Chris Wood.
Hey, how is the cheering beauties from North Korea doing? Are they still cheering and chanting and everything, or are they out, or what? Does anybody know?
I guess he doesn't know.
I'll have to check on North Korea and see
Chris
if
is
he's
being
still alive.
Rick, before we leave and Chris moves on with his day, let's all remember the 16-1 defeat, if you don't mind.
All right, let's listen.
You're going to be out.
All right, it's 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
And we continue to chat with you to get reacquainted. Been a few days since we've been together, and it's good to be interacting with all of you again who support what we do. So out on the back to work, and looking forward. Helmsley and I have some opportunities to go out and speak to men's groups all over Rick and Bubba land. Athens, Alabama, July 10th. They kick off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com with their first man church. Helmsley will kick it off. Friendship Church in Athens, Alabama, July 10th. And then on July the 14th, Helmsley will be in Columbus, Mississippi at their man church. They're in year 2 of the strategy in the land of 96.1. I'll be in the land of 104.7 WZZK on the 14th as well, speaking at Northside Baptist Church in Jasper as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. So all that available at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Bubba, we have I know there's a certain way. The USFL has been around before, but the USFL...
The current incarnation.
I can't say the first ever USFL champion because they had a champion before.
They had 2, didn't
they? They went through 3 seasons,
I know
right?
the Stars won it.
The Panthers, Michigan won the first one. And then the
Did they ever complete?
Right?
Stars may have won too.
Did they complete their 3rd season?
They may not have.
I don't think they got that far.
But anyway, so the USFL is back. It is a whole new deal, and the champions have been crowned.
The Birmingham Stallions.
The Birmingham Stallions.
How about you, Stallions?
There you go. The Birmingham Stallions. I did not see the whole game, but I did remember to catch some of it. That's one thing I love about a staycation is you usually have time to do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, I think this is on. And I went. From what I gathered watching it, the season started for the Stallions with a quarterback who then got replaced. And then the quarterback that took them through the whole season gets hurt in the championship game, right?
Right, and then the backup that used to be the starter comes in and wins the game.
Right.
It ended 33-30, very exciting finish.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about it earlier. The numbers, I think they're satisfied with. I mean, they're not going to be the greatest sporting numbers of all time.
No,
I think the key on this one, Rick, and we've talked about this during the year. Expectations had been lowered.
Yes.
So I think they met and exceeded their expectations. We know they'll be back next year. They're talking about having more hubs. Did Birmingham have an advantage during the season playing at home? Probably so. Mm-hmm. But the playoffs were in Ohio, so they didn't have that, and they still won it. So congratulations to Skip Holtz and the Stallions.
I tell you, one thing I do like of what, we'd all love behind the scenes, and we've seen the quarterback's mic'd up or whatever, and you hear the play call or the coach. That's okay. That's good. But to hear the referees mic'd up, talking with Mike Pereira back at Master Control whenever there was a review or something like that, and the confusion of like the side judges and everybody else coming in trying to remember a number or, hey, I think it's over here.
Yeah.
There was one call where Birmingham scored and there were 2 flags on the play. And then trying to figure out, hey, there was face mask over here and there's a blindside block here. Mike ruled on it quickly, said, okay, that's not a blindside block, but that is a face mask. And he's like, now what number is that? To hear all the behind-the-scenes stuff was kind of cool. Just to hear the behind, just the making of the game that we never get to hear or experience.
Yeah, I was they can't hear in the stadium what the coach is talking about with the quarterback.
No, because I did think about you just be over there with getting the feet of the game.
Because sometimes, like I thought I could hear an echo in the background. I was like, "Is that going out to the whole stadium?"
Yeah, that wouldn't be too good.
Yeah,
well, if it was.
But I'm with you, Bubba. I don't think they had the expectations that maybe some of these leagues have had in the past. I do know that that everything except the semifinals, I think, met their expectations. They said the semifinals TV viewing did not meet their expectations, but it looks like the championship game did, and all the other games throughout the season pretty much did. They didn't have much attendance playing in one town for games that didn't involve Birmingham.
I don't think they expected it.
No, but the attendance at the championship game, I didn't see the playoffs, but at the championship game, they had a really good crowd.
Yeah, they said that stadium holds 23,000, and it was pretty much full.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know how much of that they papered or whatever, but I think once you get some of these teams playing in their cities, that'll be good for them. They can get a crowd out. So I don't know if they're just going to go to 2 locations next year. I heard 4 in one plan. I don't know what the official word is.
Well, when we talked to Pereira, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we talked to Mike, he seemed to think that the 2 was definitely going to be the plan for year 2. But they're not ready. And Greg, you mentioned that earlier. They're not ready for the team has their own home schedule. All the teams. Because that's when some of these that are not doing well begin to suck the life out of the other ones, which has been a problem all along. They were already planning year 2, so I think we definitely will get a year 2, and year 2 will probably decide the future.
I saw one story too where they were looking for some investors to come in to add some more teams too. So
we'll see.
Maybe they can keep that going. Look, let's face it. This time of year, the sports are kind of.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to offend baseball fans by saying there's not a lot to watch because there's some good baseball on. But it's not like in the fall, where you have football going on. It's just, we needed something. And maybe it ended a little soon. I don't know if y'all caught any TV this weekend.
I don't know, Bubba. They had the Cornhole Championship on ESPN.
When ESPN is showing the Cornhole Championship,
gracious.
I really think maybe we needed football that weekend.
Yeah, man, why not? Good night.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be covered, but that may be a streaming sport,
Yeah.
The
riveting Cornhole Championship.
Well, I mean, good for them.
So
if you're
fun
a
to play,
champ,
not so fun to watch.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of things that way.
Yeah, you've got to really evaluate your life if you're viewing cornhole. Now, I understand playing it, but if you're watching it,
if you set your clock, I got to go in there and watch it at 7.
If that's not the switch that flipped that you need to change, and I mean change things in your life, I'm talking about right now.
Let me ask a dumb question. Was ESPN doing that Ocho thing this weekend? Because I
don't
know.
No.
So I saw some sports on that I didn't even know existed. That's why I'm saying maybe we needed football.
What's the
another
one
week.
when they
What'd you
Spike
see?
ball? Spike ball.
Yeah, that's big.
What? Spike ball.
So, Rick, tell me when you turned your life around. One day I was watching cornhole on TV. On TV.
I don't understand the spike ball at all. I'm totally
a lot of people
at
at the beach play.
It's fun to play it at the beach.
A lot of it was filler because they've got Wimbledon. And so you're
or
seeing
some rain outs.
Yeah, you're seeing Wimbledon from 6 a.m. until about 2, 3 o'clock.
Right.
And that can, depending on weather and when they finish, you just never know. So that was a lot of filler.
Hey, thanks for sticking your head in the room.
Evidently, it's not working.
See you later, Hound.
Hey, go back out in the hall.
Yeah,
I'm a loud person anyway, so I try not to be loud.
I know.
Here, use
Now I'm
Greg's
having
mic.
to
That'd be a
loud.
good use of that one.
How about I just go back to drinking my smoothie? How about that?
Yeah. Are you, so Bubba, did you get you a Stallions championship jersey?
I have not yet. I might get me a hat, though.
You can get you a hat?
Yeah, get me a hat.
Get one that fits good.
I want a flat
bill.
Yeah. Get him a flat bill.
I don't like flat bill. I didn't come from the flat bill.
Me neither.
I have to have them. I have to have them rolled out.
I think they
a
look
little bit.
ridiculous.
I think flat bills, that's the cap that Satan wears. that's the dumbest looking attempt at a cap I've ever seen. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, what
Wilson!
a goal! What a he scored! Oh,
Big
what a goal! 16-1
between the legs.
Goal!
Chris, speaking of that, how did your UAB Blazers on the ice do this weekend?
Oh, they did fantastic. They won the 2 games against Mississippi State. They beat them 10-2 Friday and Saturday 4-3.
Well, how about that?
Chris Wood.
Chris Wood's got a winner on his hands. Chris, thank you very much, buddy. We'll chat with you again tomorrow.
Okay.
Chris Wood, Rick and Bubba, Winter Olympics correspondent, and the voice.
16-1!
And the voice of the UAB Blazers hockey team. We'll be back.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Now, wait a minute. This just in. Breaking news.
All right, so we have this past weekend, the Black Panther Open. Now, Bubba, let me tell you what's funny.
Wait a minute.
Can I tell you, your Dan Moultrie humor involving this movie, I can't get enough of it.
Well, of course, we've had a long-running, not tied to this movie, the superhero.
Now, wait a minute.
Our Black Panther debate here about it. Do they exist? And
the animal.
Are they
the animal?
Are they a breeding, species in the wild in our part of the country? We know they're in some parts. Are they not here? Or is it a jaguar? Or we just are we mixing names and all that stuff? But it came up a lot this weekend with this movie coming out, which I want to see. The previews look great on it. The superhero Black Panther. Now, apparently, it has had a blowout weekend. Currently, $192 million in the debut, and because it's a 4-day weekend, they don't have today's numbers figured in yet. They are predicting it will have a 4-day holiday weekend total of $218 million in the U.S. and $361 million worldwide, which is I read one said it's a new record. I read one that said it's the largest, fifth largest in history. I don't know. I guess it's what number you're going by on what day, but it had a big successful weekend either way.
I hear it may be the greatest movie of all time. That's what I'm hearing. How about this? I don't care about superhero movies, Black or White Panther.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I love them. I love them, and so I will definitely try to go see it.
How does he get to be the Black Panther? Is what I want to know.
That's what this movie's about.
Is this how he comes about? I mean, those are always interesting how they got started.
He was in South Alabama, got bit by a panther.
I'm not familiar. Is this a comic book person too?
Yeah, I think.
I'll give you enough.
I don't.
He was in Verbena actually.
I know. I know all the basic, superheroes, and then when you start getting into, like, when they did that last one where they started taking the Avengers to the place they were bringing in superheroes I'd never even heard of. So I'm not that deep in it. And this would be, you'd have to be pretty deep in there to know. And I don't know, is this Marvel? Adler, did you see it? I saw some.
Yeah, he did, by the way.
I saw on Instagram.
Took some kids to go see it.
You know about that, Rick?
Yeah.
I saw it on Instagram. I saw that he went. He had a good time. So
who'd you go with?
So Black Panther is this Marvel or DC?
This is Marvel.
Okay, so this is over.
Yes.
On the
so this is not Hall of Justice.
This is Iron Man, Hulk, all that bunch. Right. This isn't the Justice League.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we go.
So I went to Black Panther opening night, and if you enjoy the superhero movies, you should enjoy this movie. If you enjoyed Thor,
Iron Man, Spider-Man.
Yeah, if you liked those movies, especially if you really liked Thor.
Pink Panther.
Because Thor kind of happens in kind of a fake world. Not very much happens in like the real world kind of thing.
Thor's my least favorite.
Okay, well if you
space,
it's
I don't want to go up in space.
It's kind of in its own world because so they live in and they rule this country Wakanda, which is actually in the continent of Africa, but it's hidden. It's got like this shield over it that you can't see, so the rest of the world doesn't even know about it.
Okay.
Kind of like Wonder Woman?
Kind of like Wonder Woman, yeah.
Yeah, I got you, okay.
And so, like, they like live in this world, and there's like kind of warring.
Is this a spoiler alert?
No.
He's just telling us the history.
No, he's not a Burgess. He's going to skirt around it.
Yeah, you better be glad I didn't see it.
Yeah.
And the king of Wakanda is Black Panther. So that's
who becomes the superhero Black Panther.
And in the
he gets out of the dome and he goes to help fight crime worldwide.
How does he end up in our world?
But this is more of the whole setup for that. This is really
the backstory of the Black Panther. This is that movie.
Yes,
which those are usually my favorites. The backstory on the superhero.
Yeah. Yes, and so he doesn't really do much real world crime solving. This is.
She's homeward bound. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. And we thank you for being with us. She's out of sight. All right, so as we work our way back, we were just discussing in the break, really starting to feel bad for the new press secretary. God love her. I just don't. This is like
Rick,
taking.
how would you like to get out there and have to defend the administration every day?
Karine Jean-Pierre. This is like somebody saying, we got a pitcher in high school that's a pretty good baseball pitcher. We think maybe has potential, and also we can check a lot of boxes with this guy. And somebody says, okay, so we want to kind of work – we're going to let him pitch in a Major League Baseball game. First time ever.
He's going to take on the Mets day one.
How
they shouldn't have pitched this to her first experience doing this.
Well, she was the backup, wasn't she?
Yeah, how can you have somebody with so little experience and you're going to give her the job of Biden, the Biden administration? How would you like to be the press secretary for the Biden administration? This makes you having to answer questions about mean tweets with Trump look like a field day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is so here is Peter Doocy. You know, they all dread Peter. Peter Doocy, this thing about us trying to ignore that Hunter Biden is like a really bad, twisted dude. So now we have a voicemail situation of the president talking to his son about overseas business dealings.
Now,
this is a Bobo no-no.
You remember the president had said when he's asked about some of these that we never talk about that stuff.
We don't talk about it.
We never talk about it.
We don't talk about
Nobody
this kind of
talks
stuff.
about their son and what he's doing for a living, especially in their situation.
Right.
No, I'm sure like Speedy, I mean, he hadn't talked to his son that started a new job today.
No.
Y'all didn't even discuss that.
I don't even know, Rick. I don't even know where Taylor coaches at.
Right. Where are my kids? But anyway, of course, sometimes I really don't know. But anyway, so
Son, where are you?
Peter Doocy is going to ask her about why do we have the president on this voicemail when he told us he doesn't talk to his sons about his business dealings, and we'll watch Karine Jean-Pierre deal with this. Here we go.
Why is there a voicemail of the president talking to his son about his overseas business dealings if the president has said he's never spoken to his son about his overseas business dealings?
Well, first I'll say that what the president said stands. So if that's what the president said, that is what stands. And secondly,
about a New York Times article concerning Hunter Biden's business dealings, and he says, I think you're clear. How is that not him talking to his son about his overseas business dealings?
We're not, from this podium, I am not going to talk about alleged materials from the laptop.
So
I will.
Are you disputing that
I'm
the
not.
president's voice on the voicemail?
I am not going to talk about alleged materials on the laptop.
Are
it's
you
not
disputing
happening.
Then that it is not?
Peter, I refer you to his son's representative.
Oh, that's a good way to get around it. Wow. You know, in his defense, though, he probably doesn't remember talking to him about it.
Well, that's true. I think it's time for now. If I was covering for Biden now, I begin to embrace the loss of his faculties.
Right. Yeah. According to him, he ain't got a clue.
No, look, understand when he said he don't rember it. I mean, let's be honest. He doesn't really remember.
He doesn't. That's
He's not being dishonest. So here is
clearly his voice.
So is this Adler said this is stuff showing that of course he knew about everything involving his son. This is not even really up for discussion. Yeah, and so here's some of the examples of what we're talking about with all the different news coverage showing that he clearly knows what's going on with his son. Clearly.
His son, Hunter, joining the then vice president on the official visit to Beijing. Unknown to the press back then, Hunter Biden was forming a Chinese private equity fund, planning to raise money, including from Chinese investors. 10 days after the Biden's trip, Shanghai authorities issued the fund's business license.
Then Vice President Joe Biden had dinner with his son Hunter, along with Hunter's business associates from Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan. And the day after the dinner, a Burisma executive sent a note to Hunter, quoting, "Dear Hunter, thank you for inviting me to D.C. and giving an opportunity to meet your father and spend some time together."
Hunter's lucrative business dealings often included giving as much as 50% of his earnings to his dad.
The text read, quote, "I hope you all can do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard, but don't worry. Unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary."
And Hunter introduced me as, this is Tony, Dad, the individual I told you about that's helping us with the business that we're working on and the Chinese.
The email reads this way, quote, "At the moment, there's a provisional agreement that the equity will be distributed as follows. 10 held by Hunter for the big guy."
I 1,000% sit here and know that the big guy is referencing Joe Biden. I met with the former vice president in person multiple times.
A newly revealed text message shows Bobulinski was apparently warned by business partner James Gillier, "Don't mention Joe being involved. It's only when you are face to face. I know you know that, but they are paranoid.
Chinese executives admitted to reporters that they were actually introduced to the vice president by Hunter Biden.
Hunter and the then vice president seen with a pair of Mexican billionaires. At the same time, Hunter had been working on energy deals in Mexico.
Joe Biden also had Hunter and his business partner fly on Air Force Two to Mexico.
The president agreed to pay Hunter Biden's legal fees for his business dealings with a Chinese-controlled company. Hunter's assistant reportedly telling a pair of Biden aides, quote, "I spoke with Hunter today regarding his bills. It is my understanding that Hunt's dad will cover these bills in the short term."
There is photographic evidence of Biden on a golf outing with both his son Hunter and a man called Devin Archer, who was another member of the Burisma board.
We also know that Devin Archer in that picture had a meeting in the White House, one-on-one meeting with Joe Biden about a week before they joined the Burisma board.
His closest business partner, Hunter's, made at least 19 visits to the White House and other official locations, including a sit-down with then Vice President Joe Biden in the West Wing.
I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses, period.
That's just insane. And now, here's what you can say. That was 3 minutes, by the way, of nonstop evidence that, of course, he knows what's going on with his son's business. He's involved in it. Of course, he knows what goes on with his brother.
He gets half, doesn't he?
Right.
I mean, who's he, Colonel Tom?
Parker. but it's really to this point. Now, here's what you can say as a Biden supporter. I don't care. You can say that.
Yeah.
You can say, yeah, I know. So what? Okay. But stop saying that he doesn't know, he's not involved, he knows nothing about any of this. That's a lie. Now, you may say, but at least there's no mean tweets. And at least we don't have evil Trump up there or some other, Republican that's taking away our rights, which I always find that interesting, that when you start talking about rights and this is the same, bunch that talks about doing away with the Constitution because it's outdated. But anyway, so you can say that Joe Biden does know, but I don't care. And that's an answer.
Let me ask you this: there was just a poll out
because he does know.
They had on Fox News a minute ago that said, and I'm going to use round figures: 90% of the people think the country is headed in the wrong direction.
Right
now, I don't know if that's people who are unhappy with just the economy. Maybe some of them are unhappy with the Supreme Court. To me, that's a bright spot right now. But 10% say we're going in the right direction. Who are those 10%?
You're right. Wouldn't you love to meet them?
Who looks at our whole setup right now and goes, "Yep, this is exactly what I was hoping
This is what
for.
I want. I'd like to see the gas go up a little higher."
Yeah.
Before we leave this in our Joe Biden update, let's go with video 3. He's on Vice News. The hosts don't even know how to respond to this because of what the president says about drunk driving. Have you seen this one? I've
tried not to see anything, Rick, for the better part of a week.
Yeah. So
refreshing.
So watch the host.
He said, for the record, he's against it.
I feel like a new person.
Yeah, my favorite thing is to see him do something like this and watch everybody's reaction. All right. So catch this. All right, hang on.
For the purpose of dealing, you only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony.
Look at her face. Look at her faces.
Y'all didn't know what to do.
What was that in
driving,
context
let
to?
them go. I guess people being arrested.
Yeah,
what we should arrest people.
He does not count drunk driving as a felony.
He doesn't.
You only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony.
Isn't this the second time
Please
he's
look at
done
their
this?
face.
Look at their faces.
Second time he's mentioned something like
She
No, they
looks
don't
at
know
her
what to do.
cards and then goes to the co-host like, say something.
Somebody.
So the president.
I needed to see a little more of that. That was a little confusing.
The
In
president.
other words, you better not
There's
arrest
something I'm
drunk
missing.
people driving.
Well, this is again, let's face it, him covering for Hunter. I don't see it as a felony. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay.
And Bubba, to wrap it up, back to Corinne Jean-Pierre video 4. And this is only 3 seconds, so we have time for it. It's only 3 seconds. She is asked the direct question.
Look at her face. She can't believe she's there.
Do we believe we're in a recession? Okay, all right, so here we go.
So first, do we believe we're in recession? No. So first, do we believe we're in recession? No. So first, do we believe we're in recession? No.
Right.
Well, technically, you have to have 2 quarters.
Right.
But that report's coming. Okay, it's coming.
Yeah, I think she may just be playing semantics there for us. I guess she can. That can be okay. All right, so there you go. There's the old update for you.
It's like their goal is to say opposite of everything that's really happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go out there and deny everything and say something totally opposite. They'll buy it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
More about the problems
How
that
we got
happen
him,
in
where
Wakanda.
he came from.
Wakanda?
Wakanda, I believe. Yeah, Wakanda.
Wakanda?
Okay, Wakanda. Yeah. Wakanda forever is what people are saying. You know, that's the hashtag going around or whatever.
Okay.
But if you like the superhero movies, tons of action, tons of explosions and fight scenes, as we can see. It's pretty neat, guys. I got to say, the fight scenes were
of all the
awesome.
superhero movies you've seen, is it in the top tier, middle tier, or low tier?
I would say middle tier. It's not in the low tier. Definitely
Racist.
not in the low tier, Greg.
I knew that was coming.
They do get political a few times.
Well, sure.
Like,
Of course they
in
are.
in the story, they'll kind of like wedge in a political statement several times throughout it. And but they jump on several different things where.
Can I ask the question on everybody's mind? Is James Earl Jones in it?
James Earl Jones, I don't think he's in it.
Right.
He's not. Maybe they use his voice,
Well,
but he's not in it visually.
Isn't Jackie Robinson playing the Black Panther?
Greg,
it's that guy.
It's the same
Don't
actor.
think so.
Yeah, it's the same
from that
actor.
movie?
It's the same
Yeah,
actor.
it's the
Greg,
same
he's not
actor.
Jackie Robinson.
It's
It's
his
not
delivery.
actually Jackie Robinson.
He's not Jackie Robinson.
Say actor. Greg.
Okay, buddy.
Well, that's all I remember.
We all knew what you were talking about.
So, Adler,
I think he played James Brown, too.
42.
Back to the original point.
I do.
The Black Panther has always been there as the leader of this area that we don't know where it is.
Yes.
So we don't say he's not like scratched by a panther and turns into.
You're asking him to give it
It's
away.
actually.
I want to know
I'm just
this.
saying.
Is he
how did
raised
get
by
started?
Panthers?
Okay, so most everybody is
That's Tarzan.
everybody in Wakanda is pretty physically fit and agile, but the leader, the king, gets to eat this purple herb.
You're giving stuff away.
No,
you really are.
I think you might.
That's just a.
He's
that's
pretty
just-
quiet, Speedy. Let us hear.
That's just a rule.
Rick,
That's just a rule of the
Bond you
world.
down.
That this comic book world. That's just a rule of the comic book world.
Right.
I'm not spoiling anything. That's just the rule of the
There's
comic
nothing
book
wrong
world.
with us knowing how
Please
he
don't
gets
let
his
him
power.
start calling. Please don't.
And so the purple herb makes you a lot stronger. And then his suit and like a lot of everything else they have is made out of this special material called vibranium. And vibranium
Good God.
is like his
So
suit's
much
made-
license in the superhero world.
His suits made out of it, like their
Yeah.
spaceships are made out of it, their buildings, and it's this like adaptive material. And then what's this? Some artifacts we have in a museum in the real world. That's made out of vibranium. The bad guy goes to steal that in the real world. So there's whole like underground smuggling vibranium market, black market. It's crazy.
Have a hand up.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So, like when Wonder Woman's case is like Speedy said, to come from this unknown world automatically has you with superpowers.
No, it's not like the sun and you have it.
So the people from that world all have superpowers, or did he get the superpowers from eating the stuff and the suit?
It's the suit and eating the stuff. Everybody else from that world is just really good at like martial arts and stuff like that.
But they're not superhero level.
They're not superhero
They've
level.
just been trained well.
He ate the
they're
stuff
Chuck
that his
Norris.
suit's made of.
They
Vibranium.
No, they don't. No. There's a
Why is he
purple
eating it?
herb.
Vibranium.
There's a purple.
Yeah. Right.
So, Adler, this world that they come from, like Wonder Woman, it was like an island, right?
I think so.
Was that
is
real?
This
I still
like
haven't seen
out in
Wonder
the-
Woman, actually.
Is this out in the woods or is it a city or?
It's in
or-
It's
Africa.
a country in Africa.
Yeah, but what does it look like? Is it like
Here it is.
skyscrapers?
Look, check it out.
Here-
bro.
so it's
yeah.
really.
They have skyscrapers, kind of, but it's also like
Mm.
the kind of Lion King feeling. Honestly, like
Rock,
the world
yeah.
kind of feels like Lion
There you
King
go,
a
that's
little
good,
bit.
yeah.
It's kind of Serengeti, kind of.
I got you.
So the whole thing takes place in this world.
Most of it takes place in this world. And if you see like normal cars, you see normal buildings. That's the short sequences that occur in the real world.
Okay.
Like
What's some things he just threw out?
No, you don't mess with those.
Oh, those are. He's going to rescue his sister in that situation or something. I forget.
Yeah.
I'm not ruining anything.
fine.
Now, who did you
Is he successful? I don't know. Does she die? Nobody knows. See,
Right.
see, I'm
So
giving
you,
him
listen,
this.
you really,
We just try to get the background so I'd know what I were getting
all I
into.
want to know is in superhero movies, because that's me. You said middle tier.
I didn't. Well, yeah,
Here's what you said.
No, I'm saying it's the greatest cinematic.
Nobody's
going to
say you're racist if you say
No,
They
don't
say
put words in my mouth.
How does it rank versus Iron Man?
I know how y'all do. Y'all are putting words in my mouth.
You said middle
Look,
tier.
No man is better than any other man. People's are all equal. Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Talking about some things we were talking about this past weekend, kind of running down some of the things that we did and got to see the movie. 15 to now. Keep in mind, I told y'all that I'm getting older, so I did sleep through parts of it, and I slept through the. What I figured is, you know how you try to grab a place.
You weren't
to
that guy snoring.
You know how you got to grab a place to sleep.
Yeah.
I said I'm gonna sleep through the entire 20 minutes of previews. And so then I know I've had a 20-minute nap, and that gives me a shot.
Well, see, I love the previews.
Well, I do too,
because
but
they're exciting. I mean, they show you what's coming. You know,
well, but
it's
I
very
had,
best.
But I had to sleep through something, and I didn't want to sleep.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now, and you can get their new all-season slippers and their new sandals for only $49.98, and they're both available in regular and wide widths. The breathable all-season slippers are perfect for your travels or relaxing around the house. Love them, and the sandals provide all-day comfort. They're very easy to clean, super fashionable. You know, they don't look goofy, and you can wear them anywhere. They're available in both men's and women's styles and sizes. So go check that out and order it today. Save $90 as a listener of the old Rick and Bubba Show. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. And when you're at MyPillow.com/Bubba, you'll save on many other quality products as well, like their special flash sale going on, offering MyPillows for as low as $19.98. Buy one, get one free on 6-piece towel sets, or their ultra-comfortable bed sheets, men's and women's My Sleepwear, 70% off. And it's also not too soon, hate to bring this up, to think about back to school, especially if you got somebody going away to college. So stock up now on these deals. Go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link there, too. MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Rick, fireworks can be dangerous.
Oh, don't
they
tell
can
me
blow
about
up
it.
in your hand.
No, I fired them on. I have fired them on my family.
Yeah, I had a few incidents over the years.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of.
Sure.
We used to. Well, it's not important. Rick, you've got to be careful with these things. And I witnessed one episode at your house. You had some get away from you.
Yeah.
And we've talked. One of my favorite stories, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you're ready for the level of this one. It was caught on a Simply Safe camera. Another reason to have Simply Safe.
Yeah.
You have a yard. It's in a suburban neighborhood. You've got maybe 2-3 families out there. You got kids all ages.
Sure.
They've got a van parked in the driveway.
Looks
and
great.
You have a couple of kids out in the street that have some bottle rockets, and then you got some of the older kids with something going on there, kind of where you'd think the mailbox would be. Rick, watch how this gets out of control. And you're have you seen this, Hams? No, you're not ready for. You are not ready for this. Watch this.
All right.
Audio up.
Yeah, and that's just going to be on radio, just a mess.
Bottle rocket shot out of the street. Okay,
We've all done that.
got the music playing.
We got one fell over, not good. Uh-oh. Go, get the baby. Somebody get the baby. Got the baby out of the way.
Watch
Lucky
behind
this
the van.
kid better be glad he got lit up.
What happened over there? What in the world? What happened over there? What is that?
Box full of fireworks, evidently.
That poor minivan.
Guys,
There were some other people behind that minivan that I guess went the other way, maybe.
Rick, the little kid that was sitting beside that box, he jumps up when the first sparks hit him on the leg. If he's still there,
he's a
not
goner.
good.
So I don't think anybody was killed in this, but you couldn't tell by all the fireworks.
Hang on a minute. I just want to look a minute. So over there behind the van, is that a box of fireworks?
It must be. And one of these gets in it.
Yeah.
So look, he's sitting beside it.
Yeah, there's two other people behind it, Bubba.
Hits him, and he runs off out of the way before this all goes up.
Wow.
Yeah, if he didn't look at him, he's in harm's way.
Why we got him sitting there for any reason?
But look, there's a baby. Look, Baby.
She runs, grabs the baby out of the walker.
Right here.
Yeah, she grabs the baby.
Kind of folks here.
But that was when it's just a few firing.
This was not the problem. This right here was the problem.
And
it shot something over into that other.
After they shot down on the crowd, which
Right,
was
yeah.
bad enough.
Yeah, the first one that went off set the rest of it off.
Oh wow!
I heard run.
Yeah, they were kidding, but didn't realize.
Wow! Wow!
See now, luckily that happened, or he would have been Powell. Wow! He barely got out of it. Hey, I bet the people driving down the road in their car right now are loving this.
Wow! Well, look it. It's a wonder it didn't blow the car up.
This is a test.
You know, it's a wonder that car didn't blow up.
Rick, it looks like the Air Force was bombing the neighborhood. I mean,
if that little kid didn't get up and he got hit with a few sparks, that's a tragedy.
Oh, you're right.
And the other guy, old
do
blue
we even
shirt,
know where that happened at?
No, there was speculation that it was in New
said it
Orleans.
was in Helena.
But but then somebody said they just saw it on Reddit and had posted it.
I see it all.
Yeah,
They got stuff everywhere.
but look, I know Greg's pointing out the kid, and he's right. But you see the other two behind the van, like in the very back, they go the other way. Like they run the other way. I guess they do. They disappear.
Blue shirt, watch the flames are coming out from under the van at his feet as he's running. Well, the audience is so tired of us playing this loud.
No, it's real.
It hurts your ears.
Watch
to hear
him
it.
take off. Look, man, his feet.
Good gracious alive!
I'm not sure what kind of fireworks they had in that thing, but
I mean, what, were they playing with napalm? What was that?
I hate to see rookies with fireworks.
You can tell the concussion is so great. Watch the lawn chairs, how they're blowing back.
Well, watch this. Watch this. The woman who gets the baby out of the walker, she's acting like she's going to hang another minute.
Yeah.
She's got stuff firing at her. She runs off with the baby, too. Watch her, because you got to find different people.
Oh, I know.
She jerks the baby up, and then, like you said, pauses for a second, and then all heck breaks
All right,
loose.
watch right here.
Red top.
She thinks she's okay.
Yeah, she stopped to look. Who did that?
Now watch this right here. Look, Greg.
There she goes. Hey,
That's an observant mama right there.
I know that hurts your ears. It does ours. But
wow.
We used to call that joining the bird gang when you all get in a big pile and take off.
Oh, yeah.
They joined the bird
we'll
gang.
put a link to that on the show notes because that is impressive.
Yeah.
What I think happened was, you guys know those mortar shells that blast out of the tube?
Yes.
I think they just laid one on the ground. I don't think they knew that it was supposed to go in a tube so that it blasted up in the air. And also, as you guys pointed out, their fireworks pile is way too close to their launch site.
The adults were lounging on the chairs and left the kids in charge of the fireworks.
Yeah, your
It was not a
ammo
good
dump
deal.
is next to the fire pit. That's a bad
good
combination.
move.
I'm gonna tell you what. From just the original setup is all wrong. Yeah, I mean, you don't have people sitting that close to where the fireworks are going.
And I would have
lines, a kid
fireworks
in the walker.
that close to your minivan.
Look at the kid in the walker, closer than anybody.
Right.
Y'all, they got it like they like it too.
I mean, that makes you want to scream back up, Terry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Terry, back up! Terry!
Greg, you wouldn't have had your kid that close to the dog. You wouldn't, sure.
No. I mean, no way, Rick. I mean,
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, that's quite the explosion. 866 We Be Big is the number. If you leave us, have a great day. Thanks for being with us. You got more Rick and Bubba. More stories to cover, more of your phone calls as well at 866 We Be Big.
Here's backup Terry for you.
There's
guys.
backup Terry again. We'll be right back.
Terry, get out of there! Terry!
Rick and Bubba.
The movie, and so I was discussing the part that that Clint Eastwood had the guys play themselves from that very incredible heroic story of the passenger train. Perry and Homerville. I mean, is it Barry? Barry. I'm sorry, Barry in Homerville, Georgia. said that you saw Clint Eastwood get interviewed about this. Barry, is that right?
No, I had a Clint Eastwood question. It weren't about the movie. It weren't about this movie.
Okay.
No, it
Sorry
was
about that.
another Clint Eastwood movie.
Okay.
I know, and I'm a big Clint Eastwood fan too, and I think I'm like y'all. Outlaw Josie Wells is the movie which all other westerns should be judged by.
Amen. Written by a guy from our county where we came from. But go ahead.
What's the big deal with Unforgiven? There's this new western out. They talking about it's the greatest thing since Unforgiven. I've seen it a couple of times, but I can't figure out what's so great about it.
I will say this about Unforgiven.
Yeah.
I'm like you. Remember when it came out, it won all kinds of awards. The first time I watched it, I was like, but I watched it again, and now every time it's on, I watch it. But I'm not going to say it's the greatest ever, but it is good.
Well, I'm with him, though. Why are they, when they want to say...
They've made that the line, the baseline for all comparison.
I like the movie, but I'm like you. I don't think it's the baseline for all.
Pale Rider.
I think Josie Wells was better.
Josie Wells, to me, is the standard. And then I think maybe Pale Rider might be better than Unforgiven.
How do they compare to Bonanza? That's what I want to know.
There you go. It far exceeds that. Yeah. That is. All right. On that
note, when little Joe had trouble out on the Ponderosa.
I want to ask y'all a question on that note. And I'm so glad that we just said this because it was a topic I had for today, and I haven't done it. All right. So
remember Hop Sing?
I didn't watch Bonanza all that much, but I do remember enough to know the characters.
Hall's tried to always have an animal analogy. Well, it's like when you're approaching a young colt. You don't want to spook him at first. He always had some kind of analogy.
Can I tell you what was weird about me? I loved Western movies. I didn't like Western TV shows.
Isn't that fun?
Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
Yeah, I can see that.
I didn't think Western TV shows were that great. But anyway, so
Big Valley
did not like Big Valley. But let me go with this. Okay, we got into we're getting ready toward the end of March to go back to Nicaragua. And these kids play these certain games, when you're on your downtime on these kind of trips. So one game they play has to do where you do movie lines, and that becomes your trademark. You have to say this movie line, then another person. So we got talking about movie lines at lunch yesterday, and so we all started going in what were the greatest movie lines. Well, of course, Sherry's learned, go to Google. And some of them we were throwing out were there, and here's where we had a family argument. One of the things they claim is the greatest movie lines of all time is "Houston, we have a problem." I said that's not a movie line. That's a historic line.
That's right.
It didn't come from. How about this? Was in the movie Apollo 13, which they got the line for when it was set in history.
Right. Yes.
That's not a made up story. That is a historic line. That is not a movie line. And
I agree.
And everybody turned on me.
I agree.
It's in a movie, Dad. It's a movie line. It's not a movie line. That should not be up there.
Movie line should be made up when you wrote the movie.
Yeah, that should not be up there with, Frankly, My Dear, which is the number one.
Is that much of a living?
That was the number one. It shouldn't be up there. Yeah, Dying Ain't Much of a Living.
Crapper's Full.
Yeah,
Crapper's Full.
All these great movies.
Naughty Monkey.
Right. Well, I don't remember that one. Do y'all agree?
I think that was number 4, Bubba.
That was so real to him.
Do y'all agree that cannot be on the list of famous movie lines? Because
no, absolutely, I agree. That
really was said.
Put it in the movie, but that line was around if they'd never been a movie made, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's how
you You Had Me at Hello, all these romantic stuff and all that stuff, because all that was on there, which is But you can't say "Houston, we have a problem" is a famous movie line. It's just a famous historic
line that was used in a movie.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
They can't be on there for a movie line. I forbid everybody to use it. I said, we will not play a game of movie lines and say that's a movie line. It's a line that ended up in a movie, but it's a historic line. Do we agree?
Right. I agree.
What about this line? If you let my daughter go, that will be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Taken.
Yeah, that's a Taken. Do this one.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Let me tell you
Dirty Dancing.
Let me tell you the one I love too, and it's hard. There's words in it that are hard to pronounce.
You complete me.
But that one, when the gladiator guy gives a speech on who he is, and he gives his
about Maximus.
Read it. I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear him do it.
If we can pronounce all of it, it's good.
Yeah. Do we have the clip?
Rick.
It'd be great to hear him.
I'm just looking at the quotes here.
Yeah.
Doing a quick search, but I could search and get that.
Yeah.
But here
because none of us can read those words, can we?
I want you to try it.
Marcus Aurelius, is that right? Maximus Meridius.
Decimus.
So can we do all this?
Meridius, commander
of the armies of the north.
Oh,
yeah, this is really good. If we could all pronounce it. That's the sad part. We can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another good one. Rick.
Let me find it.
It really
I'm
loses.
trying to find it for you,
It
Rick.
really loses when you stumble through the first line.
Yeah. If it's this type of stuff we're going for instead of short ones, when Apollo Creed's trainer tells him why he don't need to fight Rocky again in Rocky 2, that's one of the best speeches ever.
Do you know it didn't make it either?
What?
Nine, 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, the gang, all here. Team Rick and Bubba back on the field after spending some time on vacation. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, honored and privileged to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Hey, welcome back, Tubers. Tubers, good to have you guys back. For those of you that are not watching on YouTube, you heard Santana bed music coming back. Bubba, did you see Carlos Santana taking off stage after he collapsed? He did wave after he left, and from what I gathered, he is okay. That he dehydrated. That's what they think.
That's what his people are telling everybody, that he just got a little, overexerted and I guess collapsed because he was dehydrated and tired.
Carlos been doing this a long time now.
Yeah, he has. How old is he?
Oh my!
Somebody
goodness.
Google that.
600.
He's got to be in his 70s, doesn't he?
Got to be.
Rick, everybody gets sick. Everybody has times they get dehydrated. I guess if you're a performer and you're on stage a lot, your chances of this happening in a public
74.
way will go way up. You know?
74.
Yeah,
74 years old up there wailing on the guitar.
Now, Bubba, when you grayed out, were you dehydrated? Or at that time
you were
went
bleeding.
down?
You were bleeding internally, weren't you?
Yeah, that was some over Advil there. I think is what that was.
Yeah, that was it. And you know what?
I came back strong.
It was
stronger
before,
than it was.
It was before relief.
Stronger than ever.
It was back then. You know, these tennis tournaments, they're rough.
Yeah,
whole
They can
weekend.
harm you.
Right.
Yeah.
The now we have another piece of video.
Chicken livers brought me back.
Which Greg, today I was asking the question, which video will Greg love the most? Will it be, and good contender, the Rooster guy.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I thought, well, Greg will like
strong.
Rooster guy.
Strong.
Some of y'all unfortunately think that Backup Terry is a new video. It's not.
Every time it gets fireworks time.
Yeah.
So we'll see it again in New Year.
Yeah, we will.
We laughed our heads off at that the first time it came back a few years ago.
And I always forget it till the next fireworks show.
Right, which is
Boy,
fine.
do you.
Yeah.
That and the man that the car and the people got attacked by bees.
Right.
That they're running neck and neck.
Yeah,
on most
right.
requests.
Yeah.
Now I remember
We
it.
know that, but anyway, but Bubba, it's kind of like being Joe Biden. It's new to you.
You know what? It's 51st dates. I enjoy every one of
It's
them.
new to you.
Yep.
But Greg, this one, I think, knowing you the way I know you, is you're going to be your number one video. And this is a guy who's at a wedding reception, and he is drunk as Cooter Brown.
How many great videos have come from drunk wedding receptions?
A lot.
boy.
And Greg, he is dancing. And he ain't got a care in the world until he sets the place on fire.
He's got sparklers in his left hand.
He's got sparklers.
All right, and that's focus on his left
Now
hand.
watch his
Hey, should've went with
response.
bird seed.
Watch his response to the fire and everything.
Look how close it is to burning.
Greg, don't miss this. Greg, and watch his response to Greg.
Look behind him.
Greg. Now watch him. Look, he ain't bothered him. Look, Greg, look. He's on.
He stuck his arm in it.
Now look, still dancing.
Hey, wait a minute.
Look at his wife's mad. Look, Greg. He's still.
Look at his wife.
No.
Oh, now he's got a cold look.
Did you, when his wife first came, he went, what?
The best part is when he got the fire out, he started cutting him.
Look, he's got into sparklers, and he gets too close to the flower or weed arrangement or whatever that is. Or Greg, he has no idea it's on fire. He had no idea. Now look, he still doesn't care. Greg,
He's just gonna rake it off.
I'm just gonna rake it off, Greg. I'm gonna rake it off. Look, Greg, I'm gonna stomp it. Now watch the dance after the stomp. Watch the dance after the stomp. Greg.
Watch this.
That's why I'm saying that's enough.
What?
That's enough.
What?
I had it.
I put the fire out.
Put it out. Give me a beer.
Greg, I put the fire out.
He started when he stomped it out.
Because he when they're like that, nothing ruins the fun. Greg, look, nothing ruins the fun. Greg, look, just Greg.
To show you that he'd been drinking, he stuck his whole arm in the flame.
Right.
It's probably burned.
Hey, that suit he had on, I thought was going to go up. That
All right,
coat looked
watch
like
again. Now watch everybody
When
around
it's
him.
behind
You got the
him.
people under the tent. You got one lady that pulls that drape
That may
down.
be why his wife, man.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Greg has no idea what a bip. He was dancing in front
He's like,
of
what
it.
are we going to do about that?
what's this here?
I'll just rake it up.
I think he's burning his hand, by the way.
Now, when he first sees the fire, he throws another pelvic thrust.
he doesn't get in a hurry. Here's still going.
Greg, watch this what?
Enough.
Hey, I handled it.
Hey, I got it.
Hey, what's it? What? I handled it. Keep dancing.
What's the problem?
What's the problem? I handled the fire.
He saw that fire and he
Oh,
went
gosh.
one more time before he decided to rake it off.
Greg, that's because you know what it is because everybody's trying to like you ruined it. He has to try for a minute to go. There ain't no problem.
At one point, the fire is all around him.
Sure.
I like when it's on fire behind him. He don't know it yet. He's got to look on.
He's looking back to camera. Still going.
He swings around. He's trying to make sense of it.
Look,
I give him this. He never panicked.
That's why I'm telling y'all. That's why his wife.
It ain't got to do with it.
Look at the face. Look at the face.
How about this? I got something.
What? Look at these people set the place on fire.
Rick, look at
They're
look at
pointing.
his face, and then look at the two ladies in the
Oh,
tent.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Totally different face.
Look how high the flames are.
And everybody's pointing at it, and he thinks they're pointing at him. So.
Nearly burned the barn down.
He nearly did.
Bubba, you're right. They think they're pointing at him.
Yeah.
He did.
He thinks they're loving his hand.
he did.
He thinks
He's lucky that suit didn't catch on fire.
Like he didn't burn the tent down.
Greg, look at the wife.
Now, I don't know if that's his wife or not, but somebody was getting on him.
The fact
Enough.
She said, hey. What?
I don't know.
But you know that classic drunk mind. What? I put it out.
No, Rick, no harm.
Greg, ain't no harm.
I handled it.
Hey, Greg, what's the my problem?
My polyester's a little melted.
Greg went right back to the dancing.
That's the best part.
Golly. Man, so am I right? That's really your that's
Rick,
your
not
favorite
even
video.
close.
Yeah.
No, that's not even close.
You like that more than you like Maverick.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Much
think
more.
Better than the chicken guy?
Yes, that's better than the chicken guy. To me. Now, I like the chicken
Your
guy.
kind of humor, though. Yeah, I mean, that's
Chicken
right.
guy
up
went
your
on a
alley.
little long.
So you saw Maverick and you liked it okay.
I liked it, but yeah.
But
there were some parts that I thought were a little bit ridiculous, but
yeah.
Like?
What kind? I mean, okay, I'll tell you. When we've dropped Maverick from the program, of course, and we're in there, we're raising the standards and going to make it, and then all of a sudden they look on the screen and somebody has hijacked a jet and it's going through the simulation and showing them how they're going to do it. Guess what? Maverick's done hijacked a jet.
Right. Yeah.
And then him and Goose's boy finding that old plane and getting in it. It happens to be the same type of plane they used to fight. It's just so stupid.
But you liked the movie.
I like the movie, though.
And you'd like to know where their helmet came from.
Yeah, you know, they
So you're saying the helmet
out,
they-
and now they
they
found each other.
ejected
They
with.
ejected, and you know how precise those are. They found each other immediately. And then we'll look down there under that shed. There's an old F-14 or 16, whatever that was flying.
14.
Hey, we're going to fire it up. Now suddenly we've got our helmets back. I don't know where they came from.
Right.
You know, I didn't notice that.
But to me, the worst. And I wasn't that big on the Mach 10 at the beginning. That was a little weird. You know,
Yeah.
walk in a restaurant.
Right.
I bet
I
if
thought
you,
that was funny,
I don't
though.
think you can bail out
See, I
at
laughed, Bob. I
Mach
thought that
10
was good.
and land somewhere. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, it's a movie.
I know. But it was good. I did like it.
So but as predicted, it could not live up to the hype.
No, and the first one was better than the second one, which it should be.
Right.
But
Well,
no, I would watch
I did
it
think
again.
they developed the characters better in the first.
Well, and they overdid that a little bit too. I know you cocky, but ain't nobody that cocky.
Right.
The bar scene when they all come in and we're all trying to outdo each other. That's a little much.
So, and you saw it with Dad. So did Dad like it?
Oh, he loved it.
Yeah. Of course.
No,
You didn't ruin it for
I
Dad,
did
did
like the movie. I liked all the action parts, but some of the. I mean, come on.
Rick, some other people sitting around him bothered him too, watching the movie.
Yeah, you could tell this guy had seen it before, and he was getting really tickled when they do something kind of clever, you know.
No.
And he elbowed the guy beside him.
That bothered you.
Had to deal with that.
How are the crowds now? They down
there
there?
was nobody there. This was yesterday in the middle of the day, which goes back to this. Me and Dad are sitting there, and 2 other people. Then a whole family shows up. Now, the whole place is empty, and they're going to sit right behind me.
I don't understand that.
I'm thinking, why are you doing that?
Give me a row.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that. Why are you sitting? The whole
Right
thing's
behind.
available.
Hey, cough. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks. It wasn't in there. Let it
Was
go.
that not a great?
We don't need that. We don't need that kind of man in our life.
Rick, I think I got it here.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
That's good right there.
Let me tell
That's
you.
good.
Every time that's on, I
I
stop.
like that movie.
That and Twister.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, them were hand in hand.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
What about stupid is as stupid does?
Right. Yeah, I had to deal with that too. I'm fine with that, but
you know what's
Houston,
funny?
we have a problem. It's not
Was,
a movie line.
was this a discussion or a game y'all were playing?
It was a discussion about the game because you're trying to pick the ones you
Rick
want to
called
use.
foul.
And they wanted somebody in Sherry's.
What's the name of the game?
Oh, I can't forget what it's called. I don't know what
Thumpers?
It is just like that. Here's what you do.
That's a drink.
What you do in the
I'm
game.
sorry, I forgot.
What you do in the game. They start it just like that, though. Seriously. And let's say you
bouncing
said.
quarters next.
Let's say you said, dying ain't much of a living. Let's say that you said, whatever, stupid.
You complete me.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, no, there's no
Yes.
crying.
Yeah.
So what I would do is, if I was the king, it's something about the king, and the king starts, and I would say, if I said your movie line, you had to say your movie line, then say somebody else's. They have to say yours, theirs, and then somebody else's, and then whoever
Rick,
stops
that
it.
reminds me of another game we used to play.
Yeah, very simple. Very similar.
Yeah, well, you're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
one.
a good one.
That's a
And I hate to bring this up, Rick, because where I'm pulling these from, do you know what the number one is?
Don't say it.
It is. It's Houston. We have a problem.
That is not a movie line.
Rick,
I
I'm with
understand
you.
that, but it is the number
And
one.
didn't they
ranked
get it
one
backwards?
in
Didn't
this
it?
top
It wasn't
100.
really. What was it?
Right. It's
We
not
have a-
exactly what he said.
We have what was it?
It's kind of like "Don't be mad with me" with us.
Yes.
Well, you know what else was wrong? Play it again. Sam's not right from Casablanca. What he says is, "Hey Sam, play this song." Every time I hear that song, I think of her. So, so Sam, play this.
That's it.
He never says, "Play it again."
Well, that's a load.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Yeah, that's a big one.
The original line is Houston, we've had a problem here.
Right.
That doesn't sound near as good.
If that's
Hey,
true,
Houston, we've had
that's
a
a
problem here,
historical
pal.
line, which means Houston,
Houston
we have
is
a problem, is a movie line.
Okay.
We may have a technicality.
Okay,
there.
technicality.
I'm
All right.
afraid we have a technicality
Okay.
here.
All right. Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
Okay.
Bubba.
Still, though, it's not like somebody wrote a line and came up with it. You know, I guess they did. They just changed one word.
You can't handle the truth, Rick.
Right. Yeah, that's the one that Brody was going with.
They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. I know that.
No. All men must die, but not all men truly live. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
ELO. So they got in the Hall of Fame this last time, right? Didn't we talk about that?
I think
And then
they did,
then they
didn't
did this, and I just remember
I
us
looked at Greg to
discussing
see if
that
he-
they got in.
I think they did.
I think they got in. So we do have much talk about going forward on the program today. Your phone calls will be part of it. Teachers, don't forget, Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom will be happening next Friday, March the 2nd. That's going to be a big day. March the 2nd, we have the new CD goes to iTunes. We're going to have Read Across America. We got Make Ready Weekend there in Birmingham. So a lot going on next weekend. All those details are at rickandbubba.com. And teachers, please, I'm speaking on behalf of Helmsy here. Teachers, please simply follow instructions.
Yes,
I mean, you would not tolerate people in the class not following instructions. So be sure you follow the instructions, and then your class will be listed on the world's largest classroom coming up next Friday.
You know, I love the pictures too of the kids
Oh,
in
yeah.
the classroom watching the TV or whatever. That is really
You know,
cool.
I think this is going to be the first Read Across America Day I'll be out. I won't be here, but the day before
my dad will be in studio with Larry the Leaf.
So
worlds collide.
So we got Larry the Leaf, Read Across America, bam, bam.
Boom, boom.
Yep. And then you're off to Miami, is that where you're
Yes, yeah. But how about my
Como
niece?
te llama?
I think they got you out of it, Greg. My niece, John Ed, is going to come read Larry the Leaf.
Well, I would've been more than
She helped
happy.
my dad a lot with a lot of the graphic
Fine, if you
design
don't
and
want me to
reading
read
through
it.
it.
Fine. I guess you don't want Greg to do it? Fine.
To all we're going to go school hopping that day while he's in town and read to some elementary kids.
Is Reg coming too?
Reg, I'm not sure. I think today's Reg's birthday, Bob.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Back from vacation. Hope you enjoyed the best of shows. Thanks to Team Rick and Bubba, Helmsy, Greg, and Speedy for doing those while we were away. Adler had a little time off. The boys all got time off. Bubba and I have been off, and we're all back. The Wednesday Bible study took a week off. It's back today. Look for it at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after, and you can catch it on your own time, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. And today will be Genesis 25. So, Bubba, you said you had a couple of questions for the audience.
Well, Rick, I see things sometimes, and I wonder if they're as good as advertised. And
Right.
you only have to go to our audience to find out.
Sure.
But I'm amazed as I flip through the internet. We're looking, doing show prep. The number of products they claim now that Elon Musk has invented, because he's on a roll.
It's like when everybody used to put stand-ups of Dr. Oz before he became a Republican.
Right.
Yeah, and now, of course, he has to be run out on a rail.
There's mosquito things and this and that and all this stuff. But there was one I saw that they said he had invented, which I doubt, but I don't know. And I think it's called the Fuel Pro. Have you seen this? Most cars have a plug up under the dash where the technicians will plug in a computer and they'll read the settings, because your whole car is controlled by computer now, even the engine. They'll plug it in and there's adjustments you can make on it. Well, they sell this thing, they swear you can plug into it and it will reprogram your engine not to run faster but to run more efficient. And then they'll claim you'll go from 14 miles per gallon to 25 or 30. Have you seen the ads for that?
I have not.
So I just wondered what the deal was with that, if somebody had actually bought into that and how it worked out.
You realize that I'm the brother of the world's greatest skeptic. And so something like that I wouldn't even pay attention to.
So the Fuel Pro was one of them. I think that was the name of it. You just plug it into the little connection up under your dash, and I'm sure we have some folks that work on cars very familiar with that. The other one is these boating clubs, and they're popping up everywhere. It's where you don't buy a boat.
Oh yeah,
but you join the club, and then you rent or you pay a monthly fee, and you get a boat that you can take out and drive, and you fill it up.
Wait a minute, is this aquatic timeshare?
It's kind of it's sort of like
so you
that.
book the boat. I need it this day.
And
Does it have several boats, or is it one
No.
boat?
What? It's several. You get to choose from it. So my brother was in one of these. Can you hear me okay over there? We good?
I can hear you.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's okay.
It's
It's
a
not
bit
bad.
I get it.
I think it's up.
So
Speak up, Terry.
So there are boat clubs, and you may have like a couple pontoons in the fleet. You may have a bass boat or some type of fishing boat, some party boat,
A dinghy.
some ski boats and stuff like that. And so you choose what
Got it.
boat you have access to all of them.
You check it out like a library book.
Absolutely.
It's not for you. Just forget.
No, but here's the thing. But they're all over the country. So say
Don't
if
get
you
in a
go
speedboat, you can't.
if you go to Chicago,
Well-
and you want to ride down the Chicago River, and you get a boat there.
Perfect, Bubba, perfect.
You're an
thing
only
for you.
child. This is not for you.
And I know you're kind of done with beach life, okay? But you had a beach life,
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
How was beach life again? Did it go
it's
back
good.
to-
It's good. It's
Yeah.
good to go back.
And so
visit it.
if you have say you got a condo down at the beach, and you go down there once a month, but you don't want to have the hassle of having a boat, well, this boat club would be perfect for that. You just let them know,
Yeah,
hey,
you
I'm
don't need
coming
a
for a
boat.
few
It
days.
sounds like something
Exactly.
like I would do.
And
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
turn the
Yeah.
boats
But
over,
not this one.
so often, so they keep them new, and they don't get too ragged out or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I just wondered if those worked. Anybody was in it that
People
really
are
enjoyed
also in
those.
plane clubs.
Yeah.
So I've got it's Amanda's uncle, and he flies all over, and he's in a plane club. He pays a monthly fee, and hey, I want that plane today. I want that one next week, and so same concept.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder how good they work, though. You know,
I think you ought to try it.
I just wonder.
It's not for you.
I'm not. I know. I'm not saying it's for me, but I just wonder. I just want to hear some people that
this
are in
requires an attitude of having multiple siblings that you're sharing toys.
I have been on. I have been on a boat. I have been on it. This is to Rick's point, and turnkey, and not having to worry about maintenance or anything. Fuel, you don't have to worry about fuel.
Perfect for me.
You show up at the dock with your coolers and your snacks, and you jump in the boat and you go and you bring it back and you do nothing other than that.
Bubba's issue is going to be number one. Somebody else has had it, and it's not his.
You're right about that.
Right, and and you could get sorry that boat's not available.
You could.
Right,
you got to
justify like that.
I don't know what the cost is, but you want to be that guy that signs up and then never use it or use it.
No, because I was invited to a playing club, and when I realized what it would cost me to be in the playing club versus how many times I would use it, I was like, that doesn't really work.
Yeah.
I want Bubba in the club, and I want him to rent a tugboat.
The plane club, Rick, is more if you're a pilot.
Right, exactly.
That's what
So what I found out for me, because they were saying, why don't you
getting your license?
Why don't you go? No, won't you go in and let's all get a plane and we'll all have shares of it, which is kind of a timeshare. And I realized that really for me in my life, just being a client that rents the plane when I need it is still a better deal. I would never.
You don't need it enough.
I would never pay for it. I don't need it enough.
But what you were saying, I was thinking, the Gulf Coast, you have to, you're going to have a hurricane threat every year to some degree. Not having to worry about that. I think that would that'd be a real positive.
On the blue water.
Of course, Bubba. I'm at a lower level. I'm actually in a canoe club. and we go at Terrapin Creek. And every now and then we'll get a kayak.
Oh no! Really? Do they
have
a
fun yak? If you don't watch out, there'll be a fun yak.
Greg, it ain't nothing like Adler's Raft Club.
Do they have camper clubs too?
They have camper clubs.
Oh, watch out!
Sure they
do have that.
Well, I just wondered how that worked. That was good. I mean, we're explaining it, but do we know anybody that's actually in one that goes, this is other than Jay?
And I mean, I know people that do this, and you have these folks that are.
Of course, Jay didn't have a house. Remember that?
Rick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, by the way, I lost the bet. I didn't think it'd be you.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Who did I have the bet with? I forgot.
I saw an opportunity to prove that it was for a certain type of person.
Can I just say right here, my brother?
That Bubba's not.
My brother has a house. He just refuses to live in it.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's better.
I do want to point that out.
He's in a house club.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. That's what I was about to say. Anybody that would share their house.
Now.
Hey, if you share your house, you'll share a boat.
I'm doing a bit on it now.
How about sharing a boat's not even a reach for him?
No.
For you, it'd be a little bit of a different setup.
Yeah, it's because it would meet your standards.
But to your point, Bubba, if you don't want to keep up with pontoons and ski boats and even sea-doos, because some of them do the sea-doos and jet skis.
All the maintenance and all, you
Correct.
ain't food.
Then you just get what you want when you want it.
Yeah, perfect for me.
Yeah.
Check it out.
But I knew if I brought it up, our audience would have all kind of great stories, probably some heartbreaking and scary ones.
Yeah. But I go to the lake so few times, I just rent a house and a boat and then give it back.
Yeah.
But if I wanted to be down there all the time, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
I really didn't think it'd be you.
I didn't.
Right.
I really.
Well,
didn't.
you saw my point though. It was
Bubba or Greg.
it was too good of an opportunity. I was in the middle of making a case, and you know how when you find evidence that helps your case, you can't help.
I'm so glad it wasn't.
Bubba likes his stuff, and he likes to know where his stuff is, and he likes it the way it is. This is not for him.
Yeah, you're right.
Somebody might leave popcorn in the drawers.
Right. First time he gets on the boat, there's popcorn in it. All right, we'll take your phone calls next on this and any topic.
Wow. The Fuel Pro, does it really change your life and save you hundreds of dollars a week? I mean, or not?
So Fuel Pro and boat clubs. Okay. I don't think either one of these are you.
This goes back to my time selling per inquiry. I have to know.
We'll be right back. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Birthday, Reg.
He wanted to make sure Greg said happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday to Reg.
Yeah.
So it's not Reg. Reggie.
It's Reg. It's Reg.
Right.
Yeah. Listens every day.
Is his name Reginald?
Yeah.
Or Reginald?
Reginald.
Okay. It's not Reginald?
No, it's Reg. His name's Reg.
R-E-G. What you're saying, right?
Kind of like Greg, but just Reg.
Got it.
Yeah.
Reginald.
After Greg, actually.
Right. Short for Reginald.
Right. That bothers you so much.
Well, I mean, just if most people named Reginald, their nickname's Reg or Reggie. And he's gone with Reg.
Well, it's original.
It is.
Oregano.
It
Sorry
is.
again, Reg.
That's
Oregano's
fine.
original.
Every time your name
That's
comes
fine.
up.
That's fine.
Oregano.
Boy, I
Happy
tell you what,
birthday to
you-
Oregano.
You remember him?
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I like old Reg.
Yeah.
How's that?
I know he has to put up with a lot.
Yes, he does.
Well, he did get out of the Willie Bowl this year during Thanksgiving. We
Why?
normally have
Would you cut
the
him?
Willie Bowl. No, I just think, and I know this is kind of crazy, but there was just not a lot of hype for it. You
Nobody
know how
wanted to
do you
play.
ever get in some years when the family gets together, you're like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm not feeling it. Let's not play.
Well, I've discovered when we get together with the in-laws and all that, what's happened, it's totally driven by the small kids.
Mm-hmm.
They get excited and they start wanting to do it. Nobody else wants to do it.
Right.
I know.
Yeah, everybody
else is full.
Everybody else is full and whatever. And you're almost thankful to see rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just
It's lost. It's lost.
Yeah, so this year we just nobody was really feeling it.
Okay.
So we didn't play, but there was talk early. I could tell from the two youngest, Reese and JC, to kind of get it going. And
it's always down there.
Yeah, and no one would ever draft with them. It would be like, yeah, we might. You know, now they've got Reg and Johnette hosted, and they've got the perfect yard. I mean, it's as big as a football field. And but we just never did it. Never did it.
Did the coach leaving kind of just take the edge off football for y'all?
I think it did. Mullen, when he left.
Well, at the
Ruined
time,
it.
though, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like he had not left it during Thanksgiving. So
Y'all had a feeling, though.
Yeah.
Y'all,
Right.
Y'all knew what was up.
I mean, everybody knows.
Right. You looked over at your cowbell and didn't ring as hard. So what's the new coach's name? I can't.
Moorhead.
What?
Moorhead.
Yep.
Coach Moorhead.
Right.
It's good. From Penn State. Offensive coordinator from Penn State.
That's right.
Seems to be going really well.
I bet. Can you imagine coming from from there to the when these coaches come from up north down to our culture? Don't you know it's a little bit of a shock?
Yeah.
And he's probably. I mean, they travel. the country
Right.
so
He
much
may
now,
be a
but
Southern guy.
And if I could, just real quick, because I know this is one of Greg's favorite sports. Speaking of Mississippi State, I got some email from Mississippi State alumni and those that listen there to 96.1 with Bill Thurlow and the crew.
Yeah.
The women's basketball team from Mississippi State won the first ever regular season SEC championship.
Wow.
Yeah, they're good. They're real good.
So they've already had the tournament?
No, it's regular season. Regular season championship. The
I'm
tournament.
sorry,
You have a regular
season,
season
then you have the
champ and you have a
tournament.
tournament champ. They're two different things. Always been that.
The regular season.
Right. I just didn't know.
Set the seeding.
Well, I know
for the
you
tournament.
were keeping up with it
Is that just the
I
women's
care. I
basketball or
was.
everybody. Is that men's too?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that,
yeah.
That didn't make sense.
Well, you have a regular season champion, and then you have
Well,
which
one would you rather
SEC.
be?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're undefeated in regular.
Do both
season
of them get
champions.
automatic bid?
Well, I would think if you're undefeated, you probably.
Yeah,
each
I'm
time
talking about.
you
But let's
know.
say you just win the
I
tournament.
think
No, I don't think
the
so.
tournament champion.
I don't
gets
think so.
automatic.
Yeah.
So
I
this
think
regular
just the
season
tournament.
champion does it? What if
both?
I what if I win the regular season and get beat?
What if
in
it's
the tournament?
women's,
regular
though?
season,
It
you do
happens.
not get an
But I still
automatic
go.
bid.
Do I go?
Well,
No, if you're regular season champion, you don't automatically.
Well, then
could
that's
get
not a
in.
big deal.
You-
then.
Yeah, you
I see. There we go. I was
you
waiting
could
on
get
it.
in. I mean, the
If you
selection
gotta-
bunch.
they're going to get in with going undefeated.
Right.
Yeah,
Rick, you know what I think of that?
there he goes again.
That's Greg at rickandbubba.com. I knew it. That's why I brought it up because I knew what I'd get from him.
It is
So basically, they got to win the tournament to get in.
No, I wouldn't think they would because of their record. But I'm just saying some conferences, depending on your record, I wouldn't think the regular season champ would automatically get in. No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Warranty, and Helix was awarded. /Bubba under the sponsor.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. And boy, so many of you joined us on the Raycon train. Man, I love these earbuds. I know you're loving them. They're great gift ideas. The everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. 3 sound profiles match whatever you're listening to. Bubba, I know the one you're always on. Bring me the bass.
Bring
me that bass. I love the noise isolation. Like where you try and do a little better and you just want to get in the music world and you don't want to hear all the noise around you. Or if you're in a situation, you can go awareness mode. Hey, I'm listening to something, but I need to know what's going on around me. Fine, then put it there. It's customizable. They fit great. They don't look goofy. They sound great. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life. And how about this? 49,000 5-star reviews. 49,000.
That's pretty strong.
People love these, and they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Yes. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba gets you another 15% off. And don't forget, I mean, not only are they great for you, at that price, you can give them as well. So go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors or go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. To the phones we go. Bubba, you got a few questions out there, but people can talk about whatever they want to. But let's go to Brett because he seems like he's going to try to answer one of your questions. You asked about the Fuel Pro.
Yeah, the plug-in.
Do they claim
reprograms your engine?
Do they claim that Elon Musk invented it?
Yeah, one of the ads I saw said he did.
Brett, welcome to the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot. Hey, I don't think Elon invented this because I've got 2 of them that were split.
Yeah, they're terrible.
I was getting like 12 miles a gallon in my truck and about 30 miles a gallon in my car, and I'm still getting the same thing that I was before I put them in.
So reprogramming it for efficiency really didn't make a difference, huh?
No, it's kind of like those X-ray glasses that we used to have when we were kids.
That's what it sounds
seeing
like.
ads for those.
You don't want some fuel. You weren't serious about that, were you?
No, I just wondered if it worked because you can reprogram your engine. I mean, people do that to take some of the pollution stuff off, and I mean that you can do it to change the gear ratios and do the most of the time they do it to get better speed and all that. But I mean, I guess you could program it for fuel efficiency. I don't know that was a big topic in the past.
Yeah. Ted in Alabama. Ted, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Guys, I just wanted to ask the origins of the word bip. I know you guys use it a lot. I can kind of understand what it means when you use it, but what is the origins of that word?
Oxford High School. Greg and I, when we were growing up, the group that I was running in, it's the first time I ever heard it. I want to credit Mickey Shadricks with it, and I believe you're right. Is that accurate? I believe you're right. That the first time that somebody was walking up on us that was a bip, and he said, "I'll tell you, so what a bip," and I was like, "What?" He goes, a bip. I mean, you just bip. Everything about it just makes you just wish you could just bip, and that's the first time I'd ever heard it. And then just like our vernacular, there's kind of a bip. The vernacular of the Rick and Bubba show was built off all our experiences, and then we put it all in one big melting pot.
Yeah.
Some of them we created here, some we brought in,
and it's quite a stew.
Boy, it is. And then Greg got here and some ads and some that we were turned down at the council meeting.
Yeah.
Let's go to Todd. Hey, Todd in Birmingham. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, guys, welcome back. I think you were just talking about bip. Actually, when I was in school, there was a boy, Tim Haney. I went to Welborn. And he went by Bip the Kid.
Bip the
Kid. I have no idea why, but anyway.
Bip the Kid.
But what I wanted...
Name and names.
Bip the Kid was his name. That's what he went by.
But
I wanted to mention, I'm no longer upset with Joe Biden. He's just the guy that wanted to be president. I'm upset with the millions of people that voted for him.
Yeah.
And then my other thing is, if you guys haven't named your new studio, I've got a suggestion. The R&B Lounge, I think, would be a good name for your new studio.
Well, Greg likes that one.
Boy, you like that, don't you, Greg?
That's pretty
What do you
creative.
like better, Greg, that name or Maverick? I'm gonna be honest, they're neck and neck. No, look, hey, I get it. It's a nice try.
Yeah, but I mean, we've already had a.
Who'd have thought of that? Probably day one,
Right.
But yeah,
Yeah,
Bip.
Yeah, I got lost trying to come back from the fireworks show with Mom and Dad and my sister and all them because I was trying to find a sharp way out when we used to work over at the Red Velvet
just trying to
Lounge.
be good.
And Sherry said, "I've come to the conclusion you haven't been here in a while." And I said, "No, I'm completely turned around. I don't know where I'm going."
You want to know where I'm at?
Yeah, you can get in between those mountains and get lost.
Justin on it just says southeast.
Hey, Justin,
somewhere in the southeast. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys doing this morning?
We're good.
great.
So I was watching. I was tubing with you guys this morning, and I
Thank
saw
you.
the video of the fireworks accident that happened at the back of the van. And I have a story to tell you. I work in a level 1 trauma center, and of course, holidays where there are copious amounts of alcohol and fireworks always end up just making for great stories. So we got paged out of level 1 trauma. This was probably about 3 years ago. We got paged out of level 1 trauma. And there were going to be 2 victims, and it was fireworks accident. So one guy comes in on a gurney, and his hand is wrapped up, and the other guy comes in walking in with a leisure suit unzipped about halfway down, and it's like draping off of him like a dress. I was like, oh, this is going to be a good one. So they unwrap the guy's hand, and it is, we'll just say mangled. There are digits from certain knuckles that are just non-existent anymore.
Oh, wow.
There is a digit where all of the soft tissue had been blown completely off the bone, but the bone and tendon was still intact. Like, it was a good one. So come to find out, I'm asking the story of what happened, and one of those mortars had tipped over. They had already lit it and dropped it in. The mortar rolled out, and it rolled into the water, and it went out. Well, the guy picked it back up, and he was like,
Uh-oh.
with
Uh-oh.
him holding it.
Wait a minute,
closed up
Justin.
in his hand.
Justin, start over from when it fell over and went in the water.
Go back to water. Your phone
Okay.
dropped out. Yeah, we never heard what happened.
So the mortar dropped out into the water. The fuse went out. So his buddy picks it up and says, oh, we can still light it. So he lights it with him holding it in his hand, immediately goes off in his hand.
Oh.
So that's the guy where all of the tissue damage is done on the hand. The other guy who is fine and is just plastered is just talking about how fun it was and all this stuff. And he didn't really have any hand injury. He just had injury up his arm. So they are tending to the guy with the hand injury who had to end up being sent out to a hand specialist. The guy with the arm who's been laughing this whole time, they take him to x-ray. He had all these foreign bodies in his arm. That was his buddy's digits.
Oh, it blew the guy's digits into his buddy's arm. What an boy! Wow, what an awesome story though for the future.
Horrible. Oh, it was a great day.
Yeah, I know at a trauma center you may never get a follow up. Do you have any idea whether they were able to get the hand useful again?
Oh no, and here's don't want to give too much information.
Sure.
Let's say that his job involves the use of a firearm all the time, and he was probably never going to be able to use that hand to fire a firearm again unless he was able to train on the other hand.
Wow. Yeah. Well, and then you got a problem about holding it steady.
Can y'all imagine?
Wow. That's crazy.
So do they take the fingers and digits out of the other guy and try to reattach them?
Well, they've gone into his arm. I mean,
They let that
such
other
a
guy keep
force.
'em.
Yeah.
In his arm.
Hey man, I'll always keep these digits in here. Let's.
Hey, I just thought about a name for the studio.
Greg.
R&B studio.
Greg. Will in Decatur. Will, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hope I got a good phone connection here.
You do, real good.
Hey, good. Yeah, I've been listening to y'all since, I guess, about 2002, man. I've really enjoyed listening to y'all over the years.
Thank
Should
you.
call and talk to y'all more. You're welcome. Yeah, big deal with the World Games coming to Birmingham. I just talked to a call screener there, see if there's anything I can do to help out. I might be coming down this weekend or next week, but he said y'all pretty much had everything covered. I did get to meet, speaking of games, Jesse Owens' wife and two daughters. I met them in Moulton when the Olympic torch came through in '96. I got to meet them firsthand and talk to them. It was a big deal. I just happened to see them sitting at a motel, and I thought, that might just happen to be them. And I went over and talked to them, and sure enough, it was. So it was
Well, how
neat.
about that? So you have. It's been. I mean, like tomorrow it starts.
Oh yeah.
And you've called the show today to ask if there's anything you can do to help the World Games.
Oh, yeah, I know. I got a busy schedule too, man. I'm dog chasing six tails. Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Hopefully
man.
they got it covered by now. Starts tomorrow.
And don't forget, and Speedy Speedy's the one's going to put him to work.
Yeah.
I know.
Dude, call screen.
That's a cool story, though, about Jesse Owens' family.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that where he's from, Moulton?
Yeah. So are you headed out to the World Games tomorrow, Greg?
The World Games, I'll be there.
Does it start tomorrow?
It's open ceremonies, is that tomorrow? 7th to the 17th.
It starts on the 7th.
I've been on vacation. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, opening ceremony's tomorrow.
I hear it. Yeah. Ham's going to wear his shirt.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster has run out of power, ending the stunning live video transmission of the vehicle's journey through space. Many were left wondering how to further track its travels, Bubba. They're trying to come up with a way, I guess, that we can still can't see it. Obviously, we can't get the cameras because the cameras are over.
They've got it. They can track it based on its trajectory.
Right.
So it's officially listed on the things that NASA and NORAD keep up with, what's out there in the solar system.
They thought that it would last 12 hours worth of video, but it only lasted 4.
Mm-hmm.
So they miscalculated that a little bit.
Yep.
Kind of tough.
Space a little rough.
I was about to say, probably tough to calculate that, don't you think?
Well, they ought to be able to do it, but there's always, other things. It's traveling through the radiation belt, and it's gonna the actual pieces of the car will start to break down probably in 4 or 5 months. So.
Yep. So Ben Pearson, who is a fan of SpaceX, as you are, Bubba, and works in aerospace technology, has decided he will create a website dedicated to tracking the Roadster and its dummy pilot called Starman. So he's going to come up with a way for you to at least to know where it is. I don't know how he's going to do that.
Well, like I say, they can track it based on its trajectory, and I'm sure even there's some radar that probably keeps up with that too.
So anyway, he said, I realized people are very interested in tracking these type objects. He said, I started thinking how I could manage to get the information that I came to realize that I could provide the tracking for it myself. So he's got whereisroadster.com that you can follow it.
That's funny.
So anyway, and he says that he's going to tell you its location based on where Earth is and where it's located, how many miles away it is from the sun, this kind of stuff, which I think will be very interesting.
Yeah, it is. And Tesla, boy, they got some great photographs to use in advertising out of that.
Sure, they
kind of
do.
cool. Not the normal thing you would see from NASA. But you're shooting up a rocket. It's a dummy test just to, see if the rocket itself works. So why not have a little fun with the payload, right?
Yeah. And, Bubba, how about this line right here? And you tried to make us all realize this. SpaceX made history with the successful launch of the world's most powerful rocket.
Well, for this time.
Well,
yes.
I was just wondering if you were okay with that statement. That's why I threw it out there.
Well, it may not be exactly.
Look at that green screen fake photo.
You know what?
So good.
It looks so good. It has to be real. I mean, that you can't fake one that good.
Well, look at that flat Earth back there behind him. But gosh,
looks round to me.
Don't get Greg going on the green screen.
By the way, you being a cat fan, did you laugh your head off when somebody sent us? I think it was over the weekend. One of the reasons the Earth isn't flat because cats would have pushed everything off the edge.
Yes, that's funny. By the way,
I thought you would have liked that.
That is,
and
they will.
That seemed right up your little cat alley.
Oh yeah.
But I also wanted you to know, since we're getting into this, and
I'm not just a fan of SpaceX. I'm a fan of all these guys that launch rockets. I'm a space.
I don't
fan.
want you to get any bad NASA email. I got it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of other companies. We have several here in our state that compete.
Well, I look at SpaceX the way I look at private schools. If you get sick and tired of the way the government's doing something, go start your own thing.
Rick, this was basically a charter school. That's basically what it was.
I hate to just throw it down like that, but there it is.
And the Amazon guy, he's got his own rocket too, so they're not far behind.
Right.
I can't say his last name, so I'm not going to say it.
Right.
Jeff Bezos or something
like that.
How do you say it, Ham?
I think it's Bezos.
Bezos.
Bubba, you got to know that.
Yeah, you dropped that B in there last time, and I looked down at
I like the name Jeff Bebo.
I think
better.
you just want to call somebody Bebo.
I do.
Bebo.
I think I
get
do
it.
too. You know, I love giving people nicknames.
Maybe I could be Reg's new nickname, Bebo.
Bebo.
I like
that
it.
would be good.
That's a good nickname.
It's a
by
great
the way.
one. You want
What's
to call
up,
me Bebo?
Bebo?
I've got a B last name. You want to call me Bebo?
Bebo.
Bebo.
You're Bird.
Bebo and Bubba.
Oh,
that could be the 2.0 launch, couldn't it?
the reshuffle.
The reshuffle.
That's good.
I did want to bring up, since we just showed those pictures, and we made the joke about the green screen and flat Earth and everything. I did what everybody asked me to do. I took the Noah, whatever his name was, time traveler from 2030.
Right.
I took that to young Broderick, and he just laughed it off. He's.
Oh, we got another one today.
I know. I see that one. But
I mean,
that one, I
this
just want you to know.
is the new thing. I'm a time traveler.
Yeah. He took that story and just threw it out. He said, "Tell Uncle Greg didn't spend any time on it."
I'm with it.
Yeah.
That was a college prank.
Yeah, he said, "I got nothing to do with
I
that."
like the lie detector
Wasn't well
with
done.
it, putting on the screen yes or no.
Right.
Yeah.
And then,
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
all right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So a couple of items that happened while early on in vacation that I have not been able to talk to you guys about. Number one, Speedy, did you get excited for Ole Miss?
I did. I actually said on Monday's best of, I actually congratulated them.
You didn't mean it.
Was it?
How about the state of Mississippi the last 2 years has owned college baseball?
How about that?
Can you celebrate with Ole Miss fans?
I did, yeah. I actually was excited.
Do you mean it?
Yes, I do.
I bet they
that
do.
is not very convincing.
I don't know what.
You imagine they really celebrated, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know they did. Threw beer up and everything.
Yeah.
Actually, that kind of caught on there at the College World Series. There were some celebrations in the outfield when they would hit a home run.
When your rivalry,
I mean, think about USM hosting, like
what
they
if they won
did.
it
Their
next year?
success. They're
What if
good.
they won it next year?
They're
by the
real
way?
good.
That would be cool.
And then Mississippi State, and then Ole Miss now.
If you're the state champion in Mississippi, your chances of going far are pretty good. Right?
Really.
Doesn't take away a little bit that you celebrate the big national championship last year and your rival just wins it again next year.
No. I'm excited. I'm excited for the state.
Right.
You know,
Less
I think
than 365 days took it right out of your hands.
Well, no, I mean,
Snatched it right from you.
Congratulations.
Okay, it's good. You almost look sincere.
I really
Close. He's getting better.
That's close. I've seen you've worked on your face. You worked on your face.
Usually closely followed the backhand compliment.
No, I mean,
which I'm waiting for.
No,
No.
Yeah, I just like the fact they made Oklahoma like it too.
Hotty toddy.
Yeah.
Can I get a hotty toddy out of you?
Hotty toddy, gosh almighty, who the hell are we?
So, Bubba, the other one is, like for us to find that video of the drunk guy at the wedding is right up Greg's alley. I think this is right up your alley.
God.
So, we've developed, there's a hub of Rick and Bubba joy in Arkansas now.
Oh, I know. Suey Pig, baby.
And all things Arkansas, I get updated on. They had a good team this year, too, by the way.
Yes,
they sure did.
All right, so Bubba.
Basketball and baseball.
This sounds so like us. The years, which I know have your attention too, were 1985 to 1988.
Oh, what a great time to be alive.
All right. The coaching, two members of the coaching staff at a high school called Jesseville, I think, Jesseville High School in Garland County, Arkansas. They got frustrated by the fact that they didn't feel like they got much coverage in the local sports.
Right.
So they started saying that these are not real sports writers. They don't even know what's going on. It's been handed off to people who don't care about high school sports.
Right.
We've heard similar.
I've been there.
And to prove their point, for 3 years, they made up a fictitious team and would send in updates
Oh, that's fun.
to the sports department, who printed them in the newspaper for 3 years.
Wow.
3 years?
They made up a football team, Bubba. You know the mascot they chose?
What?
The Beavers.
Oh, boy.
Village Academy. Completely made up team.
Village Academy.
Look, completely made up team. And they would send in updates on how Village Academy did every year. and they had them as an independent.
And they did it for 3 years.
Yeah, so it'd be hard you'd had to do your homework to really research it.
Yeah.
And they'd always play out-of-state teams, also making it harder.
Right.
But they kept sending in the scores, and they would make up what happened in the game.
I love the real name.
Yeah, look at the names, and they would print it every single time for 3 years. Oh, no. I'll tell you how they got caught here in a minute. But look, there's also, I sent out, if you have them, they would do pictures like the head coach of Village Academy, and they got shirts printed up with beavers on it.
Oh my goodness.
And they would take pictures of themselves. Look, there's the head coach of Village Academy. and they would send they would send this stuff in, and they'd always have the beavers like they'd win a few, then they'd lose.
Right.
You know, so they wouldn't like breaking records or anything like that. Look. Village Academy, home of the Beavers. They made up their team colors.
I hate we were not the ones to
see
come
there.
up with
Does
that.
this not sound
That's
exactly?
a commitment too to stick to it for 3 years.
Sure is.
Yeah, and it said that the two that decided it, one of them was the band director, and the other was the actual girls' basketball coach. And they decided to create the team. They were frustrated because they said the local paper didn't have any knowledge of what was going on with our true sports, whatever. Look. Village Academy Beavers. They'd have shirts like that, and they have merch available. And for 3 years, and look, they would do things like 6-3-1 would be the record, and stuff like that. And they did this and laughed about it for 3 years, and they did not get caught by the paper. Somebody finally sent an anonymous letter to the paper and said they're soaking y'all.
Or it would still be going.
How long would you think
the
they would
paper
continue
itself
this?
never figured it out. I wonder how long they could have gone.
That proves their point.
God, how often? How do you? I just picture Bill.
The only
Bussey.
thing I'm disappointed in is I was not in.
I know.
That's the only thing I'm disappointed.
Listen, I picture Bill Bussey because I know how you love this. Picking up your sports page and reading the latest highlight, the little box score, and all the highlights from the Village Academy
did they
Beavers.
laugh when they saw it?
God, you think they weren't having a blast? The Village Academy Beavers.
Here's the problem: you can't tell anybody.
Right.
And see, that's half the fun is showing somebody.
But for these two
that's
guys,
what happened, and somebody ratted them out.
Yeah. Are y'all mad at the anonymous letter?
I am.
Look, let the paper catch us.
Yeah.
You know, don't let them. You know, don't you tell them.
I don't know. We wouldn't know this story though.
Well, you're right.
Yeah, eventually.
But I just don't you hate being left out of that?
That is crazy.
It said that because one was a band director, he even created a Fate Fight song for Village Academy. And they would also do I didn't have a picture of it, but they also would do fake team photos, and of course the shirts and stuff. And then they said that they would distribute bumper stickers and ride around with Village Academy Beavers on their car.
That's funny.
Don't you love that? Look, see, I knew it was. It's like me showing you that video. I knew I had a winner.
That's their dedication to selling it. You know, you got to love that.
That sounds like something we would do.
That's a commitment there to keep that going.
You think? Hey, you could get away with it. That's about how much they cover some of this local sports stuff.
Yeah. I like the fake
Village
names.
Academy's pretty good.
Good 6-3-1. So beat some team by Louisiana.
Hey, they ever get a home game? They're always traveling.
Did they send it to them every week, or would they just get one every now and then?
No, every week. They do full season.
But the fact they were playing every team out of state,
But I know. Well,
They're like the IMG.
I think that made their point about how no one's paying attention.
Right.
Yeah, and can you imagine though? Every Saturday you pick up sports page, see if it got in there again. You'd see Village Academy Beavers win.
I'd
win
put
again.
my shirt on and go walk around the mall.
Beavers lose a close one.
Yep.
I hate that we didn't come up with that. You know, I mean, that sounds just like something.
I got to read more on that.
Yeah, I'll send you the article.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'll send you the whole thing.
Does they still have a website so you can get merch?
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
See, I want one now.
Wait, here it comes. I did not know this one. I forgot about this. 1988 Christmas parade. A daughter of one of the guys in on it rode in the parade as the Little Village Academy Miss Christmas.
In the city's parade.
Little Miss Village Academy rode through the parade in 1988.
I got to read more about this. That is so good.
They went all in.
Wow.
Congratulations, guys! What a great prank.
That's a good one.
That's a dandy. All right, thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.